Oh, thank you. Lord, I just pray for favor. Where am I at? I'm not on. Look. I'm not on. Turn your video on. Okay. It said turn it on. Come on.
Mute yourself, Roxana.
Yes, hold on once. Right here. Hello? Wait. Give me a second. I don't know what I'm doing. Jesus.
Good morning, Mr. Womack.
Good morning, Your Honor. How are you?
Good morning.
So,
Good.
You don't see me. Hello?
Just wait.
I
just did.
Start my video. Boom. There. You said that. Okay.
I'm gonna put you on mute, okay, ma'am? Good morning, Ms. Jane.
Morning, Judge.
Yes.
Morning, Your Honor. Good morning. How you doing? Okay, looks like you are ready for Ms. Jackson. Mr. Womack?
We are ready, Your Honor.
Okay.
Case number 2305-921501. People of the state of Michigan versus Roxana Jackson. Defendant is charged in count 1 assault with dangerous weapon, count 2 domestic violence.
Yes, for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Adrian for the people for 6049.
And good morning, Your Honor. Adam Wolat, D number 55741, appearing on behalf of Ms. Jackson, who is present on Zoom.
Ms. Jackson, unmute yourself and tell us your name. Unmute yourself, ma'am.
Oh, Roxana Jackson.
What's your pleasure, Mr. Womack?
Your Honor, we're asking the court to set the matter for exam. We currently have the date of the 16th, and that works for the defense.
Okay, October 16th at 9 o'clock.
Very good.
Will be continued. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Noakes, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. What are you here on?
I'm here at this point for the probable cause conference of Marvin Harrison. He's charged with homicide and he's in custody. So, Your Honor, I'd like to proceed without his appearance.
Okay, let me call him. I think I have Mr. Johnson here. Are you here on that, Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson,
Yeah, I'm trying to start my video. What's the name of the defendant? I'm sorry.
Harrison.
No, Your Honor, I'm here on Jalen McGowan.
Okay. I don't have the APA here for you quite yet. Mr. Notes.
All right, Your Honor. I'll be back in court in a few minutes. I've got to go to another courtroom.
Ms. Jackson, you're all set.
Thank you. So how do I get off of here? He said, I'm all set. How do I get off?
I got you. Mr. Vella, are you here on Harrison?
Yes, Your Honor.
We just missed Mr. Notes. He just left us.
I'm sorry. I don't know who, I didn't see who the defense attorney was. Who was it?
Mr. Notes, William Notes.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Diallo, good morning.
Good morning, Judge. How are you?
Doing well, and yourself?
I'm wonderful. I'm here on Miss Jones, and I don't know if she's present. I think Christina Jones.
I don't see Ms. Jones yet.
Okay,
Would you like-
well, I can wait. What you say, Judge?
Asking if you would waive her presence or you want to wait on.
Oh, I can. I can waive her presence. I did have an opportunity to speak with Miss Drain yesterday, so we'll just set this for an exam, if that's okay.
Okay, let me call it.
Calling case number 2305-919401. People of the state of Michigan versus Christina Jones. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder by strangulation. Count 2, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 3, domestic violence. Defendant has a habitual offender second offense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Judge, once again, good morning to you and your staff. Lillian Diallo, P52036, on behalf of Ms. Jones, who is not present. I would waive her presence for this proceeding, ask that this matter be set down for a preliminary exam.
The court will waive the defendant's presence, continue to plead not guilty, and set this matter for a preliminary examination. How's October 16th at 9:15?
Just 1 second, Judge. You said, oh, no, I'm in trial that day. Can we do a little later in the week, either the 18th? Should be fine.
The 18th? Okay, how about
Yes.
October 8th, 9 o'clock?
That's wonderful.
October 18th at 9 o'clock, the bond will be continued.
Thank you. You and your staff have a wonderful day. Take care.
Ms. Marable.
Good morning to this honorable court. I am
Morning, Ms.
retained.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, you wanted me to start my video. I'm trying to, okay. Your Honor, I'm retained in on Jalen Godwin. It's a murder case. The family said it was up to date for PCC.
Oh, Jalen McGowan, okay. I think we're ready on that. Is that the case you're on, Mr. Johnson?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we're ready on that.
Calling case number 2305-919001. People of the state of Michigan versus Jalen McGowan. Defendant is charged in count 1, homicide, murder, first degree premeditated. Count 2, reckless felony firearm.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor, and to your staff. This is Brian Johnson for the people, P84143.
Good morning to this honorable court. Carla Marable, P number 62755, on behalf of Mr. Godwin, and I will waive his presence this morning, Your Honor.
For the waive the defendant's presence, what's your pleasure?
Your Honor, I haven't got the discovery because I've just been retained as of yesterday. So I will need the discovery. Would it be in a first-degree murder? I'm pretty sure that the state is going to want to hold. So how does the court want us to?
First, I want Mr. Johnson to get you the discovery. Can you get that to her today, Mr. Johnson?
Yes, Your Honor. Miss Manarino was retained in before, and I had sent the court a protective order as a matter of course. The court sent it back. I'd like Miss Maribel to take a look at the protective order because it is voluminous discovery, and I don't want to have to redact all of it. And then once she takes a look at it, I'll certainly provide her with the discovery as soon as possible. It's a lot of discovery, but it's easy to get to her.
Okay. So you should get the discovery today, Ms. Miracle. And that being said, sounds like we need an exam date. How's October 17th at 10 o'clock?
That works for the people, Your Honor.
October 17th is bad for me. I will I start a trial that particular day. Can we have that next week?
Your Honor, I will be out of town on the 24th. I will be available on the 26th.
I'll be available on the 26th too, Your Honor. In the afternoon, can we have the afternoon?
That's killing. October 26th at 1:30. Final be continued.
October 26th at 1:30. Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Johnson, if you get a chance, could you give me a call?
Absolutely. I'll call you right now.
Thank you, sir. Good day, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Bye.
Mr. McGrady.
Your Honor, I'm here on Christopher Jamar.
Calling case number 2305-881401, people of the state of Michigan versus Christopher Jamar. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to break out crime less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence, second offense notice. Defendant also has a habitual offender, second offense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Neighborhood Defender Service by Kate DeMott-Grady, P 83667 on behalf of Christopher Jamar. Mr. Jamar is in custody, waiting release on a tether, and I ask permission to waive his presence.
Court will waive the defendant's presence. What's your pleasure?
Your Honor, we're requesting a preliminary examination date, and I believe I have received, I'm just double checking, I've received paper discovery and I'm requesting digital.
Ms. Drain?
Yes, I have the digital ready to send. I just didn't, I didn't send it yet because I didn't know who specifically was on this case.
Totally understand. I'll keep an eye out for that today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the court will continue to plead not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination on October 16th at 10 o'clock.
Your Honor, is the court available on the 17th?
It's my homicide day.
Gotcha. I'm just out of the office. I'm coming back. I'll be out of town that weekend. The 18th?
October 18th at 10 o'clock.
Great, that works. Thank you.
Ms. Barron?
Good morning, Judge.
What can I do for you?
I'm here on Lisa Woodsmith. I'll ask to waive her presence for this morning.
Okay.
Calling case number 2305-918801. People of the state of Michigan versus Woodsmith. Defendant charged in count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Judge. Hannah Barron, P 85265, representing Miss Woodsmith and requesting that her presence be waived for this morning.
For the waive the defendant's presence, what's your pleasure?
Judge, I have discovery on this case. We're requesting an exam date.
How's October 16th at 9:15?
Is there any available times after 10:30? I'm in Frank Murphy early in the morning.
October 16th at 10:45.
That's fine. Thank you.
Bond will be continued. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Davenport.
Good morning, Judge. I am here on a case that's not actually on your docket. I did speak with Ms. Drain on yesterday. It is for a client, Deshaun Gails. I did ask him to Zoom on also. I will let Ms. Drain speak more to that, but I'm willing to wait if the court will entertain a motion to dismiss today. Well, a stipulated motion, actually.
Ms. Graham.
Thank you, Judge. Yes, the complainant in this case has indicated to me that they do not wish to go forward with this case any longer.
Hang on. What's the defendant's name again?
Deshaun Gails,
Spell the last name for me.
Gales.
And when is it scheduled for?
It's actually scheduled for Wednesday, October 11th. He's on tether, so I was going to first address the tether bond because he works, but then after doing a little more investigation, I reached out to Ms. Drain.
Yes, Judge, that's true. That happened yesterday. And given the Shabazz Davenport gave to me, I did contact the complainant and I verified what Ms. Shabazz Davenport had indicated, that in fact, she does not want to move forward with the case and she does wish to have contact with the defendant. So we would not be able to proceed without her testimony. And given that now, I'm sure that Ms. Shabazz Davenport would have a motion at this time.
Okay, let me call the case.
Thank you.
Calling case number 2305-902201, State of Michigan versus Deshaun Gails. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 2, weapons felony. Count 3, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 4, weapons felony firearm. Count 5, malicious destruction of person's property under $200. Count 6, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Adrian, P number 60249.
Good morning, Judge, to you and your staff. May I please this honorable court, Justina Shabazz Davenport, P number 82743, appearing on behalf of Mr. Deshaun Gails, who is present by way of Zoom. Judge, I actually do not see him in the meeting room. He did confirm that he is logged on. I'm not sure if he's in the waiting room.
That's okay. Will waive his presence for purposes of this hearing,
Thank you, Judge.
or to waive the defendant's presence? Ms. Drain?
Thank you. Your Honor, in this case, Ms. Shabazz Davenport did contact me yesterday with information regarding this case and regarding the complainant. Based on that information, I did contact the complainant in this case. She did verify everything that Ms. Shabazz Davenport indicated, that the complainant, does not wish to go forward with this case. She would not be appearing for court, and she does want the defendant to be able to return home and have contact with her. So based on that, Your Honor, and I wouldn't be able to go forward with the case without her. So based on that we know that information at this point, I do believe that Ms. Shabazz Davenport would have a motion at this time.
That is correct, Judge. I would move to dismiss this case at this time.
Any objection, Ms. Drain?
No objection, Your Honor.
Dismiss without prejudice. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. You all take care.
Ms. Manarino?
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you today?
I am well. And I have Mr. McGowan, Jalen McGowan, and it's Brian Johnson's case, and I don't see him on.
I think that Ms. Marable retained you out.
I've been trying to reach her. I heard that from the defendant, and I've been trying to reach out to her to find out if she was going to file an appearance, and she's never gotten back to me. So she filed an appearance. Fabulous. So we're all set?
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Notes, Mr. Bella is here now.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Harrison, right?
Yes, Mr. Marvin Harrison.
Calling case number 2305-918901, people of the state of Michigan versus Marvin Harrison. Defendant is charged in count 1, homicide, murder, first degree premeditated. Count 2, weapons firearm, possession by a felon. Count 3, weapons felony firearm. Count 4, on dangerous second degree. Defendant has a defense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. John Vella on behalf of the people, P68673.
Good morning. May it please this honorable court, William Noakes, P 42796 of the Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit, on behalf of Mr. Marvin Harrison, Your Honor.
All right, what's your question?
Your Honor, requesting an in-person exam.
Your Honor, may I have 1 minute? I'm sorry. Is it possible I can speak to Mr. Noakes in a breakout room briefly?
Go ahead and join.
Thank you.
Mr. Quinn,
Yes, I'm here, Judge.
good morning, sir. How can I help you?
Yes, it's a PCC for Mr. Gails.
All right, Damian Gails, right?
Yes.
Calling case number 2305-918701, people of the state of Michigan versus Damian Gails. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2, weapons, felon, firearm, count 3, weapons, firearm, possession by felon, count 4, domestic violence. Defendant has a habitual offender, third offense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Judge. Christopher Quinn, P69483, appearing on behalf of Mr. Gails. I waive his appearance for purpose of this hearing.
For the waive the defendant's presence, what's your pleasure?
I'd like to set this for an in-person exam, Judge.
Court will continue to be not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination house October 16th at 9:15.
I got about a 2 to 3 day trial. Is anything available on the 19th or 20th of that week? It starts Monday.
Is your client in custody?
No.
October 20th at 9 o'clock.
Okay, let's see. Yes, at 9 o'clock. Okay, I'll see you then, Judge.
All right, I'll continue.
All right, thank you.
So that's it for the PCC. Next is 9 o'clock. Okay, good morning.
Good morning. It's Perkins Johnson on your docket.
Yes.
Okay. I'll be right now.
Okay, we're just about ready for you.
Oh, okay, well, let me call his name.
Okay. Okay, are we ready on Harrison now?
Yes, Your
Ready,
Honor.
ready, Your Honor.
Calling case number 2305-918901, people of the state of Michigan versus Marvin Harrison. Defendant is charged in count 1, homicide, murder, first degree premeditated. Count 2, weapons, firearm, possession by felon. Count 3, weapons, felony, firearm. Count 4, home invasion, second degree. Defendant has a habitual offender for this case.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning again, Your Honor. John Bell on behalf of the people, P68673.
Good morning, Your Honor. William Noakes, P42796 of the Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit, on behalf of Mr. Marvin Harrison.
And what's your pleasure, Mr. Noakes?
Your Honor, having discussed the matter with APA Vela, it is my intention to request a referral for competency and criminal responsibility. My main concern is making sure that Mr. Harrison can be present in the courtroom at the time we do that.
He's not here now.
No, I understand that. He's on remand status and the jail has not come on. But I'd like him to be physically in the courtroom when I make that referral.
Why?
Excuse me?
Why?
Because I think it would be helpful for him to actually understand what is going on. It's a little difficult for him given that he's in custody, and I don't think Zoom would be adequate for that purpose.
So I'm trying to understand what's supposed to happen in person that's not going to happen via Zoom.
Well, Your Honor, it is my understanding that he is entitled to be present in the courtroom. So that's all I'm asking. I currently have an exam scheduled with you next week on the 17th, a homicide exam. I think it might be a good idea to have him come in just before that or just after that.
No, sir, that's scheduled for his probable cause conference is scheduled for today. You're going to refer him.
That's correct, Your Honor.
I can perhaps order him out for tomorrow, but I'm not going to put this over until next week.
Oh, well, that'd be perfectly fine.
All right, I will during the probable cause conference for today. We'll order the defendant to be present tomorrow.
What time, Your Honor?
8:30.
Your Honor, I have another hearing I have to be in at 8:30. I could be there by 9 o'clock. Could we do 9 o'clock tomorrow?
That's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm available at that time. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll see you in the morning, tomorrow morning.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor, and I'll see you in about 15 minutes. I have 3 exams with you today.
Okay. So there's my William Noakes day.
Hey, it's a good day then. See you shortly.
Okay. Yes.
It's not easy, right? Yeah, H-G-A-B. I got you, person. Oh, at the end of my last name, okay. Okay.
Collins. Mr. Collins. Mr. Collins.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. What can I do for you, sir?
Judge, I'm here on the Coakley matter. I believe we were going to have a dismissal.
When is Coakley up?
10:45. All right. Case number 2305-908501. People of the state of Michigan versus Troy Copeland. The defendant is charged in count 1, unlawful imprisonment, count 2, assault with a dangerous weapon, count 3, domestic violence. The defendant has a habitual offender under its notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain to the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Your Honor. Harold Collins, P56805, on behalf of Mr. Troy Coakley, who is present on the Zoom screen and attempting to connect to audio.
All right, what's your pleasure, Mr. Collins?
Judge, I believe that this matter is up for exam this morning, and we believe we have a dismissal.
And Your Honor, that is correct. I was able to find out that the complainant in this case did not want to go forward with this case and did not want to appear before today. I did let Mr. Collins know that that's what we'd be happening today. So I would not be able, even if we did wait until 10:45, I would not be able to go forward with you.
So you're moving to dismiss without prejudice?
Yes, Judge.
So ordered, the court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank you, Judge.
thank you, sir. Have a good day.
All right, you too.
Roy Johnson Brookins. Calling case 23-58989, people of the state of Michigan versus Roy Johnson Brookins. Defendant is charged in count 1, home invasion, version 3, count 2, weapons, firearms, possession by felon, count 3, assault with a dangerous weapon, count 4, assault with a dangerous weapon, count 5, 6, 7, felony firearm, count 8, domestic violence, plaintiff has a habitual offender second.
Good morning, Your Honor. I may please this court, Gabrielle Fuller, requesting permission to practice under Court Rule 8.120 under the supervision of APA Shelley Drakes.
Commission granted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Renee Cooper on behalf for the defense. I can't remember which is Brookins Johnson or Johnson Brookins, but I'm here for that person.
It says Johnson Brookins.
Okay.
Your name and record, sir? All right, today's the date, time set for their examination. Are you ready to proceed?
No, Your Honor, the complaining witness in this case is of Ms. Atlantis Mohammed. She is not present today, and the people are unable to proceed with our testimony.
We'd ask the matter be dismissed.
So order, the court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you.
I don't want to get a final determination.
Your Honor, you already know Mr. Cooper has to keep Clayton coming in. I guess he's afraid of Hicks or something. Keith Clayton, he said he already.
Okay, correct.
Counsel.
I'm sorry, Renee Cooper.
Right. Mr. Girl?
Yes, Your Honor. I am
Good
here.
morning.
Good morning. I just called the courtroom and asked if there's any way that I could zoom in to do a dismissal. I spoke with Ms. Drain, and we do not believe the complaining witness is going to be there. My client, he is in person. He's already in the hallway. So I was just calling in to see if I could just do it via Zoom. If not, I will head to the courthouse.
What's your client's name?
Charles Harris Jr.
When is that scheduled?
9:30, Judge.
9:30. Okay, call Charles Harris. Yes. Come here.
Calling case number 2305-907401, people of St. Lucie versus Charles here. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2, weapons felony firearm, count 3, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drake for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Your Honor. Alyssa Segura with the Neighborhood Defender Service on behalf of Mr. Harris, P86432. Mr. Harris is in the courtroom. Mr. Harris, could you please state your name for the record?
Charles Harris Jr. All right. Ms. Drain?
Thank you, Your Honor. Although it is 9/11 right now, in this case is scheduled for 9:30. I do have information that the complainant did not want to go forward with this case and would not be appearing for court today. I would not be able to proceed without the testimony, so I would be asking for dismissal without prejudice at this time.
So ordered. Court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Have a good day, everyone. Thank you for letting me zoom in.
Mr. Copeland, unmute yourself.
Yes.
Sir, your case has been dismissed. Have a good day.
Oh, Lord. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you.
Have a good day, sir.
Thank you. Oh, do I need to contact the tether office or what I need to do?
Give us a moment to get the paperwork over there so they can have that removed, okay?
Okay, thank you so much, man. Oh, so much. Okay. So I can go now?
Yes, sir, you're all set.
Okay, thank you so much. Oh my God. Oh yes. Hold on, I didn't do it right. Hold on, I didn't do it right. Didn't do it right. It won't let me. It won't let me.
Renee.
RENE. It could be. Yes. I'm sorry.
Ms. Harvey,
Yes.
how can I help you?
Oh, no, I thought y'all was on my, Alante Health case. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry? Oh, Hilton?
Yeah.
You have to view these proceedings on YouTube or come here in person.
Okay.
That's that only.
Okay, and that's gonna be before Chief Judge McConaughey.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Have a good day.
Excuse me, Your Honor, would you rather do Mark Jones at 9:15 before the capious, or you want to do the capious first?
Mark Jones, right?
Yeah, you got the,
Two cases.
was this one with, Mr. Cooper right here. This guy's.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we can do that. Mr. Cooper can wait patient.
Okay.
Keith Clayton.
The one
Last week.
The one I told them to come tomorrow. This case.
Yes.
Call me case number 2305894501. People of the state of Michigan versus Pete Clayton. Defendant was charged in count 1, assault with intent to degrade bodily harm, less than murder, or by strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. And may I please just for Gabrielle for requesting permission to practice under 418.12 on this provision of APA children.
Permission granted.
Thank you.
Renee Cooper for Keith Clayton. Good morning.
Good morning. What's your name? Keith Clayton, sir. Mr. Clayton came here, I believe it was Monday last week. What happened to you, Mr. Clayton?
I have here my first court date. I was angry.
I can't hear
My
you.
phone was messing up the first word day, when the phone was messing up. Then the next one, they scheduled the wrong.
I mean, I understand that he couldn't get his phone to get on Zoom the first day. And I don't know,
The next
the
day
next day,
was the wrong court day. I had scheduled for the fourth. Some third. I believe.
All right, court was satisfied in the outstanding cases.
thank you.
You will reinstate the original bond. Take the court date.
We do, Judge.
How is October 16th? Tell me you weren't available at 9:15, October 16th. Is there a trial or something?
Yeah, I should be in trial, Judge. I mean, it's the fourth day.
I gave you another date, didn't I? Earlier today?
Today, no.
No, I didn't. When is your first available date?
This is for an exam, right?
Yes.
The 27th. I have this trial that's just not going to go away. But I would take a chance on the 16th because, in the afternoon, because that's the fourth day of what I have marked as a 4-day trial. I haven't marked that way because it's just a really slow judge.
How about 16th at 1:30?
Okay, Judge, thank you.
And as indicated, I will be reinstated.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. Have a good day.
Okay.
Jones. Mark Jones.
Oh, 9:15. I'm sorry. Case number 2305-910001 for the state issue of Jamar Jones. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2, weapon stone fire, count 3, knowingly assault with starting battery and pregnant individual, count 4, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I please this court, Gabrielle Fleur, requested permission to practice under court law 8.120 under the supervision of the APA shall adjourn.
Permission granted.
William Glenn, P 36794 on behalf of Mr. Jones. Mark Jones.
There's date, time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
No, Your Honor, the complaining witness in this case is Ms. Dia Wright. She is not present and we are unable to proceed.
Who is this issue?
So ordered. Court will dismiss this matter without question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That's not.
I think all the attorneys are on time today because nothing's going on with the attorney person.
Exactly. Those sound over there.
Columbus Day.
Yes.
First up?
Yes.
Good morning, how
Good
are
morning,
you?
Your Honor. Okay, how are you?
Good, are we ready on Hudson?
I'm ready, yes. And your first name? First name. Mine, Charlotte, first name? Yes.
Calling case 2359028, people of the state of Michigan versus Latoya Hudson. Defendant is charged with count 1 assault with intent to do great bodily harm, that's the murder by strangulation. Count 2 assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 3 felony firearm. Count 4 domestic violence. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please this court, Gabrielle Floyd requesting permission to practice under court rule 8.120 under the supervision of APA Shelley Green.
Commission Grant.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Charlotte Birchback from the Neighborhood Defender Service on behalf of Latoya Hudson, key number 86740.
Tell me your name for the record.
Latoya Hudson.
Ms. Hudson, I'm just curious, how tall are you?
Like 6'2" and some change.
Good, okay. All right. Today's the date and time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
No, Your Honor. The people who asked for 10 more minutes, we are expecting the complaint witness.
Now, the next time.
We'll step back.
Thank you. Are we ready on Hudson? Recalling 2359028 for the state of Michigan versus Latoya Hudson. Defendant is charged with count one assault and sentenced to great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count two assault with a dangerous weapon. Count three felony firearm. Count four domestic violence.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I please support Gabriel Floyd requesting permission to practice under court law 8.120 under the supervision of APA Shelby Grant.
And Charlotte Bertrand from the Neighborhood Defender Service, P number 86740 on behalf of Latoya Hudson.
Tell me your name, sir.
Latoya Hudson.
Designate time set for preliminary examination. This matter was scheduled at 9:30. The time is now 9:53. Are people ready to proceed?
So, Your Honor, the complaining witness in this case will be Bianca Jenkins. She is not present and people are unable to proceed with our the defense is very well.
So order, court will dismiss this matter without questions.
And may I make a vote?
Yes.
And may I be excused?
Yes, thank you. We have witnesses on Hart. Calling case 2358996, which was State of Michigan versus Wesley Hart. Defendant is charged in count 1 assault, great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2 knowingly assault or assault, battery of a pregnant woman. Count 3 domestic violence. Hearings is for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley here for the people, P number 60249.
May it please this honorable court once again this morning. William Notes, 3427996, service of patrol on behalf of Mr. Wesley.
Tell me your name for the record, sir.
Wesley Hardy.
Yes, date and time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed at this time. This time though, I would be requesting an adjournment, which I know is not normally what happens on the exam page. But if I could explain to the court, a notice was sent out to the complainant, Ms. Tanya Green. When she got the notice, she called our office and she indicated that she is no longer in the state of Michigan. And she has no way to get back here without some assistance. She contacted the victim advocate. The victim advocate then sent an email to me, but it wasn't until late on Friday, and I didn't even see it until Saturday. So, thank goodness it's not here. I did send a notice, I think, late yesterday, just tell her the situation. So for that reason, I would be asking for her to.
How much time will it take to get her here?
At least a week, because they have to go through paperwork, get everything authorized, to either get a plane or a bus, something.
Mr. Notes.
Your Honor, if there is a time when she can be back here, I don't know where she is. I haven't heard anything about where she is. She was aware of the date and time of this preliminary examination. At this point, Your Honor, I think the appropriate thing to do would be to dismiss the case. And if she should decide to come back to Michigan at some point, then the prosecutor's entirely able to refile.
I'm not sure if your client wants to go through that.
My client is fine with that, Your Honor.
Over again.
Yes.
Having to
He's
be
fine.
arrested, arraigned, post bond, and so forth.
Your Honor, it's our belief that she won't show anyone.
I will indicate that she did say that she was not wanting the case to be dismissed. She is willing to testify. That's the information that.
She knew the date, she knew the time, she's not here. Dismiss the case.
She knew the date, because my understanding is that she was no longer at the same place that she was at, so the notice was sent to her. It probably was not sent to the right address.
I don't think that it was, Your Honor. And she indicated that she was here at one time. But then she went back to another state to live with a family member. And then when she received the notice, that's when she called our office. She received another notice. I'm not sure how she did, but she did. And that's when she called and said she needed some kind of information.
Okay, so this court said a relatively quick turnaround with a probable cause conference for September 29th. That was the date that I gave the exam date, being October 9th. So even if her mail was forwarded to the new address that she's at, that would take some time too. Allegedly, when she received the information, she did her due diligence and contacted the prosecutor's office to let them know what what the situation was, that she was a transportation fee.
Your Honor, I'm requesting of the prosecution the date when she left the state. Because if she was here or present as of the time of the probable cause conference, then the prosecution knew of the date at that time and should have notified at that time. My client shouldn't be on the hook because of the failure of the state.
You have information as to the motion.
I do not right now, but I can get that.
Is it 1 hour on or before the 29th of September? They couldn't come out with it earlier. Which was a Friday.
Your Honor, there's a second point that I wish to raise. If you decide that you're going to simply adjourn this, I'd also ask that Mr. Harden be relieved of the tether if the complaining witness is no longer in the state.
Okay, that makes sense. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I will adjourn the matter to October 16th. Are you available at 9:15?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, October 16th at 9:15, and I will remove the tether, the injection from the people.
I'll trust you.
Send me an order to that effect.
All right. Return until 16th.
Yes,
Now,
9:15.
I'll get you word maybe this morning.
Okay,
Because I got 2 more things.
no problem. Are we ready on Adams Davis?
Yes, Your Honor.
Chief, can you have witnesses? Calling case 2358999, people of the state of Michigan versus Marcus Dwayne Adams Davis. Defendant is charged in count 1, home invasion, first degree. Count 2, larceny, $200 or more but less than $1,000. Count 3, larceny less than $200. Count 4, domestic violence. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor, and may it please this court, Gabrielle Hood requesting permission to practice under Court Law 8.120 under the supervision of APA Shelley Grant.
Permission granted.
Good morning, Your Honor. William Noakes, P42796 of the Neighborhood Protective Services of Detroit. On behalf of Mr. Marcus Adams Davis, please tell the judge who.
Marcus Dwayne Adams Davis.
There's date time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
No, Your Honor, the complaining witness in this case is a Ms. Darlene Ingram. She is not present and the people are unable to continue our testimony.
The court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Washington.
Charles here. Here's what you got.
Which one?
Charles here.
Here's Charles Harris, the one who's voting is on.
Still outside.
Good morning, how you doing today? Good. Now, parties here on Weber yet?
Wait on, Frank White.
Okay.
So, this the notice person from this morning, Marvin Harrison, that was put over to Tom. But she wanted him here.
You good?
You didn't tell me to go, so that's fine.
Oh, yeah.
You good? Yeah.
Angelo, King, Elijah Jones. Calling case 2359103, Court State of Michigan versus King, Elijah Jones. Defendant is charged with count 1 assault, dangerous weapon, count 2 domestic violence. Domestic violence, second offense notice. Defendant has a history of 4 offense notice. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor, and may it please this court, Gabrielle Toya requesting permission to practice under Court Rule 8.120 under the supervision of APA Children.
Commissioner Grant.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Stanford Shulman, P 43230, appearing on behalf of the Elijah Jones, who stands by the court.
King Elijah Jones. There's a date time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Your Honor, the people are not ready to proceed. The complaining witness in this case is the Ms. Indigo Lawson. She is not present and the people are unable to proceed without her testimony.
Next, with respect to the request to dismiss with the next plaintiff, Mr. Jones, is likely to be without.
So ordered. Court will dismiss this matter without prejudice under the dismissal order.
Thank you.
Take this down here to the. Fifteen.
Elements and verdicts. If you potential, call Sheffield and Associates today. Desperately searching for a third. Pretend evident from the tears and worry of the truth.
Washington said he'd be out. Yes. Mr. Weber still in lockup?
Where's your phone?
Is he in custody?
Yeah, he's right here, Judge.
Oh, I visited him when he was like, he said he's gonna find out, but he's still in.
Stand next to your turn. Angelo DeMarlo Weber, calling case 2359087, people of the state of Michigan versus Angelo DeMarlo Weber. Defendant is charged with count 1 assault, intent to great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2 domestic violence. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please this court, Gabrielle Pruitt requesting permission to practice under Court Rule 8.120 under the supervision of APA Shelley Grant.
Permission granted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Earl Washington, Neighborhood Defender Service, P 31383, on behalf of Mr. Angelo Webb.
Tell me your name for the record, sir.
Angelo Weber, DeMarlo.
All right, today is the date, time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. The people have one witness.
All right. Call you.
The people called Janice Artist. The last name is Artist. Yes.
Yes. Okay. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Witness box next to me. Pull that door open, have a seat. Speaking to that microphone, it'll be to your left, okay? Maybe game when you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Please take your name for the record.
Janice Artist.
And Ms. Artist, can you tell me what your relationship is to Angelo Weber?
How to verify?
How long were you his girlfriend?
Almost a year.
And during that year, how often did you see him?
Every day.
Would you recognize him if you see him today?
Yes.
Do you see him in the courtroom?
Yes.
Can you point to him and tell the court about, I don't know, what clothing he's wearing?
Right there, and his name is Green.
Let the record reflect identification of the defendant.
So noted.
Ms. Artist, can you tell me where you were on September 22nd, 2023?
On Lakewood.
On Lakewood, and is that in the city of Detroit?
Yes.
In the county of Wayne?
Yes.
Were you at a dwelling on Lakewood?
What is it?
A building,
Yes, it's apartment.
apartment building? And were you at an apartment unit?
Yes, it's an apartment inside of it. I don't know the unit number though.
Whose apartment were you at?
And
You were at Mr. Weber's apartment. Was anyone else there?
no, just me.
And were you there the night before?
Yes.
When you woke up that morning, how did you wake up?
With him standing on top of me.
Did he say anything?
Yes.
Can you tell the court what he said?
He said, "Bitch, this how you gonna do me?" Excuse me.
What happened after Mr. Weber woke you up by standing over you?
He grabbed me by my neck, threw me to the floor.
When he grabbed you by your neck, was he using one hand or two hands?
Two.
And you said he threw you to the floor?
Yes.
When he threw you to the floor, where was he holding on to you at?
Once he threw me to the floor, that's when he started swinging on me.
Before he threw you to the floor, how did he throw you?
By my neck to the floor.
While his hands were around your neck, how was your breathing?
It was so-so.
So you said that you ended up on the floor?
Yes.
What happened once you ended up on the floor?
That's when he got to swinging.
He
With a
started
closed fist.
close fist? Do you know approximately how many times he hit you?
No, I don't recall, but I know that after he hit me with a closed fist, that's when he grabbed the cooler and hit me with the cooler twice.
You said he hit you with the cooler,
Yes, that's for icing.
an ice cooler. Approximately how big was the cooler?
Average size cooler that you get from Family Dollar.
So maybe 5 feet wide?
I say it's about this long.
For the record, can we say that's about 3.5, 4 feet?
3.5, 4 feet.
When he hit you in the face with the cooler, did it make contact with your face?
No, he hit me with on my body with the cooler.
Okay.
He hit me with his fist on my face.
Okay. Did you try and get away from Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Were you able to get away?
Not until I called my mother.
Okay, so you called your mom?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened after you called your mom?
She came and picked me up and we took me to her house. That's when I notified the police of what happened. And it stated that if he come over to my mother's neighborhood to call him back, he did, and I notified the police and they came back and they arrested.
I want to go back and talk about the assault. Did you suffer injuries?
Yes.
Can you describe those injuries?
I got a gash right here above my eye still, and my face was just completely swollen. I submitted pictures.
Okay. And you gave these pictures to the prosecutor's office?
Yes, ma'am.
No more questions for this witness.
Cross-examine.
Good morning, is it Ms. Artis?
Yes, sir.
Oh, good morning, Ms. Artis.
Good morning.
All right, how long have you known, Mr. Webb?
Almost a year.
And, were the two of you living together?
Yeah, I was staying with her.
You indicated the, morning in question, you woke up, is that correct?
Yeah, he woke me up.
He woke you up, all right, he was he standing over you, or was?
Yes, he's standing over the bed.
Okay. Had the two of you been arguing before then?
No, we had a beautiful day that day. The
I'm
whole
sorry.
day went, I said, no, we had a beautiful day. The whole day went good.
Okay. Did you have any reason why he was upset with you?
No.
Sometime before all this happened, did you get a call from your brother?
No.
Did you get a call that your brother, was planning on committing suicide, anything of that nature?
Objection, Your Honor, relevant and asked and answered. The witness already says they get a call from her brother.
Mr. Relevance, Mr. Watson.
Well, I'll move on. You indicated that, he hit you. Did you ever call, ever call 911?
I did when I got to my mother's house.
Okay. You probably know approximately when you called 911?
I said around about 6:15. That's the first call.
How many calls did you make to 911?
2.
And that would be between 6 and 6:15
Yeah,
a.m.?
that's the first call.
Okay, when was the second call?
The second one was, I say, around 11, maybe 11, 12.
You said the second call was 11, 12?
Yeah, between 11 and 12.
Oh, between 11 and 12.
And that's the number.
And, you made the second, did you make both calls from your mother's house?
Yes. Oh, from my cell phone.
After you left, Mr. Weber's house, did you, send any text messages?
No,
Did you receive any text messages?
yes,
How many text messages did you receive?
probably over 10.
Did you make any screenshots of those text messages?
Yes, I did.
Did you turn those to the police?
Yes, I did. Now, actually, I gave them to the prosecutor, but the police was holding my phone while he was texting, but I gave them to the prosecutor.
So you're saying some of those text messages were sent while the police had your phone?
Yes,
Now, you say that you were hit with a cooler, is that correct?
yes,
Where were you hit at?
in my chest area.
And was this a metal cooler or plastic? What was the cooler?
Plastic.
Was it plastic cooler? To your knowledge, was anything in the cooler?
No, we're not doing it.
Did you go to the hospital?
No, because I had to babysit my nephews and I didn't have nobody else to watch them.
Did the police recommend you going to the hospital?
Yes, the ambulance came out also.
So the ambulance did come?
Yes, sir.
It came to your mother's house?
Yes.
Do you remember approximately what time the ambulance got there?
Not offhand, I'd say probably about 7, 8 o'clock.
In the evening?
In the morning.
In the morning? So when the ambulance came, you were over your mother's house?
Yes.
So when all this happened, at Mr. Weber's, was anyone else present?
No.
Did you see Mr. Weber anytime after you went over to your mother's house that
Yes.
day? When did you see him?
It was like around the time I made the second phone call to the police, that was like say around 11 and 12.
Where'd you see him at?
On my mother block, getting out of my brother's vehicle.
You're getting out of your brother's vehicle?
He was getting out of my brother's vehicle.
Oh, he was getting out of your brother's vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any words with him?
No.
When you saw him getting out of your brother's vehicle, where were you at?
Inside the house, sitting on the couch.
Okay. When he got out of your brother's vehicle, did he come over to your mother's house?
No, he walked down the street.
One moment. How far did you have to go from Mr. Weber's, where Mr. Weber lived, to your mother's house?
He stay on Lakewood and Warren, my mother stay on Tennessee and Few. So I say that's like a 5-10 minute drive.
How did you get from this house to mother's house?
She came and picked me up.
All right, so she drove over, picked you up?
Yes.
Okay, I don't have any further questions.
You reiterate?
Briefly, Your Honor.
Ms. Artis, you just testified that text messages were exchanged between you and Mr. Weber after you left his home.
No, he texted me, I didn't respond to the text messages.
How soon after you left his home did he start texting?
Probably 20 minutes, 15, 20 minutes. I still got all the text messages in my phone.
And will you tell the court the content of those text messages?
It was like, well, I'm finna come on the block. I'm gonna help you and your mother and your nephews up. I'm coming. This is serious. You think you was hard, not hard.
And when you arrived at your mom's house, was that in the city of Detroit?
Yes.
In the county of Wayne?
Yes.
And how long were you at your mom's house before you see Mr. Weber getting out your brother's vehicle?
I got there at 6:30. He got on my brother's vehicle around 11, 12 o'clock.
And what did you do after you seen him get out that vehicle?
But the police said call him. So I called the 5th precinct there.
No more questions, President.
Ma'am, you said that he had his hands around your neck. You were breathing. Can you describe the breathing again? Were you able to breathe normally?
Not normal because I had acid and chronic bronchitis, but not normal, but it was like, it's when you go, yeah. And that's when I,
Was there pressure to your neck?
yeah, that's when I, well, we let go, we got to the
Questions based on my questions?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step. Or witnesses for the people?
No, Your Honor.
Any witnesses for the defendant?
No, we have.
People?
Your Honor, the people will move to Bindover as charged, and we will move to amend to add an additional charge of GBH for the strangulation when the complaint witness was put off.
What's the first GBH for?
For being hit with the cooler and, the bruising to her face.
Mr. Washington?
Look, I would object to the amendment. I apologize. I've got sensitive. Apologize. I'll make an objection to the proposal. Witness testimony. Witness was asked the state of her breathing. She never did explicitly say she couldn't breathe. I don't think there was enough to show intent to strength. So for that reason, I object.
So I thought that's what the original assault with intent to rape out of time, less than murder by strangulation was the alleged choke. She indicated that her breathing was somewhat obstructed. It was complicated by her having asthma. I thought that's what the original charge was for. The assault with the cooler, I don't find that was assault with intent to rape out of time, less than murder by strangulation. That sounds more to me like only assault with a dangerous weapon. So the court will add a count 3 for felonious assault will bind those under assault with intent to do great violence, harm, less than murder, as well as the domestic violence. The court finding those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. Finding probable cause to believe this defendant committed and will find the defendant over as such. Is arraignment on the information date and time will be October 16, 2023 at 9:00 a.m. Bond will be continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yeah, come on back to that. Sorry. We go. So the Hicks, you know, we're gonna- not- Okay, Mr. Notes, you ready on nays?
Not yet, Your Honor, my comment says he's parking his car.
Okay. How you doing?
I did, right? How about you?
I'm sorry?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
No, good, thank you.
So, good morning, Judge.
So, Mr. Drain, who do we have?
We're just waiting for Mr. Yates to.
Yeah, witnesses for this one.
Mr. Yates.
Okay, for Mr. Adams.
Yes, there's a few.
Okay.
And in your honor, I would also ask if you could very briefly recall the Wesley Hardin case. That is the one where I requested an adjournment to, and you adjourned it to next Monday. Recall that quickly.
Do we have the, Mr. Notes is here.
Yes.
Recalling 23058999601 versus Wesley Hart. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drink for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. William Knox, P42796 of the Neighborhood Defender Services of Detroit, on behalf of Mr. Wesley Hardin. Mr. Hardin is already departed, so I asked him to waive his appearance.
Okay, court of ladies and parents, I was asked to recall this case.
Thank you, Your Honor. I greatly appreciate this court's patience and this court's willingness to adjourn this case to next week so that I can get, have the opportunity to try to get the complainant here because she is out of state. Your Honor, right after we went off the record, I immediately emailed the victim advocate, gave her the information, and asked what can I do to help facilitate getting the complainant here for next week. The victim advocate just texted me back. She got in contact to try to start the process of getting her here. The complainant has now stated she has too much going on and she is not going to. She's changed her mind. She is not going to appear for next month.
So Mr. Notes was right.
Yes, he was right, and I wanted to let the court know, Mr. Notes.
What time did I set that for? 6?
9:15.
So people, do you have a motion?
So, Your Honor, based on the information that I have, I will not be able to go forward next Monday, when the new date is, so I will go to dismiss without question.
So we're proposing dismiss this matter without questions.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And again, I appreciate the court's time.
Mr. Notes, is your client here now?
No, he's not. He's already gone.
No, I'm talking about Mr. Mays.
Oh, I'll go out and check.
Mr. Mays.
Yes, Your Honor.
Calling case 2359025, people state of Michigan versus Adam Eugene Mays II. Defendant is charged in count 1 assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2 domestic violence, 30 minutes. 30 minutes notice. Defendant has an additional 24 minutes notice. He also has case 2359024, charged in count 1 carjack. Count 2 assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 3 domestic violence, 30 minutes notice. Defendant has an additional 24 minutes notice. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drink for the people, P number 60249 on both cases.
May it please this honorable court, William Noakes, P42796, Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit, on behalf of Mr. Adam Mays.
Name is Adam Mays, Your Honor. Adam Eugene Mays, sorry.
There's a date, time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge.
Which case are you proceeding with first?
Your Honor, we could begin with case ending in 9024 01, with the offense date of April 28th.
Okay, so we're back on the record on case 2359024. And discharging the count 1 carjack, count 2 assault, intent to be grave out with harmless murder by strangulation, count 3 domestic violence charge. As the issue for the court. Ready to call your witness?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the people have one witness, that would be Ms. Nastasia White.
Okay. Ma'am, please step forward. Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? And please have a seat in the witness box right next to me. Just pull that door open. Have a seat, speak to that microphone that's to your left. Maybe begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Please state your name once again for the record.
Okay, White.
All right. Ms. White, I'm going to ask you some questions. If you understand anything or if you want me to repeat it, please let me know, all right?
Okay.
So let's start off with this. Why are you here today?
Because I was told to come.
Were you told by me?
Yes.
And did I tell you that you must appear in court today?
Yes.
Did I tell you that there could be repercussions for you if you did not appear today?
Yes.
Did you want to appear today?
No.
Okay, but you're here. All right, I want to bring your attention back to the date of April 28th of this year, 2023. Do you remember that date?
Yeah.
Okay. And one other thing, did I tell you that you must testify truthfully as to the incidents that happened?
Yeah.
And are you going to do that?
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, so April 28th, what were you doing on that day?
I was supposed to be exchanging, we supposed to be exchanging a child.
Okay, and when you say we, who are you talking about?
It was supposed to be me and one of Adam's family members.
Okay, what is Adam's last name?
May.
Mays. Okay, how do you know Adam Mays?
That's my child's father.
How old is your child that you have?
7.
Okay. So you were supposed to be doing a child exchange with one of Mr. Mays's relatives, is that right?
Yeah.
And did that happen?
No.
Okay. Do you see Mr. Mays today in courtroom?
Yeah.
For identification purposes, could you indicate where he is and what he's wearing today?
He's right there in a brown and black shirt.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please let this record reflect this witness has identified the defendant, Adam Mays.
So noted.
Thank you. All right. So did you do any kind of exchange with Adam Mays or someone else?
No, not at all.
Where were you going to do the exchange?
It was on Gratiot and Light Commerce area.
So was it on the street, in a parking lot? Where were you supposed to be?
Right. Yeah, close to my relative's house.
Okay. So did you go to that area?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you have the daughter to give your daughter to give to Mr. Mays? Or did he have your daughter and he was supposed to give this child to you?
He was supposed to give her to me.
Okay. Did Mr. Mays arrive to the location that you agreed on?
Yeah.
Okay. Did he have your daughter?
No.
What did you think? What did you think when you saw him without your daughter?
I knew there was something else as far as, we have a case in Macwan, so I knew he wanted to talk about that.
Okay, what do you mean you had a case in Macwan?
We were going through a domestic violence situation in Macwan.
Okay, so by case, do you mean there was a criminal case in Macomb County?
Yes.
Okay, and you were the complainant?
Yeah.
And Mr. Mays was the defendant?
Yeah.
Okay, was there an adjudication, was there any kind of sentence?
No.
Okay, so were you allowed to have contact back and forth?
No.
No, you were not supposed to.
No.
Okay, and is that why you were intending to meet with one of Mr. Mead's relatives?
Yeah.
Okay, so you see Mr. Mays, he doesn't have your daughter.
Right.
What happened next?
Kind of like grabbed my door and got into the car.
Okay, so you're saying park in your vehicle, is that right?
Yeah.
What kind of vehicle were you driving?
A 300.
Okay, so.
300. Price.
So does he arrive in a vehicle, on foot, on a bike? How does he arrive to your car?
I see him on foot.
Okay, so you just saw him walk on foot to your vehicle?
Yeah.
Okay, so again, what happens when he arrives to your vehicle?
He got in my car.
Okay, where were you seated in the car?
I was in the front seat driving.
Okay, where did he get in your car?
The back seat.
He got in the back seat?
Yeah.
Okay, what happens when he gets in the back seat?
Not asked him where his familiar. He said, shoot my people, and I'm trying to talk about, not pressing charges on the
So at what point in the process, if you know, was the case in code? So there was you mentioned there was a case in code, a criminal case. When you were the complainant.
Yeah.
So was there a hearing coming up for that case?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're saying Mr. Mays wanted to talk about that?
Yeah.
Okay, so what did he say to you about that?
If I press charges, I'm gonna mess up his life. He's gonna go to prison. And, I'm gonna come up missing basically, if I proceed.
You're gonna come up missing if you proceed?
Yeah.
Okay. What happened after, what did you say, if anything?
I told him that I am gonna show up. He said, take me downtown, so I proceeded to drive, but I turned in a Tim Hortons parking lot.
Okay, and how far away was Tim Hortons parking lot from where you were?
Like, not far at all, probably like 2 blocks.
And where was that located, do you know?
Gratiot and French Road.
Okay, Gratiot and French Road, was that in the city of Detroit, in the county of Blaine?
Yeah.
Okay, and why did you pull into that parking lot?
For one, because it was raining, and he was like behind me, kind of rowdy, and, I wanted to get some help.
Okay, number one, what do you mean by he was rowdy?
Like, he was kind of upset about me, the answer that I gave him that I was coming to court.
And number two, why did you want to get some help?
Because I know what happened if, I stayed in a car basically, just even taking downtown, I knew it was in a fight.
You knew it would have been a fight?
Yeah.
Okay. So what happened when you pulled into the parking lot?
We were still going back and forth. He told me not to stop the car. I parked or whatever. He was trying to like get the gear to like make me, I guess, back up to start driving again. So he's leaning in the front seat. So I'm steady trying to push the car off, because push to start, but, he was just basically, like I said, was trying to get the gear for me to back up or whatever he was trying to do. And, he kind of like choked me from behind, and, that was pretty much it.
Okay, so you said he's in the backseat, but he's leaning in the front?
Yeah.
Okay, so when you said he choked you, what did he do specifically?
He put his hand around both, he had both hands around my neck.
Okay, and what was he doing with his hands around you?
Squeezing.
Okay, and was that squeezing restricting your breathing in any way?
Yes.
Yes, a little bit?
Yeah.
Okay, how long did that go on for?
A few seconds.
Okay.
Yeah, less than a minute.
Less than a minute, okay. And, did you try to get away, or did he just stop on his own? What happened?
Yes, I tried to get away.
Okay.
I got out of the front seat. He jumped in the front seat. So I got out of the car.
Okay, so you are able to get away and you get out of your vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, what does he do next?
Jumped in the front seat.
Okay, and what were you thinking at that time?
I was gonna call the police.
Okay, did you have your phone?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you do next?
Call the police.
Okay, and was he still there sitting in your vehicle?
At first, yeah.
Okay, and were you able to call the police?
Yeah.
Did you actually start talking?
Yeah.
Were you still right by your car?
Yes.
Okay, could he clearly see you?
Yeah.
Could he hear you?
Yeah,
Okay. What happened next?
he pulled off.
Okay, did you say anything?
I said, you know, don't take my car.
Okay. And, how far did you see him go?
I was seeing how turn on grass shit and after that, you know, I couldn't see him nowhere from where I was at.
Okay. Were you still on the phone with, calling the police?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you complete that call?
Yeah.
And did the police come?
Yeah.
And did you make a report?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you eventually get your vehicle
Hours later, yeah.
back? Thank you. Any further questions?
Cross examine.
Give me a moment. Ms. White,
Tomorrow.
my understanding is you did not want to appear here today. Is that correct?
Yeah,
And why did you want to appear?
because I have better things to do, work.
So there's a case between you and Mr. Mays in Macomb County,
Yeah.
and he's on bond in Macomb County.
Probation.
Yes.
Yeah.
And as part of that probation order, you do understand that he has no contact provision. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And on the day that you say this happened, he didn't contact you, did he?
Yeah.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
And so the camera at Tim Hortons will actually show him contacting you?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll look into that. But you did know that he had a no contact provision, and that if he violated that, his probation would probably be revoked.
Yeah.
Further questions?
Can you redirect?
I have nothing further.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step. Just push it. Any other witnesses for the people?
No witnesses, Your Honor.
Any witnesses for the defendant?
No, Your Honor.
People?
Your Honor, this time I move to bind over as charged with the argument.
Mr. Hurst?
I mean, there's clearly a credibility question, given that this witness did not want to appear, and she's only appearing because she has been coerced into appearing by the prosecution. So I'm questioning her credibility, but, you know, given the nature of what she said, probably question of that for the jury, for the trial, of fact, that we fight it out across the street.
I agree. Here's the question. Fact, court after hearing the testimony, Ms. White is satisfied that that may be burden of probable cause as relates to the charges contained in the 21. Court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. Court finds probable cause to believe this has been committed. Defendant will be gone over to Wayne County Criminal Division for proceedings. Are there any issues as to bond?
Yes, Your Honor, there are issues related to that, however, I think it's something that we can.
And I'll give you a rain date after the next year.
Okay.
Is this your same witness?
Yes, Judge.
Let's have it come back. Calling case 2359025, people versus Adam Eugene Mays the second, charged with count one assault with intent to break out of harm murder by strangulation. Count two, domestic violence, third degree statements. Defendant has an additional report. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drink for the People, P number 60249.
William Notes, P 42796 of the Defender Services. Detroit, on behalf of Mr. Adam Mays.
Your name, sir.
Adam Eugene Mays, Your Honor.
All right. There's a time set for preliminary examination. The witness has taken the stand. Ma'am, would you raise your right hand again? You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Thank you.
On your name. Oh, sorry.
Please state your name for the record.
Ms. Asia White.
All right. And Ms. White, why are you here today?
I'm representing to be here.
Okay. And was it me that spoke with you and told you that you had to be here today?
Yeah.
Okay. And did I tell you that there could possibly be repercussions for you if you did not appear today?
Yeah.
Okay. And did I told you that you have to testify truthfully as to the things that have happened?
Yeah.
Okay. And are you going to testify truthfully?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. And did you want to be here today?
No.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. White, I want to bring your attention now to the date of September 22nd of this year, 2023. Do you remember that date?
Yeah.
And where were you on that date? Where's your home located?
16800 Telegraph, Detroit, Michigan, 4219, apartment 116.
Okay, and on that date, you were home, were you there by yourself or with anyone else?
With my child. Yeah.
Okay, and what is your child, how old is your child again?
7.
Okay, and you said you were with Adam. What is Adam's last name?
May.
And how do you know him?
My child's father.
Okay, and do you see him in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
For identification purposes, could you indicate where he is and what he's wearing today?
Right there, brown and black shirt.
Thank you. Your Honor, please, at this reference, that this witness has identified the defendant, Adam Mays.
So noted.
All right, and what happened on that day?
Me and Adam was verbally arguing at first. It led from like the night before we was arguing. I wanted him to leave, he didn't leave. So the argument continued when I was getting up to work and I was getting my child for school. And I was asking him to leave, he refused it. So he asked me to go to my mailbox. I went to my
And this is September 20th of this year, 2023.
Yeah.
All right, now, does Adam Mays live at your house with you?
Yeah.
Okay. Why was he there on that day?
He comes over sometimes, so we my child.
Okay, and that's your child again?
Yes.
Okay, so on this day, was there, to your knowledge, any kind of no contact order in place through any other court?
No.
Okay. So you said you asked him to leave?
Yeah.
Okay, and would he leave?
No.
Okay, so what happened after that?
It was still a long verbal argument about him leaving and about why he didn't want to leave. And then he kind of said, I need to go to your mailbox. And I said, you need the key to get to my mailbox. I said, no. He kind of like pushed me into the wall and like kind of trying to go out the door.
Okay. And after he did that, did he go out the door?
No.
Okay. What happened after that?
After that, I ended up gathering my things and I went out the door.
Okay. And why did you go out the door?
So that I could go on the door.
Okay. And did you call the police?
Yeah.
And did the police come?
Yeah.
Was Adam Mays still there when the police arrived?
Yeah.
Okay. And what happened when he arrived?
So I was in the car, they asked me a couple questions, then they went to the house where he was. And after that, they told me I could leave there, lock up my house, and I ended up proceeding to go to work.
Okay. So
you had it, so there was an argument that happened. And you said that he went by you and pushed you out of the way.
Yeah.
Okay, could you describe that?
Like pushed me, his hand was like on my chest, neck, kind of sort of, and like pushed me into the wall and kept moving.
Okay, and so was that just a pretty quick event?
Yeah.
Okay, so where, was it one hand or both hands?
One.
Okay, where was his hand again?
Right, my chest, my actual neck, it was like right here.
Okay, so he just did that and pushed you against the wall?
Right.
Okay, so was your breathing restricted in any way at this time?
No.
No, okay, all right, so it was just a quick push against the wall, and then he walked out the door.
Well, that's what I thought he was going, but he didn't go out.
He didn't go out the door.
Right.
Okay, and then you eventually left.
Yeah.
Okay, and was there anything else that happened?
No.
I have no further questions now.
Yes. That's why I am just mystified. You had a case involving this man that we just heard earlier today, dating back to the 28th of April, where you said he carjacked. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And in September of this year, he's speaking with you in your house?
Yeah.
And he received a phone call, is that what set off the argument?
Yes.
And did you suspect that that call was from another woman?
Yeah.
And you were upset about that, weren't you?
Correct.
Because you're sleeping with this man, and I mean, for those who are not familiar with the verbiage, you were having sex with this man, right?
No.
No, okay, you just had him in your bed.
Correct.
Okay. And the next morning, you were arguing because of the fact that he might have been seeing another woman?
Yeah.
And then he wanted to go in the mailbox?
Yeah.
And he pushed you?
Yeah.
He didn't strangle you?
It wasn't that show.
He just pushed you?
Yeah.
And there was no contact order in place at that time?
No.
You must be in love with this man. Withdraw the question.
Can you redirect?
I have no reason.
Thank you, ma'am, you missed that. Any other witnesses for the people?
No further witnesses.
Any witnesses for the defendant?
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, I would move to Bindover on count 2 only, not on count 1. I don't believe that there has been enough testimony to establish count.
I would concur and assume the count 2 being a domestic violence third offense would tag along with the other case, so they stay in tandem.
Okay. So the court finds insufficient evidence to bind over on count 1, however, there is sufficient evidence to bind over on count 2. Domestic violence, it being a third offense, which is a sentence enhancement, doesn't necessarily have to be shown here, but it has to agree on the third offense. So the arraignment with the information that brings me back to bond.
Yes, and I do want to address bond, Your Honor. The complainant has indicated to me that the defendant has been contacting her. Does this court wish to speak with her? The complainant has indicated to me that the defendant has been contacting her. Does the court wish to speak with her?
Yes.
Right here.
Yes, ma'am. Tell me your name for the record again.
Natasha Wright.
Ms. Wright, and remind me you're still on oath, okay?
Yes.
And Ms. Wright, Ms. White, I should say. It's been brought to the court's attention that the defendant has contacted you.
Yes.
When was the last time he contacted you?
That's how it was. That's Friday.
Last Friday,
Yeah.
the sixth?
Yeah.
Okay, what was the nature of the contact? How did he contact you?
He said it was a gas station and phone.
You recognized his voice?
Yeah.
What did he say when he contacted you?
First, he asked me to come pick him up, because he just got out of jail. Then he said that, he ended up calling back and saying that I need to get this behind him, because he might have a warrant from home, but they didn't come get him, so he's trying to get away before they do.
Have you at any time contacted him?
No.
In fact, he was in jail, you didn't have a way of contacting him.
Correct.
Mr. Notes?
I would suggest that she hasn't had any contact with him other than the night that he was in her bed. And frankly, Your Honor, my client has a GPS tether, he has a bond, and if you want to impose a no contact order.
How about I remind him as well as you that when I say no contact, that's exactly what I mean. I mean, no contact, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
What is it about that you don't understand?
Oh, I understand it very well. I've been walking
Apparently
this.
you don't. If you're contacting her still,
I have not contacted her, Your Honor.
so she's lying.
This is what she does for years. I'll be out on bond and I go to court for a bond violation every time before my court date. Bond violations. I can't take care of my child, can't get a job, I can't do right to stay out there and be a productive citizen and stay away from her.
You're telling me you didn't
She
contact
wants me to have contact. No, I not have no contact with her. And I'm willing to prove to this court. Everything. I'm willing to prove to this court. GPS tether on my leg.
So was it your cell phone he contacted?
Yes.
Do you have your cell phone with you?
Yes.
Can you show me the contact?
Yes. So I have the gas station man number and I have the jail numbers as well, but I'm showing you the gas station man number first, and then I can show you the jail contact.
So he contacted you from jail as well?
Yes, he did.
When was that?
Every day since he's been in there, all the way up until he's about to get out.
He contacted you every day?
Yes.
Show me those jail calls.
I have voicemails, I can show you the number, and also I have a couple screenshots.
You have voicemails?
Yeah,
Let me
like,
hear the voicemail. And you saying you didn't call her, you on the voicemail either?
Wayne County Channel. Your
I-
phone does not accept collect calls. This call has been provided by Helming as a courtesy for friends and family. You cannot receive additional calls from this inmate until you set up a prepaid account. We can take your credit or debit card information over the phone and connect you immediately back to your home. This call is subject to recording and monitoring. To accept all communications from this inmate and Helming. To deny this call, press 2. If you wish to only accept this call and not future calls from this inmate, press 3. For more information about inmate calls, press 5.
So you were just about to say something?
Yes, sir. I would like to take this time to mitigate, Your Honor. Please. Please. This is my life.
Your Honor, it's unclear who made those jail calls because jail calls left.
Who else called her from jail?
Jail calls coming from through voicemail do not leave an identification. God knows I deal with so many of them every day, and I don't know
who else
it
is calling her from jail?
I don't know.
Do I look stupid to you?
No, you don't look stupid.
Okay.
And I
I'm
know
just
you're not
wondering.
Boo Boo the Clown, but I believe this woman is lying. Who knows? She may have a relative in jail that's trying to reach her.
And if was a fifth, we'd all be drunk.
She's already lied once about him choking her.
Bond is revoked. I'm gonna set bond at
Your Honor, may I please take this time?
$100,000 cash surety, and I'm doing that because you have an inability to follow court rules.
Yes,
You
I
have
do.
cases in Macomb County, you have cases here, yet you still won't leave this
Can
woman
I-
alone. And I don't care if she do want to talk to you.
Can I just take this time to say something to you, sir? That's why I asked you, can I take this time to mitigate? Please, it's very important.
You want him to talk now? If you let him
Please.
talk, go ahead.
Please, listen. I'm on probation out of Macomb. I had a no contact order for 2 years. I had a no contact order. At August 8th, I've been put on probation. Just this year, I just got put on probation. As soon as I got put on probation, Natasha White is mad to the judge because we cannot have contact. This is what you did to me. Okay, so she take her time to write a letter to the prosecutor out of
What does that
Macomb.
have to do with you calling her from jail?
I'm trying to explain something to you. I have not called her from jail. I'm trying to explain something to you. I'm trying to get away from this woman. And this is what she does to me. This is what she does. Please give me this chance. I'm begging you, man. I'm begging you to show you I'm working. I have no.
Hold on. I'm gonna hear it. Go ahead.
Hello, this is a prepaid call from.
That's the truth.
To prevent calls from this facility, press
She's everywhere. This is her plan. Please give me this chance. Please. I've been through so many judges. I'm begging. I don't have money for no paid lawyer. Please give me this chance.
And detainee at the Detroit, Michigan Detention Center. To accept this call, press 0 from.
Wasn't that you?
No, that was not me. That was not me. Can you please give me the chance? Please, man. I'm doing this is why she's mad right now. I just had my daughter all weekend. I'll take care of my child. I'm begging the courts, man. I'm begging the courts. I know I got tested. I got bail bonds willing to come here and help me out. Paid lawyers, please speak on my behalf. Just please.
Problem is, I don't believe.
Can I please give me this chance? This
Tell me why you were at her house in her bed after you had a case pending in Macomb County. You weren't supposed to.
I was
have
on
contact.
probation. She wrote the judge. Listen to me. She wrote the judge to get the no contact order lifted a month ago. And the judge said, I'm lifting no contact order. You guys want to be together. You can be together. And soon as every time she get mad, she called, I swear, this was a month ago. You can ask the prosecutor out of Macomb. It's written.
Is that true, man?
Yes, he threatened me and said, you need to write the judge, or I'm being prison away from my daughter. I did write the judge, so he said the contact would be so he can be able to get the daughter. And that's what I did, as far as the no contact order to get uplifted so we can exchange the child. Cause I don't mess with his family, so we wanted to do it, thought it was gonna be okay for us to do it with each other instead of a family member.
I gotta say one thing, please, you didn't judge me. I have no assault record with no other one but this woman.
No, they're all here.
That's all with this woman. This all she does. I am not that type of person. Can I please? She's got me in her great body harm, less than murder, carjacking. I've been in her for CSC, great 7 counts of CSC with $100 bond. She denies everything. She don't have no bruises, never a picture out of all these years. Please, I called Camilla Barkovich out of Macomb County. I paid her $7,500. I mean, last year. Jason Malkovich, $5,000, and they'll vouch for you. Case dismissed. Case dismissed. I've been arrested for domestic violence. No exaggeration. For over 75 times. It's insane. Can someone please help me? I have my sister right here. She's in the courtroom. Please. I'm on GPS tether. There's nowhere else. She does. I do not stay nowhere near her. Nowhere near her. Can you please give me the chance? This will always happen. I pays by lucky. I'm in Detroit. I got a personal. I never had a personal. I never had a chance to not pay for a tether. You pay for tethers out there. EMS service, house arrest. I've been through it. Can you please give me this chance to prove? This is how I always get treated like this. And they lock me up. And I'll be away with my daughter. My daughter just on the phone with me all the way till I pulled up. I'm a great dad. We have pictures of just July the 4th for all of us together. That's what she does. My mother woman called my phone and she want me in jail. She don't want no one else to have me. And I'm willing to prove to this court, whatever, I lie detector test, whatever I have to do. I need to make some money, and it's money. It's money. I had thousands of court appointments. I'm not disrespecting him. He's a great lawyer. But I need someone to go deep into my life. I've been arrested for this 75 times. She just wrote a letter. Just wrote a letter to the prosecutor. I'm on probation. Burnett Jr., chief judge. He said, this girl is insane. You just called and got me in jail for no contact order. Just said I was around you. Didn't say I did anything. Just got me violated. I was put in jail, and for me to get out, she wrote a letter, and I just got out a month ago.
And what is she supposed to be mad about?
Because a girl called my phone and she just admitted to it. Her name Leisha. She come to court to testify.
Because her girl called your phone.
A girl called my phone.
Girl called you.
And she'll come to court to testify. I went to court that same night. She'll come to court to testify. Whatever I need to do, just please give me this chance.
Thank you. Judge, I just asked this way, if it wasn't just him calling the jail, but if they did actually some of the times have conversations, she said yes, they did. So it was
What type of woman put money on the phone for me to have a conversation with her, but I just great body her less murder you? Just make it just, she's mad because I'm not telling to her home.
Did you call her?
No, I did not.
You haven't talked to her?
I'm telling you how this go. If I would have got out and tethered to her house.
Did you talk to her?
No, I did not. Did not talk to her. She's
call her?
mad because I'm not talking to her. That's why she's here. And any other time, it would just be no show, case dismissed, case dismissed. I have so many cases dismissed. Can you please look into my file? I'm talking about Roseville, Fraser, Troy, Sterling Heights, East Point, Clint Township.
Is it possible for us to pull his jail card records?
Absolutely.
Let's do that. Well, and if you lie to me, sir, I guarantee you, I'm gonna set your bond so high, you're not gonna be able to get out. You understand?
Yes, sir.
This is your opportunity to come clean to me right now. You have not called her from the Wayne County Jail.
She had a way of controlling me when I told her. I have not had, listen to me. I have not had contact with her. And I told myself, I'm doing everything I can to stay
Listen
with
to
her.
my question. It's a very simple yes or no. You have not contacted her from the Wayne County Jail.
No, I have not.
You have not called her number from the Wayne County Jail.
No, I have not.
So
I talked to my child.
I'm gonna pull your jail card records. And if I find out that you're lying to me, I'm gonna put you in jail. You understand that's the deal?
That's a deal.
All right.
If I may,
Yes.
even though I'm not a paid lawyer, I might have something to say. Given that she would have custody of their child, there's nothing that would prohibit him from contacting his daughter.
Okay, so.
And so how do you distinguish between contacting her?
I asked
and
him
talk to
if he
her daughter?
contacted her phone. He said no.
Your Honor.
So now he's contacting the daughter.
Your Honor.
Y'all playing games.
Your Honor, listen to me. No.
Listen, I'm not playing any game. I don't do that. What I'm talking about is that it appears that this woman has some reason to continuously pursue this man through the courts. And today is simply another example.
No, it's much simpler than that.
I'm gonna just say this. I'm gonna just say
No,
this.
be quiet. It's much simpler than that. With all due respect, Mr. Notes. If there's a no contact order, he's not to have any contact with her. No contact means no contact. By way of phone, text message, third party, I don't care who. Not even to contact his daughter. I don't want him contacting her, period.
I understand that, and she's not to contact him either.
She can't contact him if he's in the jail.
She can.
He's been out of,
She can't contact.
he's been out of jail. So has she contacted him since then? She obviously.
I don't care about her contacting him. He's not to contact her. It's that plain and simple.
Understood.
Can we pull those jail card records?
And Judge, could you please state your name for the record?
Michael Stolberg.
I got that.
And what did you do?
Wayne County Sheriff's Department, internal affairs, when it provides jail calls.
Oh, okay.
So he happened to be here in for another case today, so he is here. He is the person who you request jail calls from.
How long will it take you to get those records?
However long it takes to get back to my office, probably 10 minutes after that, and get back up here to stuff for you guys.
That would be wonderful.
Yeah, I just want to say the course of time. I just want to say this, and this is the process. This is the process, and it's been going on. And it's like, if I'm not with her, then she's going to be against me. Okay, you probably don't believe me now, but in the trial, I just did 9.5 months.
I don't care nothing about
and
any of that.
home.
All I care about is whether or not you contacted her, and you told me you didn't. So now are you telling me that you did? I don't know what's so complicated about that question.
Your Honor. Yeah, there's no complication. My client simply didn't understand the distinction between calling her phone and contacting her. So he's now prepared to say yes.
So now she's not a liar. After you stood there and said this woman, you believe this woman is a liar.
I still believe that based on the previous case in which she said to the police that he strangled her, and today she came in and said he did not.
Judge, can I say
No.
something?
And there's something more afoot than simply did he contact her or not. I understand you're dealing with the no contact provision.
That's the only thing I'm talking about.
I understand. And I'm saying that it would be unfair to lock Mr. Mays up. He has a GPS tether.
Why would it be unfair? After he violated the court's order time and time again. Why is that unfair?
Why would it be unfair for a witness to come in here who's enticed him into her bed and then say that he has contacted her?
He's not supposed to have any contact with her, period.
No.
Can I say this? When I'm in jail, she wants me to talk to my daughter. So she put money on the phone and I talked to my daughter, which means that I didn't want to make you feel like I'm lying to you because I did talk with her on the phone off my daughter's phone, you know, and
I thought my question to you was very clear, sir. You seem to understand.
Ever since I'm out the doors, a person who behind a tether, and I choose myself, and I say I'm out in this world to do right. I'm gonna stay away from this dirt. I'm in here facing great body harm, less than murder. I'm around guys in here, murder. My bond is so high, I probably wouldn't be here right now with a personal bond. You get what I'm saying? And from my understanding, I heard Shelly Grant on the phone, was merged in on the phone, and she was at the courtroom talking to the prosecutor. He said, hold on for a second. And in front of Judge Monaco, I had a motion to bond hearing. He said, hold on for a second. The plaintiff witness is here. She's outside in the courtroom saying that she don't want to press charges. It's like it's a delusional thing. It's like you put me in jail, and then you hear to do that, and then if I would have went home on tether to her house, she wouldn't be here today. You get what I'm saying? Because I'm at my mom's house and I'm not at her house every night, and she don't know where I'm at because I'm tethered at my mom's house. I'll be at court Monday. She's sending through my daughter's phones. It's gonna be funny Monday. And all I've been doing was being with my daughter, being the father, and all she want to do is lock me up because I'm not there with her. If I was there with her, violating my no contact order, and still there with her, and waiting for the preliminary exam coming, she don't show because she's sorry that she put me through this, and she's trying to call Shelly Grant. I heard her on the phone. It's on mild detention facility. Shelly Grant, she's trying to say they didn't supposed to reissue the old charges. I don't even know why they charged me. I said, you need to tell them that you have a problem.
We're taking up enough time. I got other things to do. Court is going to revoke bond, set a new bond at 100,000 cash surety, GPS tether, no contact. You don't seem to understand what that means, but no contact with the plaintiff witness.
Yeah, keys. Yeah, going back here.
His arraignment on the information, date and time will be October 16, 2023 at 9 o'clock in
In fact, hold on for a minute.
And that's on each case.
Say it again now. Break them down.
Come on, Ms. Howell. Got me all warmed up for you.
No, I'm scared now.
Frederick Adams,
Yes, sir.
calling case 2359052 for the state of Michigan versus Frederick Adams. Defendant is charged with count one aggravated assault. Candace, for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please this court, Gabrielle Kua, requesting permission of practice under court rule 8.120 under the supervision of APA Shelley Drake.
Commission granted.
Information ready. Good morning, Your Honor. Tiffany on behalf of Ms. Adams, T7966.
Your name for the record, sir.
Frederick Adams Jr.
Today's the day time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
How many witnesses were there?
One witness.
Are you witnesses?
Your Honor, before I call my witness, the people would like to ask if Mr. Adams could spell his name. We have a few cases with him and his name is spelled different in every file.
The correct spelling of my name is Fredrick, Luther, Luther, Adams, Adams, Jr.
That's what we have in the file.
Yeah. She's a.
The people will call Allison Lloyd.
Call who?
Allison Lloyd.
What's the first name?
Allison, it's spelled ALLYSON.
Last name?
Lloyd, LLOYD.
Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness box right next to me. Keep your voice up nice and loud, speaking to that microphone that's to your left. Okay? And begin when you're ready.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
Allison Lloyd.
Miss Lloyd, how do you know Frederick Adams?
We were in a relationship
How long was that relationship?
3.5 years.
Would you recognize him if you see him today?
Yeah,
Do you see him in the courtroom?
yeah,
Can you tell the court what item of clothing he's wearing and with him?
yeah. So pink tie and black shirt.
Does the record reflect identification of the defendant?
So noted.
Miss Lloyd, have you testified in this courtroom before?
Yes.
When you testified, who did that other case involve?
Frederick Adams.
And when was that?
I want to say about 2 to 3 weeks ago.
Is that the only time you've been in this courtroom?
Yes.
2 to 3 weeks ago, you testified in this courtroom
Yes.
against Mr. Adams.
Yes.
Did you take any other action after that testimony?
No.
Did you take any other action before that testimony?
Yes.
What was that action?
Getting the PPO and making police reports for the stalking.
How many police reports have you made?
I don't remember.
Is it more than 2?
Yes.
Is it more than 4?
No.
Okay, so between 2 to 4 police reports?
Yes.
And you said you have a PPO?
Yes.
When did you file PPO?
I filed it in March.
And did you serve Mr. Adams with PPO?
No.
Was he ever served?
Yes, he was served through a domestic violence program that I went through to get the PPO.
Approximately when was he served?
I'm not sure.
1 moment now. Did Mr. Adams take any actions against the PPO?
Yes.
And what was that?
Stalking.
Did he make any motions to the PPO court?
Yes.
And how did the court respond to those motions?
When we were supposed to go, in front of the judge about the stalking, he had to appear at another court hearing, so we never went in front of the judge for that.
So to your understanding, do you currently have a PPO against Mr. Adams?
Yes.
And when does that PPO expire?
2024.
Ms. Lloyd, you're here today because you filed a police report?
Yes,
Why did you file a police report?
because Frederick was stalking me.
When you say he was stalking you, what was he doing?
He was following me around in the school vehicle that he was in.
Mr. Adams was following you around?
Yes,
And you say he was following you around in a school vehicle?
yes,
What school does the vehicle belong to?
Loyola High School.
And did you previously testify that he works at this school?
Yes,
Was he working at this school during your relationship?
yes,
And the vehicle he was driving, had you seen that before
yes,
during your relationship?
yes.
What is the first time you've seen the vehicle following you?
The first time was at my daughter's school.
And what school does your daughter go to?
She was attending Schultz Academy of Technology and Arts at the time.
And this is in the city of Detroit,
Correct.
in the county of Wayne?
Yes.
Approximately what month and day was it that you first seen that vehicle at your daughter's school?
I don't recall the month. Well, the month was April.
Would you say it was in the middle of the month or towards the end?
I would say beginning of the month.
Approximately what part of the day did you see him, the vehicle?
It was after school, so around 3:45.
Did you see anyone in the vehicle?
Yes,
Who did you see in the vehicle?
Frederick Adams.
What did he do when you see him?
He was just sitting there in the school vehicle.
Were you also sitting in your vehicle?
Yes, I was waiting for my daughter to come.
And how long were both cars parked in that parking lot?
I'm not sure how long he was sitting there before I seen him, but I was parked there for about 10, 15 minutes.
During that 10 to 15 minutes, did Mr. Adams move?
No,
Were any words exchanged?
no,
Was this the last time you seen that vehicle with Mr. Adams?
no.
When is the next time you see him?
I seen him following me at my aunt's house in Oak Park.
In Oak Park, Michigan?
Yeah,
And approximately how long was this after the first time you seen him?
I can't remember.
Was this the last time you seen him?
I'm sorry,
Was that the last time you seen him at your aunt's house?
no.
When's the next time you seen him?
The next time I seen him was at a parent house, a parent from his basketball organization.
So a mutual third party?
Yes,
How did you end up at the third party's house?
she used to do my youngest hair, braid her hair.
And where did you see Mr. Adams?
I seen him driving past her home,
And what was he driving?
the school van.
Do you remember approximately what month and day this was?
It was April.
Do you know approximately how many days passed between the first time you seen him in the vehicle and this time?
No, I can't recall.
Did you see him again?
After,
After you seen him at your daughter's brother's house, did you see him again?
no,
So just 3 times you seen him in that vehicle?
yes,
Have you seen him since you seen him in that vehicle?
no.
Have you been contacted by him?
Through third parties, yes, and stalking my social media.
You said that you've been contacted by third parties on behalf of Mr. Adams.
Yes,
How many third parties?
just one.
And who is that third party?
Chanel Copeland.
And Ms. Copeland can you spell her last name for the record?
I believe it's Copening.
And Ms. Copening, she contacted you
Correct.
approximately when?
It was right after the race on March.
At some point in March, Ms. Copening contacted you, and why do you believe that it was on behalf of Mr. Adams?
Because she was trying to get the location of where my children and I were.
Did she tell you why she was asking for your location?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
She told me that he was looking for me to harm me.
How did you feel when she told you that?
I felt scared.
Do you know the relationship between Ms. Copening and Mr. Adams?
I know that their children played for his basketball organization for years.
And you also just testified that there has been some social media contact.
Correct.
When did the social media contact start?
It started in March.
And on what social media platform was Mr. Adams contacting you?
Instagram and TikTok.
Was Mr. Adams contacting you directly?
Yes, on Instagram directly.
Can you tell the court what he was saying in those direct messages?
He just sent me a thumbs up, I guess, after he served the PPO.
What about on TikTok? Who was contacting you?
On TikTok, you can see who viewed your profile every day, and his name will pop up on my views.
Do you have a copy of these messages?
Do you have a copy? Your messages on Instagram, did you delete those?
No, I emailed them to Officer Cook.
To Officer Cook, and Officer Cook was the OIC on this case?
Yes.
As well as your previous case?
No, Detective Stevens was on this case.
So the OIC has the copy of the Instagram messages?
Correct.
Did you also tell the OIC about the, that you see Mr. Adams in your TikTok views?
No, I informed Prosecutor Solomon of that. It was addressed at the last court hearing.
Since the last time you seen Mr. Adams outside of that third party's home in April, has there been any more contact?
No.
And when you see Mr. Adams in your views on social media, how does that make you feel?
Unsafe and unprotected.
If I could just have one moment here. Ms. Wood, I want to go backwards a little bit. You have a PPO in this case?
Yeah.
And you've been in this courtroom before?
Yeah.
You got the PPO you got the PPO before your last testimony?
Correct.
Why did you get a PPO?
Because he raped me.
No more questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Questions, Aaron?
Yeah, one second, Judge. Right there.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Boyd,
Yeah.
so you're about testimony, so forgive me. I may hop around, just bear with me. How many times have you filed a police report stating that, Mr. Adams was talking?
About 3 or 4
Right, first you said about 2 times, now it's 3 to 4.
I can't recall.
And we said that there were 3 different times in which he allegedly talked to you, correct?
Correct.
One was at your daughter's school,
Yeah.
and the name of that school was what again?
Schultz Academy for Technology and Arts.
Your aunt house, and at a parent's house from his basketball position.
Correct.
Now, let's talk about which one was first. Let's start there. Out of the 3, which one was first?
The first one was my daughter's school.
Do you testify that you don't know how long he was there before you talked?
Correct.
And were you in front of the school? Was it a parking lot to the school?
It's a parking lot on the other side of the school.
Okay. And what else is in that parking lot? Isn't there a dollar store or a grocery store there as well?
Yes.
And isn't that parking lot that you were in for the dollar store or grocery store?
Yes.
Okay. And isn't it true that you don't know whether or not that van was there before you pulled up?
Correct.
Okay. So you don't know if he just happened to have been there and then you happened to pull up, correct?
Correct.
1 second, Judge. Now, isn't it also true this grocery store and dollar store, isn't it right down the street from where Mr. Adams worked? Isn't it near his job, near Loyola High School?
Yes, it's a year.
Now, when you see him in the parking lot, you guys make eye contact?
No.
Does he wave at you?
No.
Does he call out your name?
No.
Does he get out the car?
No.
Does he approach your car?
No.
Does he throw a rock at your car?
No.
Does he say anything to you?
No.
Yell anything to you?
No.
Okay, so do you even know if he even saw you?
Yes.
How do you know 100% that he saw you?
Because he was just sitting here.
Okay. Did you see him look at you?
No.
So you don't know whether he saw you or not?
No.
Now, once you see him, what do?
I drive off and I call police.
Does he follow you?
I'm not sure.
Well, you didn't look.
No, because I was too busy trying to get somewhere safe.
But in the meanwhile, while trying to get somewhere safe, you didn't check your rear view to make sure the person that you're afraid of and threatened by isn't following you?
No.
So no
I had
point.
my child in the car, I wasn't trying to traumatize.
So you couldn't, it would have been traumatizing to look in your rear view or passenger?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
I asked a different question. It would have been traumatizing to do a quick little glance?
For my child, yes.
How old's your child?
At the time, she was 12.
Is this the only entrance to the school? This parking lot you were in?
No.
So is there another, so where you were at, that's not an actual entrance for the school, is it?
No.
But there is a driveway for school, only solely for the school that you could have pulled into to pick your daughter up?
Yes.
Now, earlier that day, prior to seeing Mr. Adams, or seeing the van at the parking lot, the grocery store parking lot, Did you see him following you that morning?
No,
You left your house, you see him following you?
I didn't leave my home that
Well, the whole day, before you got to the grocery store, you didn't see him following you?
I didn't go anywhere that whole day.
And so, and you're also saying that you didn't check to see if this person you're afraid of is following you after you saw them in the grocery store. Now, the second time, what's the second incident?
My aunt's home.
How does, you saw the van again, right, the school van?
Sure.
Did you actually see Mr. Adams?
Yeah.
Okay, where were you?
My
At your
aunt's
aunt's
I
house.
was at my aunt's house picking my cousin up. And we were going to breakfast and I seen him following me to school van.
Hey, that's what I'm. You first see him at your aunt's house.
No, I'm at my aunt's house and as I'm pulling off, I see him following me to school van.
Okay, so when you arrive at your aunt's house, you see him following you?
No.
And you get to your aunt's house, how long was you there for?
Just a couple of minutes.
Did you ever get out the car?
No.
And so while you're sitting in the car, you see Mr. Adams?
While I'm sitting there, no.
And it's not until you're pulling off of your aunt's house.
Yeah,
Are you back in the driveway or are you on a street park?
I'm on the street park.
And so, did he drive by you?
No, he was behind me.
How far? Were you scared?
Yeah,
How do you know it was Mr. Adams?
because of the school van. And I seen him in the van.
How'd you see him? You were driving. How'd you see him?
I seen him in my rearview mirror.
So you looked in the rearview mirror.
Yeah,
You weren't too busy trying to get away from him?
yeah, but I had to look in my rearview mirror in order to pull off into the street.
Okay, so is it that you were in your car about to pull off to the street, so you checked your rearview mirror for traffic purposes, and that's when you saw him?
Correct.
Okay, so in that quick second, you was able to see his face clearly, he was him.
Yes.
And then, once you see it's him, where do you go?
It's I guess it's a state troopers facility right there at the end of my, aunt's corner of her street. Right there on 9 Mile and Church Street.
You go inside
Yes.
and you make a police report?
Well, the officer told me that's not a place where you can make a police report, so he told me to call again.
And what day was this on?
I don't recall what day, exact day.
Can you give me an approximate, what month was it?
April.
Beginning of April, end of April, do you know?
No,
You tell the officer, I'm afraid for my life, he's following me.
yes.
And what did the officer say? What did the state trooper say?
He told me to go to a police station or call again.
So he sent you back outside where danger was.
Yeah.
Do you remember the trooper you spoke to?
No, I don't remember.
You parked the car in their parking lot?
Yes.
One second. You said this was in April. So once you left the Michigan State Police, refused to help you, where do you go?
Called a police station to make a report, and then after that, my cousin and I was,
Did you get a copy of this report that you made?
yeah,
So you just called. Was Mr. Adams still following you?
no,
When did he stop following you?
when I pulled into the state trooper park.
Now, the third time, a parent's house. And forgive me, what's the parent's name again?
Chanel Copeland.
Chanel Copeland. And you were there getting your daughter's hair ready?
Yes, my aunt was dropping her off.
No. At that point, had you had contact with Mr. Adams?
No,
And where did you see him?
riding past her home.
Where were you at when you saw him? Inside the house?
No, my oldest daughter took her inside the house. I was parked on the side of the house.
So you were parked on the side of the house. And again, do you see his face?
In the van, yes.
How do you see it? Does he drive past you or?
Yes, he drive past on a service drive. That's the service drive.
And what does he do? What, he passes you, does he put U-turn and come back around, what does he do?
He just keep driving, he slowed down a little bit, kept driving.
To where? And they said the service drive, did you hop on the expressway?
No,
And so you're sitting in the car and his car like passes by you, correct?
right, I'm parked here, this van passes by,
Okay, so he passes across the front of your car.
not literally in front of my car, but past it.
Okay, no, I'm saying your car is parked, but he crosses in front, going the opposite direction.
On the service drive, yes.
And that, how far are you from where the service drive is, from the intersection, from the street where he's crossing on the service drive?
Our house is on the service drive and the side street, so I'm parked next to her home, on the side of her home. He's riding past the service drive.
And so in that quick moment, you were able to clearly see his face.
Yes, because he slowed down.
And what did you do after that?
I told my oldest to hurry up and get in the car and do that.
Did you call the police?
No, I made police report.
And who did you make a police report with?
I don't recall.
Now, the person who Harry was writing, I'm sorry, the person who's writing the door here. This person, is she your friend?
No.
She's not your friend?
No, she's the associate.
Now, did you have a standing appointment to get your daughter's hair done today?
Yes.
Do you know how Mr. Adams would have known you would have been there at that time, at that very moment?
Well, like I told the prosecutor, they have a relationship. Their children plays for this organization, basketball organization for years.
And you knew this? Is Mr. Adams and his woman friends?
I know he's friends with us.
So why would you get your daughter hair braided by his friends?
Because they were made aware of what was going on, and she assured me that my child was going to be safe in her care.
Now, you also stated that the same parent contacted you okay, I'm sorry, you stated someone was also contacted by someone, a third party, on behalf of Mr. Adams.
Yes.
And you testified that this person was asking where you and your children were, and she told you that he was looking for you to hurt.
Correct.
Did she call you and say, hey, I'm calling for Adam? I'm sorry, I'm calling for Frederick. I'm calling for Fred. Fred
No,
said this.
that wasn't her exact words. She did say Fred said, she sent me the screenshots of the text.
So she was calling you on her own to just warn you, right?
Yes.
To warn you.
Correct.
Okay, so it wasn't like she was acting on Fred's behalf, speaking to you through him.
Correct.
So that was her contacting you on her own to give you a heads up.
Correct.
Did you tell her where you were?
No.
And you also testified that social media, he was contacting you through Instagram messages, right?
Correct.
Isn't it true these messages were on the same day that he received the PPO on March 31st?
I don't recall it.
And since the PPO on March 31st, has he tried contacting you? Has he messaged you again on Instagram?
No.
Has he texted you?
No.
Has he called you?
No.
Has he came to your house?
No.
Came to your job? Has he been to your
I
job?
work from home.
Has he been up to, so has he been inside your house at all?
Since when?
Since the PPO, since March 31st?
No. Well, I'm sorry, yes,
He's been in your house since March 31st.
yes,
When?
because I had to contact the police to get him out of my home. I had to let them know that I had a PPO served against him. They went to my home, arrested him, and got him on my home.
On March 31st?
I don't recall the day, but it was after he served PPO. That's how the agent.
Okay. Well, y'all were living together at the time. Before this incident happened, y'all were living together.
Correct.
Okay, and upon the allegation, the PPO, he was the one who was told to leave.
Correct.
Okay, so when you stated to get him out the house, he wasn't in the house with you, was he?
No.
You weren't there.
Correct.
Okay, and he just needed to leave the premises.
Yes.
Now, social media, you testified that you could see that he liked or was viewing your videos on TikTok.
Correct.
Okay. Why did you block him?
Because that's my business page. That's not a private page. It's a public page that's how I'm able to obtain my client.
No, that's cool. You can still block somebody, even on a page open, right? So why do you block him? Did it bother you that he viewed your TikTok videos?
Yes.
But not enough for you to block him?
Correct.
And did viewing, seeing that he viewed your TikTok videos make you feel threatened?
Yes.
But not enough to block him?
Yes.
Did seeing that he viewed your TikTok videos make you feel harassed and afraid?
Yes.
But you didn't block him?
No.
Is he blocked now?
I don't recall.
You don't know? So you have your phone on you right now?
No.
But you can check to see if he was blocked on your business page. Now, I mean, when you get back to your phone, right?
Yeah.
Now, isn't it also true that you also still follow him on Instagram?
No.
You don't follow his business page?
No.
Are you sure or you're not sure?
I'm sure.
But you're not sure whether you blocked him or not?
On what?
You're not sure whether you blocked him on all of your social media accounts that you control?
No, I'm not sure.
Now, you do recall that we were here before, right, for the rape allegation, preliminary examination, right?
Yes.
And you said about 2 or 3 weeks ago, let me see, I'm gonna do the exact dates now. Okay, yeah, it was September 9th, September 8th, he was here for the same judge. Do you recall being asked about Mr. Adams, whether or not he had any contact with you since you accused him of raping you? Okay, and you don't recall telling this court no. And at that hearing, you never mentioned any of these allegations about him following you and stalking you then, did you?
No.
And do you recall, the 3 times you gave us, the grocery store parking lot, your aunt's house, and the Brader's house? Did you give a written statement to the police?
Yes.
For all 3?
Yes.
Okay, I know one was over the phone, correct? After you left your aunt's house, you went to the Michigan State Police, then you said you called Detroit Police, right?
Yes, that trooper instructed me to call.
So, at some point, did you go into the station and make a written statement?
No, I called.
So you gave a written statement verbally?
Yes.
What's that? So let me take you back to May 27th. You recall giving a police statement to Officer Melinda Cook.
Yes.
And do you recall being asked, how did you know it was Frederick's? And your answer was the school gave him back the keys to the van. I recognize the gray Loyola school van. Correct. Now there's no, you didn't say that you saw his face, you simply said you recognized the school van.
Yeah.
Okay, because you didn't see his face that day, you just assumed it was him because it was a van, the school that he works for, and you know that sometimes he drives it, right?
Correct.
Now, do you know whether or not anyone else in that school has access to that van?
No.
But you also know that that school is near where you were at. So it could have been anyone in that car, in that van. But you don't know who it was, because you didn't see Mr. Adams' face. Now,
I didn't hear an answer.
I seen his face.
So now you're saying you see his face. But you didn't tell the police that your police statement. You just said that you saw the school van. But your testimony today that you saw his face now.
Correct.
Now, do you know the date on when you gave these other police reports and police statements?
No, I don't recall.
One second, Judge. Okay, so. Sorry. I'm trying to concentrate.
Please, Ms. Howard. Excuse me, Mr. Davis.
Okay, Judge. Now, you testified that the first time you saw him was at the grocery store parking lot, and then it was your aunt's house, and then the Brader's house. Right, so you don't know which one's first, but you do know that you gave the police report to each one.
Correct.
So I see here, so other than those three, have you seen Mr. Adams following you? All right, no further questions, please.
Can you redirect?
Briefly,
Ms. Boyd, you testified that you talked to a state trooper.
Yes.
Prior to talking to that police trooper, had you reached out to any police?
Yes.
Do you recall when?
First time was the week of March 10th.
After that, rape police report, did you reach out to police again?
Yes.
Do you recall when?
No.
Do you recall what for?
Yes, first off.
And at that point, you didn't make a police report?
Yes, I did.
You did make a police report? Prior to making the police report, did you ever go to the police station? Okay. You testified that when you first see Mr. Adams, you were in the parking lot by the school.
Yes.
Do you usually wait for your daughter in that parking lot?
Yes. And doing that for all school.
For the whole school year? Were you and Mr. Adams dating during the school year?
Yes.
So he was aware that this was where you picked your daughter up from?
Yes, it was a few times where he waited for her here. He had to pick her up.
Your aunt's house, how often do you go to her house?
I would say 2 or 3 times out
Of the month? Since when?
since she moved there. She's been there for about 5 years.
During your relationship with Mr. Adams, had he been to your aunt's house?
Yes.
Was Mr. Adams aware of your close relationship with your aunt?
Yes.
And the third party who does your daughter's hair?
Yes.
How often does your daughter go to get her hair braided?
Once every 2 weeks.
And is Mr. Adams aware of that standing appointment?
Yes, sometimes he would take her to her appointment as well.
One second now. No more questions, Your Honor.
All right. So just so I'm clear, there were 3 occasions after the PPO was granted that you noticed the defendant in the general vicinity. Is that right?
Correct.
One was at your aunt's house, one was at your hair braider's house, and one was what was the other?
Yeah, my daughter's school.
Your daughter's school. Okay. Now, this school that he works for, Toyota, where is that located in relationship to your aunt's house?
My aunt stays in the Oak Park on 9 Mile Church Street. The Lola is right here on Myers.
It's about 15 minutes. And from your parents' house, how far is it? And from your hair braider's house?
How far from the other one?
Yes.
12, 13.
Okay. Now, do you know what capacity he works for? Or you say he drives this truck? What is it, a van?
A van, school van.
So what is his job there? Do you know?
At the time, it was, like job work or something.
Job, do you know where that's located?
No.
Do you know any specifics about how the job is done? Does he take the kids from Loyola to the place, or do you go pick the kids up? Just asking. Questions based on my questions.
Is the van marked to the say Loyola High School side, or is it just a plain gray van?
They have multiple things. Some of them have logo, some of them, the one that he drives.
So it's just a plain gray van?
Correct.
How do you know that was a Loyola?
He brought the van back and forth. He was driving.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other witnesses for the people?
No, Your Honor.
Any witnesses for this witness?
No.
People?
The people would like to put on the record that we have a certified copy of the PPO showing that the PPO was granted on March 28th, 2023, and that proof of service was filed on April 3rd, 2023.
So stipulated for exam purposes?
Fine.
And then,
Otherwise, Your Honor, the people will move to Bindover as charged and reserved.
Judge, I don't believe that the things that Ms. Boyd describes constitute stalking. Again, you know, she gives conflicting testimony. One minute she says she saw him she saw him in a van, but then her police report, she didn't, she just saw the van and assumes it's him. I think specifically for the grocery store, this area is a grocery store and dollar store. It's one that she knew that he went to, because it was not part of his job.
that's not one of the allegations that we're talking about, right? 'Cause I thought we were talking about parents' house, the hairbraiders' house, and the school.
No, Judge, that is the school. The parking lot that she was saying she was in is a store parking lot and a dollar store parking lot, but you can, I guess the kids can come that way, to be honest with you. That's why I asked her, well, is there another school lot, parking lot and driveway designated only for the school? She said yes, but she doesn't use that. She uses the parking lot for the grocery store. And so again, Your Honor, I think that we point to the fact that she doesn't know whether or not he was already there. She testified that he made no attempt to communicate with her, get her attention or anything. She claimed, well, she
Let's take
claims.
the sake of argument, he did meet her there, but he knows that that's where she goes to pick her kid up, right?
Your Honor, that's what she says. And she also said she knew he knew that. And she also said there was another way to get to the school. Like she chose to use, again, she chose to use
This is the way she goes to pick her kid up. What's wrong with that?
If we're talking, listen, if she wasn't in fear for her life and don't feel threatened, there's nothing wrong with that.
She didn't expect to see him there.
Your Honor. So my client, if this is a grocery store and dollar store that he goes to, because it's not far from his job, and he's there, he does not see her, and keep in mind, she assumes it's him. When she made her police report, she said, I knew it was him when I saw the van. She saw a gray van and assumed it was him. It's only today that she's claiming that she saw his face. So also consider the fact that his PPO specifically states that he cannot have any contact with her and he cannot go to her job and he cannot go to her house. He was not there. He was at a public grocery store.
Can I see the PPO?
Your Honor, the people don't have an exact copy of the PPO language.
I have it.
Let me see.
It's on my computer, Judge, so. May I approach my computer?
You may.
Oh, well. You could just hand it to me. And Judge, do you know how to use a Mac?
Sure.
So, and also, Judge, he's at a public grocery store. If Ms. Lloyd truly felt threatened and afraid for her life, she could have actually picked her daughter up from the school's parking lot, from the school designated pickup area, but she didn't. But more importantly, she can't even say for certain if that was even my client. And again, my client has a right to go to grocery stores. He can go to grocery stores that's near him and convenient for him. I asked her, do you know he saw you? Her answer was no. So even if there was Mr. Adams, he did not see her. He did not know she would be there. And if we look at everything she's saying, how is my client supposed to know exactly where she is in that very moment? It's, I find it very suspicious. She's at her aunt's house. She testifies she only goes to the aunt house maybe 2 or 3 times a month. But yet the very day, the very time she's there, she's saying that my client is driving by. And again, Your Honor, when you ask her, where were you? Each time she happens to be conveniently outside, conveniently in her car, and conveniently can see my client. Even when I tried to ask her, did he follow you, right? You say he's stalking you, he's harassing you, he's following you, right? Did he follow you after you say he saw you at the grocery store? Well, I don't know. She claims she was too afraid to look in the rearview mirror to see if he was actually following her. She's so afraid for her life. But then she says she did look in the rearview mirror and saw that it was him when she claimed he was following her at the aunt's house. Now, the Braider's house, Your Honor, I asked her, well, you're so afraid for your life. Why would you keep going to the house of a person you know he's friends with? And they had an understanding. And again, no one's ever around. No one ever sees him stalking her, following her. Every time it happens, the 3 times she's claiming it happens, she's by herself. And Your Honor, I would also like to point out that she failed to mention to this court that my client lives near where the Braider lives. And more importantly, again, the Braider's house is not an area where he is forbidden to go to. There's been no evidence on this record of my client making any type of direct contact with her. The one time that she said he did was on March 31st. And this is before he received the actual PPO. But once he received the PPO on March 31st, nothing. He's not calling her, he's not texting her, he's not sending messages to third parties. She claims that he's looking at her TikTok videos.
That's not true according to the witness.
What part?
Remember she said that he did communicate to her through a third party?
No, Judge.
About
she said
how he was going to hurt her?
No, the friend said she called to tell her because he's looking for her and he's going to hurt her. Your friend called you on her own.
Then she said that she forwarded her screenshot of the text message.
No, she said that the friend forwarded her messages. Now, there was no testimony what those messages said. Those messages were from my client to the Braider, to the mutual friend. They weren't, hey, Braider, send this to Allison. It wasn't that. I asked her, did the Braider say, hey, Fred wanted me to tell you this? No. I said, tell the Braider, the friend, I'm sorry, the friend called you her own just to give you a heads up. Her testimony was yes. And Your Honor, she is still here. You can get her back on the stand.
I would stipulate that was the witness's testimony. They didn't understand.
So my client did not tell a friend to tell Allison I said this. Now,
I didn't think that's what I said.
Huh?
I said, I didn't think that's what I said.
Well, Judge, it seems to me that you're implying that my client was asking the friend to contact Allison on his behalf, and that's not what he did. Allison's friend contacted her on her own. And it's relayed to her, maybe what her and Fred talked about, but my client she was not acting on behalf of my client when she contacted Ms. Lloyd. Ms. Lloyd talks about social media. She's trying to say she feels stalked and harassed because my client is viewing her videos. But then when I asked,
again, I don't think that's part of the charge here.
well, I'm trying to think, then why are we here? There is no continuous repeating act of anything that would result in a reasonable person feeling harassed, feeling threatened, or anything. There's been no threats. There's been no direct contact. What we have here are some loose allegations of a person in a gray van driving by areas that they're allowed to drive by. That's what we have here. There's no testimony that any of these things happened at her house, at her home, at her work.
You recognize it doesn't have to be at her house or her home because MCL 750.411H, MCL 750.411I indicates that stalking is following petitioner or appearing within his or her site as well.
And so that includes if you're already there. If you're already at a grocery store.
If I have a reasonable likelihood that she's going to appear there, because I know she picks up her kid and I know what time she picks her kid up from school, then yeah.
And Judge, one, I would say to that, if we all kind of live in the same neighborhood, Judge, that's hard to even control. He works not far from that school. He lives in this area that she does business in, obviously with the Braider. And again, I want you to look at her statement. She does not say she saw my client. It is not until today that she said
I don't
that
know
she
what
saw
she said
my
in
client.
prior statement, but I do know what she said in this morning's state testimony. Is that she said she saw his face.
And Judge, I also.
She said she saw his face when she was pulling off from think it was the parents' house.
And I think this court should also find it odd that we didn't hear any of this at our last criminal examination. Because Judge, we just told us to deal with this other guy. We know
Well, I think
that
the
if he
subject of the last
violated his
preliminary
bond,
examination was a criminal sexual conduct, right?
it was,
So
but
why would this be relevant?
because one of the questions that was asked was, had Mr. Adams made any contact with him? Have you had any contact with him since then? She said, no. That was, and also, Judge, that's still part of his bond.
I don't have it.
Well, I don't have it either, but I have my notes, Judge. And that was one of the things that she said. That's why when this came through the pipeline, through all, I was confused as to where's this case coming from. But again, we also know no contact with her has always been part of his PPO and his bond. If her answer would have been yes, that he made contact with her, we know that you would have violated him like this other guy in the last case. She said no contact, and these allegations for the assault happened March 17th.
Regardless of whether or not the witness testified that there was no contact at the last preliminary exam, she didn't testify today that there was contact. She testified today that on 3 occasions, she's seen the defendant following her. On 3 occasions, he was within her line of sight. Furthermore, I would say that the stalking statute requires the people to show that there was that contact, whether it be in line of sight or following. It doesn't necessarily have to be following, and that the defendant was intending to cause that contact. Based on the fact that the witness did testify that the defendant knows her to be at all 3 of these places at certain times, she said that she has a standing appointment with the grader for every 2 weeks. She also testified that the defendant had taken her to that appointment. He knows where her aunt lives. He's been there, and he knows that she has a close relationship with her aunt. And furthermore, that he knows that she picked her daughter up at this grocery store in the same spot when the daughter gets off of school, and that he had picked the daughter up from that spot in the past. Based off these, I think that the people have met their burden of proof that this probably.
And Judge, if somebody job from a service job in the city of Detroit, which is not a big city, constitutes being in her eyesight. I mean, it's not a large city where it's unlikely if I live near this area, because where she claims he crossed past her, he lives near the barber, near the grader. So I guess he's not allowed to, what's the recommendation here? Should my client cover his head with a bag or something and a jacket, just in case he's walking down the street and Miss Lloyd happened to look to her left and see him? To save her eyesight?
My recommendation would be for him not to drive down the Greater Street at 5 o'clock every other Saturday when he knows that Miss Lloyd is there.
And there's no testimony he's there every Saturday. We don't know what day she went to this appointment. And he doesn't even know what day she goes to this appointment.
All right.
And again, Troy, he's on GPS tether.
I've heard enough, thank you.
It's question of fact.
It is a question.
Yes.
You could have saved a whole lot of time, so you just said that from the beginning. Court after hearing the testimony of Ms. Lloyd is satisfied that the burden of probable cause as relates to the charges contained in the complaint down. Court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause to be disciplined committed. Then it will be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for further proceedings. Is arraignment on the information date and time of the October 23rd, 2023, 9 o'clock a.m. Bond will be continued.
You said October 23rd?
Yes. So you understand what I mean by no contact, don't you?
Yes, sir.
You don't want to go to jail, do you?
No, sir.
All right, no contact, please, no contact. You seen what happened to the last guy, right?
Yes, sir.
Don't let that happen again. I'll continue.
And Judge, that's exactly why I went into detail like that, because I didn't want my client going back there. Because he has not had any contact. But Mr. Adams also just cover your face and your head so she won't see you.
Mr. Riggins here. Okay.
Stay back here, but she thinks she's on.
Mr. Riggins, how are you, sir?
I'm good. Man, we appropriate.
Come on, So, we have a groups that
This is Jamar. I have to take it.
Excuse me, Judge, my apologies. Oh, dang. I thought you was gonna forget, I was counting. It's a high school week. I'm gonna leave James. Kevin. Yeah, Kevin left us.
All this time, cases previously dismissed in July. This is what the whole say. So I'm going for the reason. It is. They cases should be long set. This should be long set. This is exactly what it is. You're just going to get charged for
I don't. I spoke with her. She comes across.
She's on.
I mean, she got her detail. What's her name? Her name? Lee Davis. Calling case 2358893, State Michigan versus Malik Jamel Davis, defendant charged in count one assault statute, great bodily harm, murder by strangulation, count two domestic violence. He also has case 2358892 versus Malik Jamel Davis, charged in count one assault, great bodily harm, murder by strangulation, count two domestic violence.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Shelley Graham for the people, P number 60249.
And good afternoon, Your Honor. Attorney Kevin Woodsmith, P7106 on behalf of Mr. Malik Davis, who's present tenant to my left on both matters.
Tell me your name, sir.
Malik Davis.
There's a date, time set for preliminary examination in both matters. Are you ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed at this time. The complaining witness for both cases is a Ms. Julia Chubbs. She is not present for court today, and I cannot proceed without her testimony.
Judge, based upon that statement, Your Honor, the defense counsel will actually make a motion for dismissal with prejudice.
So this is the side, let this make what you case will be back. I can't dismiss with prejudice.
Judge, if I may, Judge, this is a refile. And so this matter was just maybe 6 or 7 months ago.
How do you expect me to do something that I don't have the statutory authority to do?
Understandable, Judge, but the defense counsel will definitely move for dismissal. And Mr. Davis is currently on a tether. I would have to tether be removed as part of this problem. Given the termination. And I do have 2 dismissal orders for the court.
For dismiss both matters without prejudice.
Thank you very much, Judge.
And I ask people to take note, this is a reissue, and we're not going to keep playing with the complaining witness like this.
Thank you, Judge. Yeah.
Thank you, Judge.
Do I have a minute for the call? Michael Hicks.
Yes, Hicks. Okay. Hicks. We'll run that one, send it to your attorney.
Calling case 2358782, people of the state of Michigan versus Michael Arnell Hicks. Defendant is charged in count one with bribing, intimidating, interfering, criminal case punishable by more than 10 years. Count two, criminal sexual conduct, second degree, person under 13, defendant 17 years of age or older. Count three, criminal sexual conduct, second degree, person under 13, defendant 17 years of age or older. Count four, unlawful imprisonment. Count five, unlawful imprisonment. Count six, unlawful imprisonment. Count seven, unlawful imprisonment. Count eight, unlawful imprisonment. Appearances for the record.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Brittany Johnson on behalf of the people, P83513.
And good afternoon, Your Honor. Good afternoon to your staff, Neighborhood Defender Services by Ken Reagan's P82125 on behalf of Mr. Michael Hicks. Mr. Hicks, can you state your name for the record?
Michael Arnell Hicks.
Today's date and time set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge.
Yeah, before we begin, I do have co-counsel in this case, Mr. Eric Covey. He's outside. I just want to let you know that he's one.
What's the name of the attorney?
Eric Covey.
Go ahead, Mr. Bruce. Okay.
And Your Honor, before we get started, I just ask for stipulation of the defendant's birthday being June 8th, 1996 for exam purposes only.
So it's gonna stipulate. Court can see that stipulation.
Thank you, Judge. We do have 3 witnesses.
All right, first witness.
At this time, the people call Ms. Catalina Hicks.
Child witness.
Yes. So I'd ask that she not be featured on the video.
Hello there, young lady. What's your name? Catalina? Catalina. That's great. How old are you, Catalina? Do you know what it means to tell the truth and not to tell the truth? So if I told you I was wearing a pink robe right now, would I be telling the truth or would I be lying? If I told you I was wearing a black robe, would I be telling the truth or would I be lying? What if I told you I had a head full of hair? Am I telling the truth? Okay, he said, you don't have to say it like that. All right, so do you promise me to tell the truth? Okay, need you to have a seat in this chair right here. Let's pull it over. Use your muscles. Show me how strong you are. There you go. Have a seat down and have your speak this microphone. Just hold it in your lap. Speak right into that. Okay? Maybe give me your right.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Catalina, could you tell us your name again?
My name is Catalina.
Thank you. And when's your birthday?
November 5th,
What year?
2012.
Thank you. And so how old are you today?
10.
And you agree to tell me if I go too fast or if I use a word you don't know, you tell me to slow down, okay? Okay, thank you. I gotta remind you have to answer out loud so that the person writing everything down can hear you, okay? So I can't do or okay?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Catalina, do you know somebody named Michael Hicks?
Yeah.
How do you know? Let me word it a little different. Does he know somebody that you know?
Yes, my mom.
You know your mom?
Yes.
Okay. How does he know mom?
They were dating.
Okay. Did he live in your house before?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see him in the courtroom here?
Yes.
Could you point to him and tell me what color he's wearing?
He is wearing green.
Thank you. You're on the record to affect the witness's identification of the defendant.
So no.
Thank you. And Ms. Catalina, how long have you known him?
3 years.
Okay. And I asked you about him living in the same house with you. Do you remember the address of that house?
American Street 8111.
And what city is that in?
Egypt.
And did something happen with him that brings you here today?
Yeah.
Do you remember when that happened?
Before the 4th of July.
Okay, when you say before the 4th of July, are you talking about this past 4th of July?
Yes.
Okay, so were you still attending the whole time?
Yes.
Okay, and did something happen the day after the 4th of July and before then, or are we only talking about one thing?
One thing.
Okay. So talking about that one thing that happened in July, where were you at?
At home.
I'm just going to object. I think she said it's happening before the 4th of July. She did not say it happened.
Go ahead.
Catalina, are you absolutely certain of the date that this happened on?
Yes.
Did you write it down somewhere so that you remember it?
No.
Okay, are you just relying on your memory?
Yes.
Okay. But are you sure that it happened in the summer? Or did it? Okay. So during the summer, something happened and you were at your house. Do you remember what room you were in?
My mom,
Okay, how did you get into mom's room?
he woke me up and told me to go in.
Okay, who's he?
Michael?
Okay, so you said you woke you up and told you to go in there?
Yes.
Okay, were you wearing clothing when you went in there?
Yes.
Okay, was he wearing clothes?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, does he touch a part of your body?
Yes.
Okay, what part of your body did he touch?
My bottom.
Okay, and you're talking about your bottom, what do you use that body part to do usually?
Usually they use it.
Is it right where you sit?
Yes, I use it to sit.
And how did he touch your bottom? I'll ask it a little better. What part of his body did he use to touch your bottom?
His hands.
Okay, was that just one hand or two hands?
Both.
Okay. And was that on top of your clothes or underneath your clothes or something different?
Underneath.
Okay, so was that skin on skin?
Yes.
Okay. And who else was home when this happened?
Harmony and Jamal.
Okay, are Harmony and Jamal related to you?
Yes.
How are they related to you?
They are my siblings.
Okay, do you remember how old they were?
Jamal still is 12, and Harmony 8.
Okay. And where were they when this was happening?
They were in their bedroom.
Okay, so were they in the same room you were in?
No.
Okay. Does anybody else live at home that wasn't home then?
Daniel and Mom.
Okay, where were Nathaniel and Mom?
They were going to get some.
Okay. And at some point, do Nathaniel and Mom come home?
Yes.
What happens when Mom comes home?
She finds out.
Okay, how does she find out?
She came into the room.
Okay, and when she came into the room, how was your body positioned?
I was on my belly.
Okay, where were you on your belly?
On the bed.
Okay, and how were your clothes? Did you have pants on?
Yes.
Okay. Were they pulled up where they go, or were they pulled down, or were they something different?
They were pulled down.
Okay. Did you have undies on?
Yes.
Okay. Were they all where they go, or were they pulled down?
She was pulled down.
Okay. Do you remember who pulled them down?
Michael.
Okay. And is this the first time this happened?
No.
Okay. Do you remember anything about a different time when it happened?
No.
Okay. Did it only happen one other time?
Yes.
So 2 times total?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe she said, the prior question that it only happened once. I believe her testimony was that this only happened once.
Speak up, counsel.
I believe her testimony was this only happened once.
I just asked her if it happened any other time, and she said it did.
Go ahead.
Catalina, were you the same age you are now the first time it happened?
Yes.
Okay. And did it also happen on American Street in Detroit?
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell anybody after the first time it happened?
No.
How come?
I was scared.
Were you scared of Mr. Hicks?
Yes.
Okay, how come?
Because I didn't hurt me.
Has he ever hurt you before?
Yes.
Have you ever seen him hurt somebody else in front of you?
Yes.
Who else did he hurt?
My siblings.
Did you ever see him hurt your mom?
Yes.
After your mom came home, did she say anything to you?
Yes.
And what did she do when she got there? Do Do you remember what Mr. Hicks did when mom got home?
No,
Okay, did he say anything to you?
no.
Turn around, coach.
Okay.
Now, Leah, I'm gonna show you a piece of paper. Do you see what's on this piece of paper?
Yes.
What is this on the paper? Is this a picture of a baseball bat?
Yes.
Have you ever seen this baseball bat before?
Yes.
When did you see it?
When he beat my brother once?
Did you ever take this out on the day when you touched your bottom?
Yes.
Okay. When you took it out on the day when you touched your bottom, where did you go with it?
Into the living room?
I didn't hear that, sorry.
Sorry. Where did he go with it?
Into the living room.
Okay. Did he tell you to do anything?
No.
Did anyone tell you to do anything?
My mom,
What did mom tell you to do?
she told me to go upstairs.
Do you remember a time when you went and talked to a lady about this in a different room?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember telling that lady that Mr. Hicks made you and your siblings go up the stairs and he had this bat?
Yes.
Okay. Were you telling her the truth when you told her about that?
Yes.
Okay. Did that happen on the day when he was touching your bottom?
Yes.
Okay. And when I say you and your siblings, was that you and Nathaniel and Harmony and Jamal?
No, it was just Tommy, Jamal, and Daniel.
Okay, Harmony, Jamal, and Nathaniel, he made them go upstairs, and where were you and mom?
I can't remember.
Okay. At some point, did he leave?
Yes.
Okay, what happened after he left?
Mom called the police.
Okay, did he try to come back in?
Yes.
Did you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Then after this happened, did you go see any doctors?
Yes.
Okay, was that really soon after, or a long time after, or something different?
It was right after.
Did you ever talk to your mom about what happened?
Yes.
Okay. Did she ever tell you what to say or what not to say?
Yes.
Okay, how did she do that?
She told me to tell the truth.
Okay. Did she ever tell you to say that this didn't happen?
No.
And what's your mom's name?
And Jessica Camille Homer.
Thank you, that's all the questions I have.
Susanna?
Hello. Yeah, well, yeah, I want to ask you some questions, okay?
Okay.
All right. Now, you said that this happened before the 4th of July?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember when it happened before the 4th of July?
At night?
But you don't remember what day this happened?
No.
Okay. And you said that he came to get you out the bed, correct?
Yes.
And when he came to get you out of bed, you were asleep, correct?
Yes.
All right. So when you woke up, you know what feeling groggy means?
No.
When you wake up and you can't hardly open up your eyes because you aren't fully awake. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. were you groggy when you woke up, or did you feel like that when you woke up?
No.
Okay. And you said he took you to the bed,
Yes.
and he didn't say anything when he took you to the bed. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he took down your pants,
Yes.
and he still hadn't said anything, right?
No, he didn't say anything.
Okay. And he touched you on your body.
Yes.
Okay. And then he put you back in the bed after this? Or you just laid on the bed at this time?
No.
Okay. What happened?
I was trying to stop her.
And he didn't say anything?
No.
And your mom walked in?
Yes.
You said. And he didn't say anything when your mom came?
No.
Okay. And was there any yelling that was happening?
Yes.
Okay. Was it your mom yelling and Mr. Hicks yelling?
No, it was just my mom.
Okay. And did that frighten you?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't know what was going on at that point. Is that correct? Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. I want to ask you something, questions about Mr. Hicks. You said you knew Mr. Hicks for 2 years?
No,
3 years?
Yes, 3.
If I said that he's been dating your mother for 5 years, would that be true?
No.
He has only been dating your mother for 3 years?
Yes.
Okay. And you lived with him this time, correct?
Yes.
And he worked all this time, correct?
Yes.
He helped take care of you, didn't he?
Yes.
And did you refer to him as dad?
Yes.
And prior to these 2 occasions, you have not had any problem with him, correct?
No.
Okay. And you said that you've seen him hit your brother, correct?
Yes.
And you said you've seen him hit your mother, correct?
Yes.
And that must have made you upset,
Yes.
okay? And you kind of was upset at Mr. Hicks for doing that to your mother, correct?
Yes.
And your brother, correct?
Yes.
All right. Let me ask you about your mother. You love your mother, correct?
Yes.
And you said you talked to your mother about this, correct?
Yes.
Because that's who you could talk to about something like this, correct?
Yes.
How was your relationship with your mother? Yeah, I'm going towards her reason to whatever story she's telling. How was your relationship with your mother?
Very close.
Okay, you love your mother, correct?
Yes.
And when your mother told you to do something, you already said that whenever you had a question, you would ask your mother, correct?
Yes.
And if your mother told you to do something, you would do what your mother told you to do, correct?
Yes.
Because you wanted to please your mother, correct?
Yes.
Just one. Just one. So let me ask you about the night that this happened, or the night that you remember happened? Because you don't remember exactly the first time it happened, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that your mother was yelling at Mr. Hicks, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Hicks picked up a bat at the prosecution, correct?
Yes.
But Mr. Hicks didn't say anything to you, correct?
No.
Did you hear Mr. Hicks say anything to your mother about for you to go anywhere?
No.
Okay. And I have no further questions.
Any regrets?
Okay.
Thank you, young lady. Sit down, take that.
And at this time, I move to admit and publish the people's proposed exhibit 1.
Any objection?
No objection.
Admitted?
Judge, I've got a few more, so I'll keep a little stack here if that's okay.
Okay.
All right, this time, people would call Corporal Michael Stolberg.
Good afternoon, sir. Please raise your right hand.
Yes, sir.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. Please, Maybe getting great.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Mr. Stolberg. Could you please introduce yourself to the record?
My name is Michael Stolberg.
Thank you. Mr. Stolberg, are you employed?
Yes, ma'am.
By whom?
The Wayne County Sheriff's Department,
How long have you been with the Wayne County Sheriff's Department?
almost 17 years.
Are you assigned to any particular unit?
Yes, internal affairs,
Right. And what is your role in internal affairs?
where I conduct live monitoring of jail calls.
And were you employed in that capacity in July of 2023 through now?
Yes, ma'am.
So when you extract those jail calls from the Wayne County call system, how does that work?
So what I do is I log in to Tell Me, that's the vendor that we use. That puts requested dates, they're requested from either the prosecutor or the requesting agency. Put those dates in the computer, it makes a downloadable link that I send to the prosecutor or requesting agency. They click on the downloadable link and extract the calls from the zip file.
Okay. How many times have you done that?
For this case,
Just in your life?
a lot since 2019. I've been there since August 1st, 2019.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Ma'am?
Show me what's been marked as People's Exhibit 2. Is this what that email usually, have you ever seen an email that goes out when you send these links?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is that the format in which it's usually there?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that little download link in there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna hand you yours as People's Proposed Exhibit 3. What is that?
When you download the, from the zip file, this is what the file's gonna look like.
Okay, and does it contain the number that the person is calling in that link?
Yes, ma'am, that's the destination number.
Okay, thank you. And you'll mark as People's Proposed Exhibit 4. What is that?
It's the audio file list that comes with the downloadable link.
Okay, so when you get that link, you get all of those calls that you just showed us for People's 3, and then you get that as a like PDF?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that lists more information about the calls.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Then, Your Honor, I move to admit and publish People's 2, 3, and 4.
Any objection? No. Admitted?
To your knowledge, are the dates and times included in these calls?
Yes, ma'am.
Are they accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
And do they identify the, I think you explained to us in the photo, they identify the number of the person that's called out to?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you identify who made the call?
So how it works is all inmates that are booked in the Wayne County Jail are booked in chronological order, so no two inmates by the same inmate. Following that, we give them a card with a 6-digit PIN, and they call us a cellmate, the company that we're contracted with. Following that, we give them a 4-digit PIN, which we set the last 4 digits of the social security number. If the inmate doesn't know a social security number, we reset that 4-digit PIN to all zeros, and then he can pick a PIN that he can remember. Now, when the inmate sets up his account with cellmate, he's got to put his inmate number in, followed by that 6-digit PIN, followed by that 4-digit PIN, and then say his name, just captures for voice biometrics, that's prevent theft.
Okay, and so when someone calls you, or when someone requests these calls from you, how do you get only the calls for this person?
Just by putting his name in, date of birth.
Okay, and in this case involving Michael Hicks, were you contacted by Detective Dominique Buchanan?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you provide her some jail calls?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Parents, all the questions I have in this witness.
No, I don't have. All right. You're all set? Thank you, sir. You may stay.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
You too. Appreciate it.
Your Honor, at this time, the people call our officer in charge, Ms. Dominique Buchanan.
Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please have a seat for the spots. When you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Judge, can you introduce yourself for the record? Oh, sorry. Thank you for removing.
Officer Demeke Buchanan,
Meet Buchanan, thank you for correcting me.
City of Detroit, badge 3614.
How long have you been with the City of Detroit Police Department?
6 years,
Do you assign any particular unit?
sex crimes unit.
In the sex crimes unit, do you investigate sex crimes against children?
Yes, I do.
Are you familiar with this case against Mr. Hicks?
Yes, I am.
How are you familiar?
I'm the officer in charge of the case, and I was assigned the case upon arrest.
Okay. So what do you do as the officer in charge?
Get to know my case. For this particular case, it was a emergency kids talk, forensic interviews set up. Our victim did a Avalon sexual assault exam, and moving forward from there, reach out to parents. For this particular case, I couldn't get in contact with mom. So that led me to believe that something could have been wrong.
Your Honor, I object.
Okay, I'll pause you here. As far as you know, this is the first time this case has been scheduled for exam.
No,
Was it previously dismissed?
yes,
Do you know why it was dismissed?
because our victim mother did not bring the victim to court.
Is that scheduled for July the 26th?
Yes,
And do you recall the date of the allegations in this case? Do you recall the date of the allegations in this case?
yes,
Right, what is that date?
July 5th, 2020. I'm sorry, July 5th, 2023.
And how did you become familiar with that information?
I was assigned the case the next day, well, on July 5th, because it happened July 5th, at like 1 a.m. in the morning, and I arrived at work around 10.
Are you familiar with someone by the name of Angelica Holman?
Yes,
How is she related to this matter?
she is the victim mother.
Are you familiar with her phone number?
Not offhand, possibly the first 3 offhand.
If I were to show you something from, if I were to show you her statement she wrote out to the police, would that refresh your recollection regarding her phone number?
Yes,
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yeah.
Ask that you review this and then just look up with your reflection. Look up reading the question.
yes.
What is your phone?
313-452-5631.
Thank you. You ever call that number yourself?
Yes,
Were you ever able to get a hold of her?
at the beginning of the case, yes.
Okay. So you are familiar with her voice and you've heard it?
Yes,
Were you provided with subpoenas for Ms. Holman and for Ms. Catalina Haynes for the previous preliminary exam?
Yes.
Were you able to serve those subpoenas?
No.
What happened when you tried?
No answer, not a return phone call.
Following the dismissal, did you request copies of the calls from Mr. Hicks being while in the custody of the Wayne County Jail?
Yes.
How did you request them?
Through email.
Email to who?
Michael Solberg.
And how did you request them? Or how did you receive them? I'm sorry.
How did I receive the jail calls?
Yes.
He sent them back to me through a link to download.
And did this come in one email or more than one email?
I don't recall.
And did you listen to every single one of those calls every minute?
Yes. No.
Do you know about how many hours total of jail calls there were?
No, I don't.
And do you know how many calls there were total?
No.
Was there more than, say, 10 calls?
Yes.
Okay. Was there more than 50 calls?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you, in any of those calls, listen to the defendant contacting Miss Angie Holmes?
Yes.
How do you know he was talking to Angie?
I recognize her voice because I previously had talked to her on the phone before.
And is her phone number also reflected on the call that you listened to?
Yes.
Did you hear of any jail calls where he was encouraging her not to attend court?
Yes.
Did you hear any calls where he was encouraging her to tell a different story that she had previously told?
Yes.
Was that just one time or was that repeated?
It was repeated.
All right, that's all the questions I have for the judge.
Cross-examine.
Is it corporal again?
Police officer.
Police officer again. So you testified that you listened to a number of these phone calls, correct?
Yes.
And you heard in these phone calls, my client speaking to Miss Angelica Holman, correct?
Yes.
And you said you heard him encourage her to change her story.
Yes.
Did you hear him tell her to change her story?
Yes.
You heard him say, you need to tell this story instead of this story.
Yes.
That is what you heard.
It's one of the first phone calls that he talked to her.
Is it more likely he told her to tell the truth?
He said, I need you. If I remember correctly, yes, he could have said, I need you to tell the truth and tell these people. So yes, yes.
So that's not telling you to change your story. That's right.
Are we talking about jail calls? Or are we
Yes.
talking about the course of my investigation?
We're talking about the jail calls. That's not telling someone to change their story, correct?
Let me interrupt you guys just for a second. Wouldn't the best evidence be the jail calls itself?
Yes, sir.
So why aren't we listening to the jail calls?
I'm playing the next one.
So he asked her to talk about the case, correct?
No, he told her, don't talk about the case.
Okay. And you are saying that Ms. Holman changed her story, correct?
Can you rephrase that?
So your testimony is Ms. Holman changed her story, correct?
I can't testify to that.
Okay. No further questions.
You redirect?
I'm just going to judge.
Thank you. You may stay.
Thank you.
At this time, I would like to excerpts from the jail calls. I would play all of them, however, the parts that I think are important are at least an hour long, and so I would move to admit, I have a CD of the 6 calls in case the court would like to listen to them in their entirety. Otherwise, I would just be playing about 10 minutes of clips.
Any objection to the admission? Admitted?
Thank you, Judge.
D5.
6, and then we will listen to 5. One disc. And for the record, Judge, I'm playing call from July 14th, 2023, identified as call 23, which is 3 minutes long. I am playing starting at 42 seconds.
Ms. Johnson, why didn't you share?
That might be easier for Steve. Sound like my volume's when you leave.
Are you logging in now?
Yes. Judge, should I share screen?
Should be a shared volume.
And again, for the record, I'm starting at 32. Judge, the audio is totally playing out of line. Sorry, everybody.
about the case.
I won't.
You said you won't.
I won't.
You okay? Everybody okay?
Yeah, we straight.
I miss you so much, man. Do you hear me?
Not as much as I do.
Everything gonna be okay. You understand me?
Yeah.
You hear me?
Yeah.
I don't care what nobody say. Me and you is man. You understand me?
Yes.
You feel the same way, don't you?
Yes.
I love you. You understand me?
I do more.
You keep your head up, I'm gonna keep my head up. And this, we gonna get through this all the way. You hear me?
Yes.
Put a couple dollars on there. I'm not gonna call you every day. Okay?
Okay.
Tell them kids, girls are my kids. You understand me? Tell them I love them and everything is going to get back to normal. You hear me?
Yes.
You agree?
Yes.
Oh my God, I miss you so much. Give me a kiss.
For the record, Judge, I stopped at 234.
Can you play the first few seconds of that audio clip? I didn't hear.
I'm sorry, Judge.
The first few seconds of that audio. Mr. Hicks, how many witnesses on your case?
3, Judge.
Everybody's in place?
Everyone's here.
Judge, I rounded to 39 seconds from the beginning.
Thank you.
Thank you for using Telmate.
Please don't talk about the case.
I won't.
You said you won't?
I won't.
You.
For the record, I paused it again at 53 seconds.
Thank you.
On July 15th, 2023, call 22, which is 26 minutes and 30 seconds long. I will be starting at 1 minute and 11 seconds.
You ain't told nobody you spoke with me, right? Don't even do it. I don't want nobody to know.
Okay.
Listen to me. The fastest way for me to get out of here is if you tell these people the truth, which is you got extremely mad at me because I cheated on you. And I apologize for that. We've been together for 6 years, and you have not once cheated on me. And it was out of my way to even do some shit like that. I'm extremely sorry.
Not while you're in there, Michael.
Hold on. Wait. I can barely hear you. That, as far as the kids go, them kids do exactly what it is you tell them to do because that's exactly how we start raising them once I came around. Do you hear me?
Yes.
They gonna always take your side. That's what I told them. No matter what. That's what I told them to do. That's how I raised them. Regardless of who it is that you are with. They are always supposed to take your side. You hear me?
Yes.
For the record, Judge, I stopped at 2 minutes and 45 seconds. I'm going to start again at 7 minutes and 23 seconds.
We have to get through this shit, Andy. I didn't even talk to my lawyer about even the little court appearances and all that type of shit. They cannot, they like he said, all they can do is threaten you, Andy. That's it. Do you hear me? That's what my lawyer told me. And this is not no janky-ass lawyer. He's not no janky-ass lawyer. That is all they can do to you. Is threaten you. They can't do nothing else to you. Or them. You done been in contact with my brothers and all of them. They didn't already, and I'm pretty sure all of them, I mean, the people that, I'm pretty sure they told you not to get in contact with my family and don't let my family get in contact with you. But that's, they not doing nothing but trying to bring another black man down, man. Literally, Angie. And you know this. This is how they work. So, calm down. Everything is going to be okay. You hear me? And even if my bunkie ain't around, you already know Unc done said what he said and Auntie. You should know which Auntie and which Unc I'm talking about. That is lessons. Stay with them. You know who I'm talking about until we get our stuff together, right?
Yes.
Don't let these people scare you. I'm already scared, Angie. But I can't let them do this to us. They can't do nothing to us. The sooner I get out of here, the faster we can just get the fuck on. Literally. I'm not mad at you. I'm not mad at the kids. I'm mad at myself for cheating on you, man. It's the dumbest shit I could have did.
You know it's way more than that.
I can't hear you.
You know it's way more than that.
Angie, do not say nothing that is going to get us in trouble, please.
I am not.
Because you know they are listening and recording this conversation. We're not
I know.
talking to each other. But
Oh, I know.
But they know if we're talking to each other, it's not even, it's not that. You hear me?
Yes.
It's not that.
For the record, I'm stopping at 10 minutes, about 17 seconds, and I'm moving forward to 15 minutes and 16 seconds. About 15, 14.
And from there, my next court date after the 21st will be my preliminary exam hearing. That's the court date that you have to show up to. And he said if you don't show up, they are going to dismiss it without prejudice. That means it can be brought back up if you decide to bring it back up, or if the prosecutor get in contact with you, or however this shit may go. But they can't make you do shit. I'm telling you this now. My bunkie done said this shit. My lawyer said this. They can't make you do nothing that you want to do. Period. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So it's not more than what it is. It's not more than what you think, Angie. I'm trying to tell you now. It's literally what I'm telling you. That's why I even said, if you want me to give you my lawyer number, I will give you his number. Talk to him and ask him, if I tell these people the truth, I got extremely mad because he cheated on me. You know what I'm saying? It'll be, and it's this anyway. You got to think about it this way. If you don't show up to the preliminary exam, they're going to probably be a little bit more pissed than what they will be if you tell them that you know what I'm saying? Do you get what I'm saying to you?
Yes.
Yeah, instead of waiting 2-3 more weeks, you know what I'm saying, spending these people money and shit like that, because once they feel like it's a need to push on, that's when they're going to start really spending money. If you don't show up to that preliminary exam, which they still can't do shit to you even if you don't, they still going to be more pissed. You get what I'm saying to you?
Yes.
Okay. But if you go ahead and tell these people, and I'm trying to tell you, that's why I'm saying, if you want to be sure, I will give you this lawyer number, and you can talk to him, and then I will talk to him. They have to let me go. And they can't do shit to you or them kids. When I get out, which is going to be in the next few days, if you end up doing this shit today, if not today, we can move on. We can start moving, getting shit together, and get the fuck on. I don't have to deal with my family. My family ain't got to put nothing on my behind. They ain't got to spend no money. You get what I'm saying? Don't nobody have to spend nothing to get me out or anything. They know how this relationship type shit work. They not trying to do nothing to try to railroad another black man, Angie. That's all they give a fuck about. That's all they care about.
You have your lawyer's number?
Huh?
Do you have your lawyer's number in front of you?
Yes, he gave me his card. His name is Kendrick Wiggins.
Kendrick.
Yeah. K. You got a pen and pencil?
I got the computer in front of me, so I'm typing.
Okay, Kendrick, K-E-N.
Mm-hmm.
D-R-I-C-K. And then
Okay.
Wiggins is R-I-G-G-I-N-S.
Okay.
Cell phone number is 313. Are you ready?
Pendulum stop it at about 19 minutes and 9 seconds. And from July 15th, 2023, call 20, which is 9 minutes and 12 seconds long. I'll be starting at 2 minutes and 36 seconds.
Okay.
I really want to get the fuck out of here today, but if I have to wait till Monday, then I will. You know what I'm saying? That'll just be another, tonight and tomorrow night. You know what I'm saying? If you say what you got to say, that's why I say look into it yourself to a degree. Or period. You know what I'm saying? And that's gonna be that. If you can, you know what I'm saying, call down here and say what you say. Do not let, like I said, baby, do not let nobody press you or try to say nothing to you or try to scare you. Fuck. You hear me?
Yes.
That's all they, like I said, that's all they try to do anyway, is use scared time.
I stopped it at 3 minutes and 21 seconds. I will start back up at 4 minutes and 27 seconds.
but look into it. Don't just do it. You know what I'm saying? Look into it for your own reasons as far as like safety wise and shit like that. If you really, because like I said, Angie, they I know for sure they can't fuck with you.
Stop that call for record at 4:43. Next call is from July 15th, 2023, call 18, which is 1 minute and 38 seconds long. Starting at 5 seconds.
Call me back in a minute.
Yeah, how everything going? I know I just got off the phone with you.
Yeah, the lawyer called me back. He said he gonna call me back and let me know what he can do or what he can do as far as helping me wise. Because he said that since Catalea was interviewed and said the same thing as me, he basically wants to look for himself and then get back to me to make sure that we're gonna be okay.
What did you tell him that you wanted to basically?
To change the story to the truth is what I told him. And he said he doesn't want to know the details, of course, for, legal purposes and confidentiality.
Okay.
But he said that he's going to call me back to make sure that he has all the information that he needs to basically answer my question.
The record, I stopped that call at 1 minute 15 seconds. Only got 2 more judges. The next one is from July 15th, 2023, call 15, also 9 minutes and 20 seconds long. I will be starting at 26 seconds.
Yeah, I just got off the phone with my lawyer. You trying to say some other shit as far as like, yeah, it's gonna be repercussions if you do this and do that. And who did you talk to exactly? Was it somebody off of my lawyer team, or did you end up calling somebody else?
No, it was somebody from your lawyer team. He said that he was basically the counselor.
Okay, yeah, he said he sent his investigator to you and whatever. Hello?
I can hear you.
Where are you?
DoorDash, and I'm about to pull over.
Okay, yeah, pull over, please.
Okay, say that again.
Yeah, he trying to say that there's gonna be repercussions and shit like that behind me even talking to you and shit like that. And he said it might be some charges and shit like that against you or some shit like that though, because he said it was some false allegations and shit like that about you. I mean, involving the child and shit like that and putting a man in prison. Then he was like, as far as me talking to you, we ain't supposed to be talking and this and this and that. But I told him, like, shit, I never did anything, so that's why I reached out to you. You know I didn't do anything, so this is why I reached out to you. And
Right.
he was like, who told you that that you was getting out early and shit like that? And he was like, yeah, what she don't understand is that it's not gonna be as simple as she think it is and shit like that though. So this is what he telling me.
Okay.
So so what, baby? Then he said that you might need a lawyer or some shit like that. Then as far as he was like, do she love you enough to take a charge and shit like that? Cause that's low key a felony and this and that and this and that. Like I really don't know.
Yeah, that's what I was seeing, what I was reading.
Huh?
That's kind of what it was saying, that I could be charged as far as felony and fraud and false allegations and stuff, including the child.
Yeah.
The record, I stopped at 2 minutes and 45 seconds, and I'm gonna pick back up at 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
You wanna just go ahead and let me just ride this shit out, man. It don't even matter at this point, cause I'm trying to understand why would they tell you that it'll be processed in the systems and stuff like that, and I'll be out within 24 hours. Why would they tell you that? It's my
Right, and that's what the prosecuting counselor is what he said he was.
He said what?
That his title was the prosecuting counselor. He's basically the one that talks to the victim.
Right. Because he said he couldn't talk to you and shit like that. And he said that's why he sent him to talk to you.
Right. I'm gonna talk to an attorney before I end up speaking to the other guy. I'm gonna call them first thing Monday. Because even if I don't do any or redo the report or anything like that, if I don't come to court, they still got the carcass. If I don't show up.
I know. So
that's honestly probably what I'm gonna have to do.
that's what we gonna do then, baby. And they not about to do this shit with us. I'm gonna just have T1 I mean, they just gonna have to pay my fine. Friday, we argue the what's name and shit like that. That's basically what it's gonna be,
Okay.
They can, like I say, also they can pull these little recordings of a minute of us talking and shit like that though. But that like you said, ain't shit happening. So
Right.
You wouldn't talk to nobody else, right?
No.
As far as everything else and shit like that. As far as just that's what we're gonna probably just have to do. Just don't do that, alright? Cause they trying to railroad motherfuckers either way they can.
Stop that call for the record at 5 minutes and 52 seconds. Last call is from July the 25th, the day before the exam. It is identified as call 5 and it's 15 minutes long. I will be starting at 26 seconds.
Okay.
Yes.
I need you to speak up and speak into the phone, please.
So yes.
Okay. How you sound like that?
I was trying to clear my throat.
What you doing?
Laying down watching TV.
Sorry, Jen, I had intended a different time. I stopped it at 40 seconds. I had intended to start this one at 5 minutes and 41 seconds.
If I get out tomorrow, when I get out, hopefully I'm claiming, but really you don't have to do that like that no more, because I'm gonna be able to get my check and hours to be able to put that together.
Okay.
But you're not going nowhere tomorrow, right? Or what are you doing tomorrow?
I'm not doing anything tomorrow.
You staying in the house?
Yes.
So where's the kids?
What at TY's?
As in you picked them back up from, like, you dropped Tyrone off, came and got the kids and dropped them off?
No, I had the kids with me.
Stop that call at 6 minutes and 17 seconds. Picking back up at
That phone call was July 25th?
Yes, Judge.
And preliminary examination where the case was dismissed was July 26th?
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
And I'm picking back up at 7 minutes and 37 seconds. 39.
If everything goes right, hopefully it does, but the lawyer most definitely said, yeah, if she don't show, because he think you is, that's what he told me. He most definitely think you popping up. He said, we haven't been able to get in contact with Miss Holman and stuff like that, so 9 times out of 10, she's going to show tomorrow. That's what he said. But I ain't say nothing to him about it. I just let him tell me what he told me.
Right.
And I even said as far as them trying to play recording it too, if they try to play just one recording or two recording me, can we ask the judge to play all of them? Actually, you told me to tell you that. I was like, yeah, she told me to let y'all know to play all the recordings. And he said, what is it going to say? Basically, I didn't do it and us getting back together. He said, well, okay, but if they don't play no recordings, then I'm not going to ask, you know what I'm saying? But if they do, then that's what we're going to do.
Okay.
But he said, like I said, he said if you came up there and you recant your story as and tell the truth, the case is going to get dismissed. And if you don't show up, the case is going to get dismissed.
Okay.
What time are you going to get the kids?
I tell him at least by 6:30, 7 o'clock, the latest.
What time is it now?
It is 5:25.
All right, you honestly, Angie, you wasn't supposed to have let the dead. Y'all supposed to be in the house, man. I don't know why you letting anybody go around freely and shit like that. Y'all supposed to be in the crib. So
I was honestly trying to get them out, but I'll go back and pick them up.
You said you was honestly what?
Trying to get them out the house where they can be around kids.
Baby, they can do all that when I am out.
Okay, I understand.
So what are you about to do?
I'm about to go get them.
And then?
And then come back home.
You're not leaving the house. I mean, what is, Angie, you're not, okay.
That's what I'm saying. I'm going to be in the house for the rest of the night.
For the rest of the night, for tomorrow, the next day,
Yes. I won't be going back out till Thursday. That's my plan, not to leave again till Thursday.
At least not to leave until I get home.
Okay.
That's the plan. That should be the plan. Or do you have different plans? Let me know.
No, I do not have any other plans.
Just for the record, I stopped that call at 10 minutes and 36 seconds. That is all the calls I intend to play today.
All right. Any other witnesses?
No other witnesses, Judge. May I approach with exhibits 1 through 5?
Yes.
Thank you. This time, after I admit these exhibits, the people will rest.
Mr. Riggins? This is for the defendant?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes. Come on.
Yeah. Defense doesn't tend to call one witness, however, due to certain legal complications, we're asking that this hearing be adjourned and held in part until that witness has had an opportunity to speak with counsel and determine the best route forward.
The attorney. Oh, Mr. Berry is here for her. Mr. Berry official around here. Okay. So
I don't know how long Mr. Berry is going to need before I talk to her. I still like give him ample opportunity, have time to consult like on that.
I'll tell you what, I have a homicide exam about to do right now. That's gonna take some time, I'm sure. We can revisit the issue right after the exam.
Okay. And a couple hours?
Yes. Okay. All right.
He can take, you know, sweep it in the back.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. I appreciate you, sir. Welcome. Can someone show Mr. Barrett to the witness?
I will,
Mr. Barrett, what's your first name?
Ryan, B-R-I-A-N. All right, we ready on start?
Yes, Judge. I'll let this bear know for it. No, hold on, I can talk to him.
You guys need any relief or anything?
We had it, Judge. We took care of it.
You sure?
Yeah, yes, sir.
All right, Madam Court Reporter, are you okay? We haven't eaten, but I'm okay. Are you
I'm
okay?
I don't need to eat.
I don't know about that.
I'm good.
Where's Ms. Barron?
Just coming in, Judge.
Okay. Let's have.
Sir, what's your name?
He's coming up, Judge.
Okay.
It's
H-I-T-Z.
Jonathan, J-O-N.
Ready?
I'm not sending him down. You want to send him down? Sorry to say you want to talk to him about it.
Okay, no problem.
No.
Turn right there.
C-O-N-C-C.
All right. Calling the case 2358934. People of the state of Michigan versus defendant number 1, Raphael Dominique Starks. Defendant is charged in count 1 homicide, murder, first degree, premeditated. Count 2 weapons, firearms, possession by felon. Count 3 felon firearm, second offense notice. Defendant has an official offender, third offense notice. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, or good afternoon, excuse me. I may have pleased this honorable court, APA Jonathan Hicks, appearing on behalf of the people, P85288.
Good morning, Judge Hannah Barron, P85265, representing Mr. Starks. Mr. Starks, please say your name.
Good afternoon. Today's date and time set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
The people are, but if I could place one thing on the record before we do, Judge, I did let Ms. Barron know that I would be seeking, as of last Friday, a Bindover on an additional count 4, weapons, felony firearm, which also carries a second offense notice for this defendant, which is in relation to count 2, the felon in possession count. It's not relevant for exam purposes, but I also have provided her with amended information indicating that he is appropriately charged as an habitual 4th offender, violent 4th offender with a mandatory 25-year sentence. I do have a copy of the amended information.
Okay,
Thanks, one.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so essentially, as it relates to the charges, we're just adding 1 count of felony firearm second offense.
That's correct, Judge. That's the only substantive change.
It has to be charged as an official. Okay, Ms. Barron? Okay.
Yes, Judge, this was a case that I requested an adjournment on this past Friday because I did just receive voluminous discovery this past Thursday. I was able to go over the most critical discovery in this case, but I still would have appreciated more time to go through the remainder of the discovery. There's, again, a lot of video surveillance, so I am renewing that request for an adjournment.
That request will be denied. As you are aware, the court set this matter for preliminary examination. I said today that I normally don't hold homicide preliminary exams, hold my homicide exams on Tuesdays and Thursdays, but in order to accommodate the attorney's schedule, I set it for today. So I went through all kinds of trouble to set it for today. We had discovery since Thursday. They gave you Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday to prepare for an exam, not a trial, but an exam. So we're ready to proceed. How many witnesses will we proceed?
Judge, 3 witnesses. I do have several preliminary matters.
Okay.
First, I'd like to request an order of mutual sequestration with an exception for the officer in charge.
All right, ladies and gentlemen in the courtroom, as well as ladies and gentlemen out there in YouTube land, if you are a witness or potential witness, I'm ordering you to either leave the courtroom or log off. If you continue to stay or be present during this preliminary examination, knowing that you are in fact a witness, that may prohibit you from testifying in future days.
Thank you, Judge. I would also move to omit People's Exhibits 1 and 2. Exhibit 1 is a copy of a report from the Office of the Wayne County Medical Examiner. It's admissible under MCL 766.11B, subparagraph 1.
Any objection?
No objection to Exhibit 1.
Admitted.
I'd also move to admit People's Proposed Exhibit 2, which is a certified copy of the Register of Actions for State of Michigan versus Raphael Starks. That's case number 01-014162-02-FC. It's admissible under that same statute that I said.
Any objection?
Yes, Judge, I am objecting. I'm not sure if I'm missing something. I don't see a certification on this register of actions. It wasn't on my copy, so no objection.
Okay, admitted.
Permission to approach and provide the court with these 2 exhibits. And Judge, I'd just like to publish a short portion from People's Exhibit 1 and 2.
Please.
From People's Exhibit 1, this is ME case number 23-03926. The Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office indicates that the individual was pronounced dead on March 26th of 2023. It's a report of Dr. Nicole Kroom, Assistant Medical Examiner, regarding the postmortem examination on the body of Martise Deshawn on 3/28 of 2023. In the summary and opinion, Dr. Crew indicates per investigation, the decedent was a 33-year-old phenotypic male who was found on the street with multiple gunshot wounds. He was conveyed to the emergency department and pronounced at 0239 hours on March 26, 2023. Post-mortem examination revealed 9 gunshot wounds on the body, head 2, back 3, right shoulder 1, right arm 2, and right thigh 1, with associated graze wound of left thigh. There was no soot or gunpowder stippling noted on the skin surrounding any of the wounds. Without going through all of the report, she notes, in consideration of the circumstances, post-mortem examination, toxicology, and medical record review, it is my opinion that death was caused by multiple gunshot wounds and the manner of death is homicide. People's Exhibit 2 indicates that Raphael Starks was convicted of armed robbery on via plea, which took place on March 19th of 2002, and he was sentenced on April 11th of 2002. I would just note for the record that for the statute, armed robbery is a specified. And at this time, the people would call Officer T.I. to the stand.
Madam Clerk Reporter, did you have anything? Okay. Yeah, good job. Sir, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. Please have a seat in the box. Begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Can you please state your name again for the record?
Officer Julian T.I.
And how are you employed, officer?
Come again, I'm sorry.
How are you employed?
I'm a police officer with Wayne State University Police Department.
And how long have you served in that capacity?
8.5 years.
Have you ever worked with any other law enforcement agencies?
No, sir.
And are you assigned any particular units with that law enforcement agency?
No, sir. I work road patrol.
On March 26th of 2023, were you dispatched to 3901 Woodward?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember around what time?
2:16 a.m.
And what happened?
Would you like me to start from the beginning?
Yes, please, start from the beginning.
Yes, sir. On that particular date, at 2:16 a.m., I was on routine patrol in the area of Trumbull and Grand River area. I heard a DPD radio call for priority at 3901 Woodward for shots fired in progress. At this time, no one had volunteers for the call. I advised my communication controller, which was our dispatch, and began heading in that direction.
And did you eventually make that location?
Yes, sir, I did.
What did you observe upon your arrival?
Upon arrival, I observed a large crowd of people. As I got even closer, I observed a young black male on the southbound lanes of traffic, lane with his head facing southbound.
And did you make any other observations regarding that?
Yes, sir. As I got closer, the younger black male who was laying on the concrete, he was bleeding from his head, from the top of his head. Multiple people were around his body, and yes.
Did you observe anything else that caught your attention in that area?
Yes, sir. The subject was grasping for air. I advised him that I was going to get him care. I also observed some shell casing.
And just so we better understand this location, can you describe, just to the best of your ability, where he was positioned when you arrived?
So the queue line 3901 Woodward is located on Woodward and Alexandrian, about 50 feet just south of Alexandrian. The subject was laying on the cement on the moving lanes of traffic, facing southbound. And these are the southbound lanes of traffic.
And what did you do after making this observation?
Like I said, I did advise my communication controller of what I had. I requested medics to make my location immediately. I asked individuals who were around the body at that time to move away from the body. And I believe that.
So those medics, did they eventually arrive?
Correct. Medic number 14 arrived on scene.
And what happened when they got there?
They picked up the individual and put him in their rig.
And what did you do?
I made Detroit Receiving Hospital as well.
Did you follow them to Detroit Receiving Hospital?
Yes, sir.
And did you make any further observations when you were at Detroit Receiving Hospital?
Yes, sir. I saw the subject being taken to the ER room, and he was being treated by doctors on stage.
And did you have occasion to review any of the items was there any item found on the subject?
I believe later it was brought to my attention an ID.
Objection to anything brought to the officer's attention, any of your
You mentioned an ID. Did you see an ID?
I saw an ID.
And did that ID have a photograph on it?
Yes, sir.
And could you describe that photograph?
It matched the individual that was taken, the victim, from the scene, from the speaker.
And did you see a name listed on it?
Yes,
Could
sir.
I just object to best evidence in this situation? This isn't a piece of evidence that I believe I have.
Identification.
Understood, but I believe that what the questions that are being asked to this officer are about a piece of evidence that I haven't received.
I don't have the ID either. I don't believe the best evidence rule requires preclusion in this circumstance. There was some reason to doubt the authenticity of this identification, then sure, there'd be a best evidence rule problem, but I don't see any reason why, as the officer described.
My understanding is that this testimony, this portion of it anyway goes to identification of the alleged victim.
Yes, Judge.
Best evidence rule has more so to do with someone interpreting has been recorded, photographed, and what. So long as he's not making some kind of interpretation,
Judge, I think that this officer is making an interpretation of the evidence. This officer is testifying as to what that photograph represented, what the identification stated. That's something that we should have in this court.
The objection is no.
What was the name on that identification?
The name on the identification was Mike Keith.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross-examine.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Officer, when you responded to this scene, you were equipped with body camera footage, is that right? Or body worn camera?
Yes, ma'am. I had my body worn camera on me.
And that was activated, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And at the end of your shift that day, did you dock your body worn camera?
Yes, as always.
Okay, and that's so that it could upload, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And at any point after that day, did you review your body worn camera footage?
I did not.
Okay, are you aware of whether it successfully uploaded?
I am not aware.
Okay. And officer, when you responded to this area, you testified that there were multiple people around the body that you saw, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and there were also many other people in the area, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and this body was right outside of a theater, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And as you arrived on scene, many people were leaving that theater, is that right?
I'm not sure if they were leaving, but there were a group of people out there, so you could assume that they were leaving. I'm not sure if they were leaving.
Okay. And I'm sure your main focus was on the person that you were responding to the call for, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
But you also saw at least 50 people in the area, would you say?
I wouldn't put a number. I know because my main focus was on the individual. I'll say 20.
Okay. And would you say that it was crowded right outside of that theater?
It was pretty crowded.
Okay. Nice, better.
You regret?
No, Judge.
Thank you, sir. You missed it.
Thank you.
People call Sergeant Ford to the stand. And Judge, if I haven't already been given permission to share my screen, I request permission to share the screen.
Okay. Move it. Steve. That's STEP, right? Yes, sir. Board like to talk. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. And when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name again for the record?
Sergeant Steve Ford,
And how are you employed?
City of Detroit Police Department,
How long have you served with the City of Detroit Police Department?
29.
Did you ever work with any other law enforcement agencies?
No.
And do you work with any special units within the City of Detroit Police Department?
Yes.
What are those?
Homicide.
And what's your role with homicide?
I'm currently a certified video technician.
And what does that mean to be a certified video technician?
Means I'm certified to make an establishment, a business or residence, or anyone that holds any type of video data and is restricted from the systems.
And do you have training in doing that?
Yes.
What types of training?
I'm certified through LEVA, which is the Law Enforcement Emergency Services Video Association, which is a 2-week certification course with a continuing 80 hours every 3 years of ongoing training.
How many hours of training would you estimate you've completed in your career?
So,
And do you have experience doing that?
yes,
How many times have you made a location and preserved video evidence?
over about.
And are you familiar with Project Greenlight?
Yes.
What's that?
Project Greenlight is within our Genetech system, which mostly surrounds the businesses in the city of Detroit, which gives the owner the ability to share their video systems with the city of Detroit live.
And I'm sorry, you said it's a live feed?
Yes.
And what are the City of Detroit Police Department's capabilities with respect to that feed?
Their capabilities, so if an incident happens at a location, they can have immediate eyes on that situation because of the Greenlight system. But they also have the ability to monitor that system even before 911.
Can video be saved from that system?
Yes.
And does that happen in the ordinary course of business?
Yes.
Prior to this proceeding, I showed you a file on my computer that I marked as People's Exhibit 3. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And did you recognize that file?
Yes.
What was that file?
It was a video that was distracted from Liberty Street, I believe, and Wilbur.
I'm sorry, I showed you 2 video files.
Oh,
So the clip and also the event file.
So when you say event file, what do you mean by that?
The event file is just that event. So instead of watching hours of video, I take the clips from the pertinent parts of the video and place them all together. So that it's continuous stream instead of watching one camera at a time, then switching to the next camera. So I'm putting each camera into a continuous stream.
Permission to approach, Judge?
Yes.
Yes.
So I just showed you People's Exhibit 3 again. Do you now remember what People's Exhibit 3 was?
Yes.
Out of those two files that you described, which one was it?
Oh, the event file, sorry.
The event file, okay. And could you just walk through it as an overview what that file is?
The event file.
Yeah, how did you create it?
It's from the different videos from around. So it started with the Genetech system, then it went over to the actual crime scene location for all the businesses around the scene.
So is this comprised of videos that you downloaded and preserved?
Yes.
And did your process of downloading and preserving those videos alter the underlying footage in any way?
No.
Did your process of adding those to the event file alter the underlying footage?
No.
So is the footage contained in the event file a fair and accurate copy of the footage that you originally downloaded and preserved?
Yeah.
And did some of those videos contain audio or was it all just video?
Audio and video.
What about the audio portions of those files? Were those altered in any way?
No.
And you mentioned combining the videos together. Aside from that, did you do anything else to edit these videos?
No.
There was no point where you zoomed in on a particular portion?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And did that zooming process do anything to alter the underlying video?
No.
And all of the video that went into the event file that we're talking about, People's Exhibit 3, did you personally recover that video?
Yes.
At this time, I've moved to admit and publish People's Exhibit 3.
May I go, dear?
Go ahead.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So the video exhibit that you were just testifying about, that contains video footage from 4 Alexandrine, is that right?
Yes.
And from 25th Alexandrine?
I'm not sure about that.
Okay,
That was 4 other.
okay, and 79th Alexandrine?
I'm not sure.
Okay. 150 Parsons
Yes.
and 3929 Woodward, right?
Yes.
And 4107 Cass?
Yes.
Were there any other locations aside from those that are contained in that video?
I'll have to review my sheets just to be sure, but I think that's it.
What would you have to review?
The sheets that I gave you.
And may I approach?
Okay.
This is 4 Alexander. I didn't make any other.
location were open.
Okay, so the only locations contained in the video, the compilation video, are 4 Alexandrine, 150 Parsons, 3929 Woodward, and 4107 Cass, is that right?
Also Green.
And also Green Lane. And what were those Green Lane locations?
Green light locations.
Yes,
I don't know what's on there.
okay. But there were Green Lane locations that I didn't just list, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And in the compilation video, you didn't edit any timestamps that existed from the system themselves, is that right?
Correct.
So any timestamps that appear on the surveillance footage should be accurate to that system, is that right?
Right.
Thank you. I have nothing further. And Judge, I do object to the admission of the video because I don't have all the underlying surveillance that went into that video. So the only locations I have are the ones that I listed out. I don't have any green light video, so I'm objecting to the compilation video for that reason.
I also do not have that underlying video. My understanding is that Sergeant Ford downloaded an incredibly large file. This is incredibly large amount of video that consists of over 250 gigabytes of data. I don't have that yet. I just have a compilation video that was prepared. I don't believe that goes to the admissibility of the file.
I don't think it goes to the admissibility, it may go to what weight court should attribute to. And discovery is ongoing, so the objection. It may be.
I'm gonna grab these.
And Judge, permission to publish this video at this time?
Yes.
I am planning on publishing about 22 minutes of this video. There is a portion in the beginning where I don't feel like we need to watch it at normal speed. I would just request permission to fast forward it. If there's no objection.
Just directly to what you listed. The whole thing has been committed, so next council needs to have my attention to as well.
Okay, then for the record, I'm going to play it from the beginning, but I'm going to play it at using the VLC player faster than normal speed. I'll note for the record when I slow it back.
That's fine.
Okay, Sergeant Ford, I put People's Exhibit 3 on the screen. Can you see that?
Yes.
Do you remember where this video came from? It's currently shown on the screen.
From Green light. I'm not sure about that.
Do you know the general location of it? Okay. But it's from Green Light Video?
Yes.
Playing People's Exhibit 3 from the 0 second. I've stopped it at the 1 minute, 5 second mark. Just before I transitioned, there was a black bar in the middle of the screen. Was that part of the original video file?
No.
What was that?
So like kids.
So, could you clarify why you added that?
To block the kids.
So there were children present in that video?
Yes.
I'm playing it from the 1 minute, 5 second. Okay, I've stopped the video at the 2-minute, 36-second mark. Could you describe what was just shown on the video?
Google Maps.
What do you mean by Google Maps?
So, it's Google Maps. So just being able to show, well, Google Earth, being able to show and leave one location and go to another area.
And did you do anything to alter the data that you found on Google Earth?
No.
And does that accurately show where the video was recovered from or where the camera was positioned?
From Google Earth.
How did you determine what to show there on Google Earth?
So the store location, the address to that store, and me going from that location to the scene location.
Okay.
So just using those two different addresses.
And the 2-minute, 36-second mark here, do you know where this video was taken from?
In front of 39 Wood. 29 Wood.
And do you know if that timestamp in the upper right-hand corner, if that's accurate?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna play it from that. Okay, I saw the video at the 4-minute, 16-second mark. Do you know where this video was taken from?
Inside of that location.
And when you say that location, you're talking about the address you just referenced?
Yes.
Playing again from that same mark. Okay, I saw the video at the 6-minute, 11-second mark. And you recall where this video was taken from?
Same location.
Playing again from that mark. Okay, same question at the 6-minute, 28 mark. I stopped it.
Same location.
Okay, I've stopped at the 7-minute, 27-second mark. It appears the camera's moving. What's going on?
Just zooming in.
And what was the reason why you're zooming in?
Zooming, following the person of interest.
Play again from that mark. Stop to the 7-minute 54-second mark. The timestamps on all these videos that we just reviewed that you said are from the same location. Are all those timestamps consistent?
Yes.
Okay, I've stopped it at the 8-minute 23-second mark. What about this video? Is that that same location?
Yes.
Okay, I've stopped at the 9-minute 4-second mark. You recall where this video was taken?
Is it 4 Alexander?
Is there something that would refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Or what would that be?
Those sheets.
Okay, so if I approach you with those sheets that you reviewed earlier, would that potentially refresh your recollection? Permission to approach, Judge?
Yes.
Can you take the time to again where you stopped it?
Yes, the 9-minute 4-second.
Three nine oh nine.
So did reviewing your reports refresh your recollection?
Yes.
And do you recall where this was taken from?
Yes.
Where was it?
3909 Road.
Are you familiar with that area?
Yes.
Do you know what street is depicted in this video? If you don't know, don't guess.
Building.
Okay. And do you know where that's positioned in relation to the entrance on Woodward that we saw in the prior videos?
Yes. It's just west of the entrance. Well, I guess.
So Woodward goes
it will
north
be
south.
south. It will be south of it.
Thank you. I'm playing from the 9-minute 4-second. I'm sorry, I stopped at the 9-minute 26-second mark, but I want to back it up just a little bit. So I've stopped at the 9-minute 18-second mark. Do you know where this video was taken from?
Yes.
What's that?
From Slows. I think it's 4107, yes.
But it slows?
Yes.
And do you know what streets are depicted here?
This would be.
Would reviewing your report refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Permission to approach, Judge? Okay. Okay, did reviewing that report refresh your recollection?
Yes,
What are the streets that are?
Kenneth and Kenneth.
What street is Cass?
The street is going,
So if you're looking at the screen, there's a street that starts in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. Do you know what street that is?
Alexander. Going to,
So looking at the bottom left-hand corner of the screen, do you know what street that is?
the bottom left-hand corner, that's Kenneth.
Okay, so that's Cass.
Yes,
And then there's a street that's shown, I guess in the upper left-hand corner, but not all the way at the top of the screen. Do you know what street that is, or is?
I believe it's Kenneth, but maybe Alexander.
I just object to a lack of foundation. I don't really know how the officer has information.
He said he was generally familiar with the area, although he's not, sounds like he's not sure what that street is, which.
I'll take the testimony for what it's called.
Yeah, I'm gonna play again from that same mark, which is 9 minutes 18 seconds. Okay, I've stopped at the 9 minute 23 second mark. Do you recall what location this video was taken from?
From Slows.
Also from Slow, so the same
Yes.
location, just a different camera?
Yes.
Playing from that same mark. And I've stopped at the 9 minute 30 second mark. You recall what where this video came from?
This is actually from 3939.
And do you recognize this area?
Yes,
Do you know what street that's depicting? You don't know, don't guess.
I'm not gonna guess. I believe it's Alexandria, but I'm not sure between Campbell and Alexandria.
Okay. But it's one of those.
Yes.
Playing from the 9 minute 30 second mark. Sorry, I stopped and backed it up a little bit at the 10 minute 12 second mark. I'm gonna play back through that point, but I want to stop at the 10 minute 12 second mark. Do you know where this video was taken from?
Yes, for Alexandria,
And do you know what's located at that location?
the pharmacy.
And do you know where that is in relation to that entrance we saw on Bindover previously?
So it would be east of that entrance. So that entrance is, the entrance what we're looking at is going east, cross over, and then the pharmacy will be north, on the north side of the street.
Okay, so it's northeast of the entrance we saw previously?
Yes.
Okay, playing from the 10 minute 12 second. And I've stopped at the 10 minute 25 second mark. Do you recall where this video comes from?
This video is from 39 Woodward.
And do you know what streets are depicted in this video?
Woodward and Alexander. So I'm assuming that's Alexander on both sides, so yes. Woodward and Alexander.
Play again from that one. And I stopped the video at the 13-minute, 36-second mark. In the upper left-hand corner of the screen, what's that?
Or Alexander, the pharmacy.
There's some numbers on the upper left-hand corner of the screen.
Oh, I'm sorry, the time of the day.
That's the time and date.
Yes,
And do you know if that's accurate to real time?
yes,
How did you determine that?
probably world clock.
What do you mean? Could you elaborate?
So while I was inside the pharmacy, I calibrated their time with the world clock. Was able to determine that it was on time.
And did you do that for the other videos that issue here?
Yes.
I'm gonna play again from the 13-minute, 36-second mark, and I'm gonna play at normal speed for the rest of the duration. Okay, stopped at the 14-minute, 7-second mark, and again, looks like the camera's moving. What's happening there?
This is on.
And that was you that zoomed it in?
Yes.
And did that do anything to alter the underlying contents of the video?
No.
And why were you zooming in?
Just focusing on that.
Okay, playing again from the 14-minute, 7-second mark. Okay, I've stopped at the 14-minute, 25-second mark. Do you recall where this video was taken? And do you know what area this is depicted?
It is southbound.
And where is this in relation to that entrance that we've been talking about?
Yes.
Playing again from that mark. It now appears that there are two videos on the screen. What's going on here? I'm sorry, no, the timestamp. It's 16 minutes, 51 seconds I stopped that.
This is the video from 3929 and also 3930.
Which video is which? Which one's in the bottom right?
The right hand corner is 3939. The upper left is 3949.
So this is something that you did in the editing process?
Yes.
And just like your other edits, does it alter the underlying contents of these videos?
Yeah.
And playing again from the 16 minute 51 second. Judge, yes, I was planning on laying it out in argument, but I could have Sergeant Ford explain why these videos are being shown, but I thought it'd be more appropriate if I argued based on the evidence rather than having
Go
him
ahead.
explain.
I was just wondering why I'm watching all these people walking around for like minutes on end.
I understand, Judge, that there is something that's maybe hard to see, but there is a point to showing.
Okay.
Okay, I've stopped the video at the 21-minute, 32-second mark. At this time, I believe there may be some family members of the victim in the courtroom. I would just let them know that they may wish to step out at this point. They're welcome to stay if they want, but this may be difficult.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you heard the assistant prosecuting attorney said that the remaining part of this video may be a little hard for you guys to watch, so you've been warned, okay?
Thank you, Judge. I'm gonna replay from that same. Yeah, stop to the 21-minute, 57-second mark. Camera again appears to be moving. What's going on there? And again, I'm assuming process didn't do anything to alter the underlying contents of the video. I'm gonna play again from that scene. And I've stopped at the 22-minute, 8-second mark. Do you recall where this video is from?
This is from 39, 20, 39, 39.
And do you know what area of Woodward this is affecting?
This will be north of that.
And which way is the camera facing?
It is basically
Okay, playing again from that one. Okay, I've stopped at the 22-minute, 30-second mark. It appears there's two videos on the screen, is that correct?
Yes.
And that's something that you did?
Yes.
And did that editing process do anything to alter the annoying comments in the video?
No.
And that video in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, where's that from?
That is from.
If you're not sure,
I'm not sure.
do you know what streets depicted in that video?
So of course, the one on the left is Woodward. The one on the bottom is Hudson.
Yeah, I'm gonna play again from that one. Okay, I stopped the video at the 23-minute, 1 second mark. Do you recall where this video on the bottom right was taken from?
We're on past K9.
And what street is depicted?
Yes.
Yeah, play again from that same mark, 23:01. Yeah, stopped at 23:09. That video on the bottom right, do you know where that was taken from?
K9.
And is that also cast?
Yes.
Play again from that. Yeah, stopped it at the 23-minute, 23-second mark. And we talked a little bit about People's Exhibit 4 previously. Do you remember me showing you that file?
Yes.
Do you recall what that was?
So
People's Exhibit 4.
that was from 39, 49.
And is that also a video that you downloaded in this case?
Yes.
And was it a fair and accurate copy of video that you downloaded in this case?
Yes.
At this time, I move for the admission of People's Exhibit 4.
Any objection?
Yes, I'm sorry, I'm not understanding. Is this a separate exhibit you're doing?
Yeah.
I can't hear you, counsel.
Me?
Is there any objection?
I'll reserve. I'll watch it first.
A minute?
All right, permission to publish?
Yes.
And I'm gonna play this one again. And I stopped at the 1 second mark. What area is this depicting?
South Bottom.
And where is this in relation to that entrance that we discussed previously?
North of the door.
So is this facing towards the door or away from?
Facing towards the door.
Thank you. I'm gonna play it from that 1 second. Yeah, it stopped it at the 32-second mark. I have no further questions for this witness.
Cross-examine.
So you testified a few times about retrieving surveillance from 3939, is that right?
Right,
And did you preserve that in its entirety?
yes,
Okay, so you preserved footage from that location for the entire evening, is that right?
not for the entire evening, but a good chunk of it,
Okay, do you remember which chunk?
just
Which chunk of the evening did you preserve it for?
from midnight to the time of the incident.
Okay. And you also retrieved surveillance from 3929 Woodward, the location of Garden Theater, is that right?
Correct,
And you got surveillance from inside the location?
correct.
And what time frame did you get for 3929 Woodward?
Some of the cameras, I went back to 10 o'clock. 10 PM, but most of them was from 12 to the time of the incident, which should be all right.
Okay, so you got for multiple hours, is that right? And that's for all the cameras that you retrieved from that location?
Correct.
Okay. And you testified about a number of timestamps that you calibrated to the world clock, is that right?
Correct.
And that was for multiple of the videos, is that right?
Correct.
And did any of the videos have inaccurate timestamps?
Yes.
Okay. And which videos were those?
3939, 4107 gas, and I have to look at my sheets to be sure.
Okay, would you like to see this? And approach.
Ma'am?
You're not 6'5", was it?
3965 what street?
What?
So those all had inaccurate timestamps?
Yes.
Okay. And you testified that, I believe 3939 Woodward, from one of those cameras, you saw Selden Street, is that right?
That was 3909.
3909, okay.
Yes.
And is that the only camera that you saw Selden Street from, that you preserved surveillance from?
It was actually on Selden because a couple of cameras face Selden, but you can't really see it. I mean, you can see the corner, which is Selden, but it's not, it's just not showing the traffic.
Okay, so what camera are you referring to right now?
3909 is the only one is on show.
Okay, and so you testified about a number of the video surveillances which showed the area north of the Garden Theater, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and which also showed the area northwest of the Garden Theater, is that right?
Right.
Okay, And we didn't see any video surveillance in the video that we watched in this courtroom from the area southeast of the Garden Theater. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And did you retrieve any video surveillance from the area southeast of the Garden Theater?
I don't know.
Okay. And we saw a little bit of video surveillance. No, I won't ask any questions about that, actually. You got all this video surveillance on a number of different dates, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And were you equipped with body worn camera when you retrieved video surveillance?
I was not.
And did you retrieve any video surveillance? You retrieved some the day of the incident on March 26th, is that right?
The day of the incident?
Yes.
No.
No?
No.
The day following on March 27th?
Yes.
And you retrieved some the day after that on March 28th?
Yes.
And did you retrieve any day after that?
Why is that? Investigation progressed. I didn't have to go back for additional video. So I went back several times.
Okay, when was the last date that you went back for surveillance?
April 4th.
Okay. And so are all the locations that you retrieved surveillance from documented in those sheets that you're looking through in court today?
Yes.
Okay. And you testified that you also retrieved green light camera, correct?
Correct.
And that is not documented in the sheets, correct?
Correct.
So where is that documented? Is that documented anywhere, the green light camera surveillance that you retrieved?
So because it's green light, and I don't have to make a location, get green light, get green light video, but it would just be documented in our RMS report.
In what report?
RMS report.
Your what?
RMS, our reporting systems.
And so did you document that in the RMS report?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I have nothing further. Thank you.
Can you redirect?
No, Judge.
Thank you, sir. You missed that. Any other witnesses for please?
Yes, people call Officer Barrows in the stand.
I can have a 2-minute break for the next witness.
Could I have one too, Judge?
Yes, absolutely. This is gonna be in recess. Let's take 5. Sir.
Good. Gosh. A long time ago, I had an exam where it's a little short. So,
What's the OIC?
what is the
What's
OIC?
name? 'Cause I remember OIC.
Per, now, what is the OIC?
They go to me, they have to take it.
So,
So
there's
do you have
nothing
your
for
copy?
I'll talk to you, I see.
Yeah, your copy, you send the person. She needs that.
I don't know, positive I have that, probably some over. So we have 4 files. Sorry, that would be tough
So we
to.
will have to, downstairs, give you from downstairs, a copy of that.
Okay. I'll see if he needs that, if he doesn't, I'll go downstairs. If I give them the case number visual for me.
Yeah.
So you're talking about the first floor. Thank you. Okay. Yes, that's what. Oh, perfect, thank you. Thank you. Go. Okay. You're saying art. That's
So.
He did, but because for more than everything that Cody did. Which I do. Based on his last thing is going to be PEC. Why would you just notes? That's one of Cass.
Michael, you just, last week.
He spent a lot of time trying to figure out where cameras were.
No, he.
Well, makes it a lot easier.
Or
Bill. Great.
What you gotta do, Amy.
Yeah, you're right.
Oh. Automatic.
But if you want to feel more life,
Okay. She's not gonna touch it, but she's not. Okay. Give me 1 second, Mr. Hicks.
Yeah, step back for me again.
One more minute before I get back to you. Let's go back on the record on people versus Michael Hicks. Calling case 2358782. Versus Michael Arnell Hicks.
You come back up, you can sit down.
Hicks, calling it. His name John Arbella, mean anything to you guys?
Not to be judged.
Y'all hold up, you come right back there.
That's why I bring last time.
Stand next to your table.
Okay, we are back on the record of Cooper versus Michael Hicks. Mr. Riggins?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense have any witnesses?
We do not, Your Honor.
All right, people?
Your Honor, this time the people would move to bind over on all counts, we reserve argument. Actually, wait, Judge, I'm sorry. I would move to bind over on counts 1 through 6. I believe Kennett's testimony was regarding her siblings who were forced upstairs. It's only regarding her 3 siblings and not also herself and her mother. And so I would be not binding over on 2 counts of unlawful imprisonment.
Your Honor, we're going to object to a bind over, and I'd like to start off with unlawful imprisonment. Ms. Hayes testified that Mr. Hayes at no point said anything to her about going upstairs. It was her mother, Angelica Coleman, who said, go upstairs. There was nothing said by Mr. Hayes about going upstairs, so I don't think he sustained the argument of unlawful imprisonment. He did nothing. He had an argument with the testimony was he had an argument. He pulled out back. Mr. Hicks said nothing. It was Ms. Coleman who told her to go upstairs. As to the remainder of the argument, Your Honor, regrettably, we have a 10-year-old who is testifying that Mr. Hicks came into the bedroom in the middle of the night, brought her in the bedroom and put her on the couch. Put her on the bed. He said nothing to her whatsoever. I asked her further questions about did she remember the time? She didn't. I asked her, she said there was 2 events, but she didn't remember when the other event occurred. We asked her about, I asked her about something as simple as how long had the couple been together. She said 3 years. We heard in the jail call that were played, they had been together for 6 years. I just don't think that she's the only person that testified to the event. I just don't think a 10-year-old testimony about something this serious is sufficient for a binder. As to the charge of witness tampering, Your Honor, I think what we heard on those tape were a couple who were desirous to be back together and made plans for him to be back together. I don't think it crossed the line of being witness tampering. I think not the very first call, the second call that we heard Mr. Hicks say, I want you to tell the truth.
And then he proceeded to tell her what the truth is, according to him.
I think what we heard was him reminding her of the facts of the case, but.
Now, what I heard him very clearly state that he was mindful that the conversation was being recorded. He also said, don't say anything that's going to get us in trouble. And on numerous occasions said, don't talk about the case. Please don't talk about the case. All they can do is threaten you and encouraging her to not show up to court. That's what I heard.
And I think what we heard were 2 young people who had decided that they wanted to be together. But I don't think what we heard was him telling her not to testify. And I heard fantasy. I heard when we get out, and when people are incarcerated, they always talk about what happens when we get out. I think we heard a lot. This is what's going to happen when we get out.
I can't ignore what I did. It's him telling her, don't show up to court, the case is going to get dismissed. You understand? You understand? Over and over again. As far as the 10-year-old is concerned, she presented herself to be a very beautiful young child. That was a baby. And I think she knows the difference between lying in bed with her pants and her underwear down, and this person that she regarded as a father touching her butt. That's what she testified to. I don't think she made that up. And his jail phone calls to the mother, telling her, don't say nothing that's going to get us in trouble. Cautioning her about this is being audio taped. And all they can do is threaten you if you don't show up to court. He tells her to tell the truth, and then proceeds to tell her what the truth is he wants her to tell. Please don't talk about the case. Is what he indicated. His words, not mine. Ms. Johnson, anything you'd like to add?
Judge, I would also just note for the record that there are jury instructions to the fact that all I need is the victim's words for a CSC. Further, the date is not an element that I need to prove. And my final comment just being that she refers to the person that she spoke to as a prosecutor counselor. That person was not from my office, and I think that's an incredibly deceptive way to approach witnesses.
So the court, after hearing the testimony of young Ms. Haynes, is satisfied that people have met their burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in the complaint warrant. The court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause for the existence committed. Defendant will be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time will be October 16th, 2023 at 9:00 a.m.
Yeah, and speaking of bond, I believe when we held, I'm sorry, the PCC in this matter, we actually were ESU.
You did.
It was an ESU order.
He was. And they recommend a reduction in bond, which I am not going to follow. I think they should be ashamed of themselves in asking this court to lower the bonds to 50,000, 10%. Maybe they're just not equipped with all the information that I have, but that's been brought to my attention today. Of which this defendant contacted the mother of the alleged victim in this matter, encouraging her not to show up.
Yeah.
I think the bond is appropriate for the protection of the community.
I would like to say that it's my understanding that either Mr. Holman or Mr. Hicks are no longer a couple. As far as the children in this matter, it's unfortunate, but the children have been removed from Mrs. Holman's custody. They are now in foster care.
I wouldn't say that's unfortunate. I would say fully for them. It's a great circumstance.
Judge, just because he doesn't have access to these gifts would mean that if he got out, he would have access to them.
And I think a tugging piece of tissue to prevent.
No, your client's behavior up to this point gives the court great concern. Bond is going to be continued.
Right this way, sir.
Judge, may I approach the order of counsel and testing?
Yes.
Have you released, Judge?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you. I'm glad you
Good, good.
Okay, we are back on the record on People versus Raphael Dominique Stark. Mr. Hicks.
Thank you, Judge. People call Officer Barrow to the stand.
Okay. So please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Okay, sir, please have a seat with responsibility. Maybe getting ready.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please say your name again for the record?
Officer Yusuf Barrow,
And how are you employed?
City of Detroit Police Officer,
How long have you served with the City of Detroit Police Department?
7 years.
And have you ever worked for any other police agencies?
No,
Are you assigned to any particular units?
I'm currently assigned to the homicide unit.
And how long have you served in the homicide unit?
Close to 2 years.
What are your job duties?
To investigate cases that come in, go out to scenes, follow the evidence to hopefully find the truth.
And do you ever serve as the officer in charge of an investigation?
Yes.
And what does that entail?
Officer in charge of the investigation is the officer that oversees the case, the officer that analyzes the scene, analyzes the witness statements, analyzes evidence, and ultimately to get the truth.
And were you working in that capacity with respect to this case that's before the court today?
Yes.
And just specifically, did you have an occasion to travel to Midland County on August 23rd of 2023?
Yes.
Why did you do so?
I went to Midland County to interview the defendant, Raphael Starks.
And you see him in court today?
Yes.
What is he wearing?
Green jumpsuit.
And where is he seated?
As a defense counsel. Yes.
I'd ask the record reflect the identification of the defendant. So noted. And what happened when you drove up to Midland County?
So we drove up to Midland County and conducted an interview with Mr. Starks.
Was that interview recorded?
Yes.
How long was that? Approximately.
I'd say maybe around 10 minutes. I can't be sure.
Did he appear to be under the influence of any intoxicating substances?
No.
To your knowledge, prior to that interview, was he deprived of food?
No.
Was he deprived of water?
No.
Was he deprived of bathroom breaks?
No.
And during the time that you interviewed him, was he handcuffed?
I believe he was either handcuffed in the front or we took off the cuffs. I believe we took off the cuffs.
Did you observe anyone make any promises to the defendant?
No.
And did you observe him being threatened by him?
No.
Were there any weapons pointed at him at any time during the entire time you were with him?
No, sir.
And what was the occasion of this interview? Was he in custody of the Detroit Police Department?
No, he was in custody of the Midland County Correctional Facility.
Do you know how long he was in custody for?
I believe a week.
Did he indicate his level of education?
Yes.
Do you remember what that was?
I don't remember.
Did you read him his Miranda rights?
Yes.
Did you use anything to assist yourself in doing so?
Constitutional rights form.
Permission to approach, Judge?
Yes. I just handed you what's marked, what I previously marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 5. It's a two-sided document. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the constitutional rights certificate of notification form provided by the Detroit Police Department.
And that's what it is generally. There's some other information on here. What is it specifically?
So we typically read these rights out loud to the person we're interviewing, and we have them read it to themselves and initially they understand what was written to them and signed.
And is this a copy of the form that you used with respect to Mr. Starks?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of that form?
Yes.
This time I move to admit People's Proposed Exhibit 5. Any objection?
No objection.
Admitted. And just for the record, on the left side of this page, next to 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, what are those marks?
Mr. Starks initialed his first initial and last initial of his name.
And in the middle right-hand portion of the page where it says signature, what's that?
A signature of Mr. Starks.
And what about this information on the bottom of the page? What was filled in?
The date and time of the interview, the officer conducting the interview, and the place, which was Midland County Jail.
And what's on the second page of this document?
Second place is the Detroit Police interrogation record.
And just briefly, what is that?
This is basic information we gave prior to interviewing the subject, like his name, height, weight, address. If he has any deficiencies, beard, hair, nose, broken teeth, just general questions.
And did, after initialing this document, Mr. Starks indicate he had understood his rights?
Yes,
And did he agree to waive those rights?
yes.
This time I'd open it up to voir dire by defense counsel.
Voir dire is for voluntary.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So you testified that to your knowledge, Mr. Starks wasn't deprived of any food before this interview, is that right?
Yeah, correct.
And you also testified that he was in custody in Midland County at the time, is that right?
Yes, correct.
And that you believe he was there for about a week, is that right?
Yes.
Do you know the date of his arrest?
No.
Okay. Are you sure he was there for a week? Could it have been longer?
I believe it was a week, around a week to 2 weeks. I can't recollect what time they notified me that he was in custody.
Okay. And did you ask Mr. Starks if he had been deprived of food?
No.
Did you ask him if he had been deprived of water?
No.
Did you ask anyone else at the facility?
No.
And did you ask Mr. Starks whether he had slept the night before?
No.
Did you ask him if he was under the influence of anything?
No.
And you interviewed Mr. Starks at the jail, is that right?
Correct.
Where at the jail? In a specific room?
They had a specific room where we can interview prisoners.
Okay. And where did you first meet Mr. Starks? Was it in that room?
We were waiting in the room and he walked into the room. The deputies brought him in.
Okay. And were you equipped with any camera?
I was not equipped with the camera.
Okay. And was your partner?
No, he was not equipped with a body camera.
The video was interviewed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that camera was turned on, and the first thing said on camera is, so the first one says, I understand that I have the right to remain silent. Is that right?
I don't recall. I can't remember. I know she did.
Okay. You spoke to Mr. Starks before that camera was turned on. Is that right?
I can't recall.
Okay. You don't know whether or not you spoke with him before the camera was turned on?
I don't know when my sergeant activated the camera.
Okay. And before you read Mr. Starks' rights, did Mr. Starks ever ask for an attorney?
No.
And before you read him his rights, did Mr. Starks ever advise you that he had an attorney?
I can't recall.
Okay. You can't recall whether or not he advised you he had an attorney before you read him his rights?
When we read him his rights, you understood. I can't recall if he advised me that he had an attorney.
Okay. And before you read him his rights, did Mr. Starks say that his attorney advised him not to speak with you?
I can't say for sure.
Okay. And before you turned on the camera, or excuse me, before you asked him, before you gave him his rights, did Mr. Starks say that he did not want to speak with you?
No.
Okay. I have nothing further. Thank you. And I would object to the statement coming in. This officer doesn't know whether or not Mr. Starks advised him he had an attorney, whether Mr. Starks said that his attorney advised him not to say anything. So of course, this officer can't know whether or not he made any further inquiries, which would be necessary at that point.
Let's say for sake of argument that Mr. Starks did say that I have an attorney and my attorney advised me not to say anything. Are you saying that he still couldn't make his constitutional right and speak to the officer?
I'm saying, Judge, that further questions would need to be asked by that officer because that wouldn't be, that would potentially be an indication of Mr. Starks's right to remain silent.
It's not, no, potentially anything, it has to be unequivocal, right, to demand to see an attorney.
Well, Judge, if Mr. Starks made an equivocal demand to see an attorney, then the officer should have asked further questions to find out if that was equivocal or unequivocal. And this officer doesn't even remember whether that took place or not.
That's not the state of the law. You have some law that shows me that, and I'll entertain it. That's not my understanding.
has to be an unequivocal assertion of his right to an attorney. And I haven't heard that was done. In fact, I heard just the opposite. So the court will make a finding that the statement was normally involuntary, given the may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Barron mentioned a recording of that interview that's been discussed previously. You had a chance to review that recording?
No.
So you haven't reviewed a recording of your interview with Mr. Starks?
No.
Before this preliminary exam started, I showed you a file that I marked on my computer as People's Proposed Exhibit 7. You recall that?
Oh, yes, I do.
You remember what that was?
Yes, it was the video of the interrogation of the interview.
And did you review that video?
Yes.
And was that a fair and accurate recording of your interview?
Yes.
This time I'd move to admit and publish a portion of People's Proposed Exhibit 7. And I know I skipped People's Exhibit 6. I apologize for that. That's kind of sorry. I move to admit and publish People's Proposed Exhibit 7, which is the video that I just. Any objections?
Yes, Judge, just the objection I placed.
Any objections noted? Thank you. I'm going to publish it from the 0-second mark.
So the first one says, I understand that I have the right to remain silent, and I do not have to answer any questions put to me or make any statements. Second one says, any statement I make or anything that I say will be used against me in the court of law. 3, I have the right to have an attorney, lawyer present before and during the time I answer any questions or make any statements. 4, if I cannot afford an attorney or lawyer, one will be appointed for me without cost by the court prior to any questioning. 5, I can decide at any time to exercise my rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. Okay? You understand those? Yes, sir. Put a line right here. You're just gonna initial on the line and read this last one out loud for me, okay?
I understand that these are my rights under the law, have not been threatened or promised anything, and I now desire and agree to answer any questions put to me to make a statement.
Sign right here. I'm gonna give you today's August 23rd, 2:35 p.m. Yep, August 23rd. Yep, 2:35 p.m. So this paper right here, I'm just gonna grab some general information like your name, address, date of birth, stuff like that. How do you spell your first name?
R-A-F-A-E-L.
Last name?
Starks, S-T-A-R-K-S.
Now you.
Yeah, stopped it at the 1 minute, 59-second mark. There was a piece of paper handed back and forth there. What was that document?
The constitutional rights certificate.
And is People's Exhibit 5 a copy of that document?
Yes.
Permission to approach and grab that document back?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna move ahead. Play the video from the 5 minute, 59-second mark.
So you know why we're down here today?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
What do you think we're down here for?
Face on?
You saw your face on the news?
Yeah.
What can you tell me about that?
I ain't had nothing to do with it. I don't know nothing about it.
Okay.
When you say you saw your face on the news, tell me about that. What did you see?
Somebody sent it to me.
Sent you like a news link or like a photo, or what did they send you?
It was like a photo.
And what was it pertaining to?
said someone is suspect of a murder or something like that.
Did they tell you where this took place?
No, I didn't say. It just said. That's the photo, yeah.
Yep, that's the photo you saw in the news.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Okay, stopped at the 6-minute 47-second mark. Permission to approach, Judge?
Yes.
Just handed you what I previously marked as people's proposed exhibit 6. You recognize this document?
Yes,
What is it?
this is a photo that was shown to Mr. Starks when he was interviewed at the county.
And did that just happen in the video that was shown?
Yes,
At this time, I'd move to admit people's exhibit 6.
Only the single objection.
You made it?
Permission to approach, Judge?
Yes.
And Officer Barrow, do you know where that photo depicted in people's exhibit 6 came from?
yes,
Where was it taken
from the Garden Theater.
What do you mean from the garden?
From the video cameras at the Garden Theater at 30 minutes.
Objection to the lack of foundation.
How do you know, Judge? How do you know?
I reviewed that video footage.
And this photograph appeared to be consistent with video footage you reviewed?
And I would have the same objection. I don't know how this officer knew that that was the footage that he was reviewing. That it was from that address.
That's the question. We don't have an opportunity to cross the map.
Officer Barrow, have you ever been to the Garden Theater before?
Yes,
And you reviewed footage in this case?
yes,
And in reviewing that footage, based on your prior experience with being present at the Garden Theater, could you tell where that footage came from?
yes,
And is that how you knew that this came from Garden Theater footage?
yes.
I'm gonna play People's Exhibit 7 from that same mark, which is 6 minutes, 47 seconds.
And who's that in the photo?
It's me.
Yeah, whose car is that?
All right, I'm going to replay People's Exhibit 7 from the 6 minute, 49 second.
And who's that in the photo?
It's me.
Yeah, whose car is that?
Wait, which one's you? Because I see two people in the photo.
I'm putting the glasses on.
Getting out of the car?
Yes, sir.
And whose car is this?
What's going on? Can y'all tell me what's going on?
Yeah, so,
Yeah, stopped at the 7 minute, 13 second mark. And I'm going to play People's Exhibit 7 again from the 8 minute, 44 second.
And what did he say?
That you guys were there. This happened at over on Woodward Avenue at the guard. What's it called?
the Garden Theaters.
Okay.
You remember going there Saturday night?
Yeah, I remember going there.
Okay, what was the occasion? Was it just a party or was it?
It was just a party, but I ain't get into it with nobody or I had no problems with nobody.
Okay, so, could you kind of like, tell me when you came, that night, if you remember?
I just went to a party, just went out, that was it, bro. I ain't getting into it with nobody or nothing.
Did somebody inside the Garden Theater get into it with anybody else?
No.
Anything unusual happened that would make you think, damn, I got here, shit's about to go down or something like that?
Man, as far as anything with me, Nothing. I ain't had nothing to do with nothing, but I ain't got.
No, I know, but I'm saying, like, sometimes when you're in a club and you see something, it's getting hot in there, because people are getting into it, it's like,
No, I didn't see
to
nothing.
go. Nothing out of the norm that.
It was just like a chill vibe over there, everybody was chilling.
When the shooting took place, were you inside the club or outside?
Man, I don't know what the shooting even happened, brother.
Well, while you were in the club, did you hear any gunshots?
No, not really.
Yeah, I've stopped it at the 10-minute mark and I have no.
So you saw, when we watched this video in court, you saw that the camera started as you were asking Mr. Starks about his rights. Is that right?
Yes.
And before the beginning of this video, you talked to Mr. Starks. Is that right?
Probably just said, hey, how's it going?
Okay. You probably just said, hey, how's it going?
Yeah.
So you don't know what you said. Is that right?
I can't recall, it was a couple months ago.
Okay. And do you recall whether you talked about the incident at all before the video started?
No, we didn't.
Okay. And you testified that Mr. Starks was brought to that room. Is that right?
Yes.
Who was he brought by?
The deputy sheriffs that work at that facility.
And were those deputies aware of what you were there to interview Mr. Starks about?
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware of any conversations those deputies had with Mr. Starks?
No.
And did you ask those deputies if they spoke with Mr. Starks about the allegations?
No.
So again, the first question that you asked Mr. Starks on camera that we see is, so the first one says, I understand that I have the right to remain silent. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So the first one, you didn't specify to Mr. Starks on that video, the first right. Is that right?
I told him he was gonna, I just read the rights off to him, off the paper.
Okay.
From 1 to 5.
So before that statement, okay, so the first one says, you two had a discussion about Mr. Starks' Miranda rights, is that right?
Yes, I told him, do you want to read them out loud, or do you want me to read them to you? And he said that he wanted me to read them to him.
Okay, so before that recording started, you and Mr. Starks had some kind of conversation about his rights, is that correct?
Just that he wanted me to read it to him.
Okay, so now you do remember the conversation that you two had before the recording started?
I remember him saying that he wanted me to read his rights to him.
Okay, but you're not sure whether he said that he had a lawyer, is that right?
He never asked for a lawyer.
Okay, and you're not sure whether he advised you that he had a lawyer, is that right?
Him saying he has a lawyer is different from him asking for a lawyer.
Okay, and you're not sure whether he said he had a lawyer at that point, is that right?
I believe sometime during the interview, he did say that he did have a lawyer.
Okay, and before that recording started, you're not sure whether he advised you that he had a lawyer, is that
Not
right?
before the recording, no. He didn't say nothing about that.
Okay. And is there any record of the conversation that you and Mr. Starks had before the recording started?
No.
Okay. And who was operating the camera that started?
Sergeant Samuel Mackey.
And you didn't tell Sergeant Mackey when to turn it on, is that right?
I'm sorry?
You didn't tell Sergeant Mackey when to turn it on, is that right?
No, he knew to turn it on.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Me redirect? No, Judge. Thank you, sir. You may stop there.
And no further witnesses for the.
Any witnesses for the defendant?
No, Judge.
People?
At this time, Judge, the people would move for Bindover on counts 1, 2, 3, and the recently added 4. I'll briefly make my argument here. People's Exhibit 2 demonstrates that Mr. Starks has been previously convicted of a specified felony, therefore he can't possess a weapon. Ultimately, what this case really turns on is identity. If the court believes to a probable cause standard, the person on that video that the court observed gunning the victim down the middle of Woodward Avenue is Mr. Starks, then he clearly had a weapon in his possession, so he's in violation of count 2, or count 2 has been proven to a probable cause standard, and the additional felony firearm counts are shown. Also, that video makes abundantly clear that this is a textbook first-degree premeditated murder. You can see the perpetrator stalking up and down Woodward. He goes down Alexandrine, comes back up Alexandrine, stalks up and down Woodward again, and makes a beeline across Woodward through traffic, walks directly up to the victim, Mr. Heath, pulls out a gun, and shoots him 9 times, killing him dead in the middle of the street in Midtown Detroit. The only question, the only real question is whether or not people have shown that Mr. Starks is the person in that video. He self-identified as arriving at that club, being at that club, the Garden Theater, earlier in the day, People's Exhibit 7, which the court just watched. You can see from the compilation video that Detective Carlisi put together that when he arrives at that club, when he's on green light footage earlier at a different location, he has on jeans that are extremely distinctive. On the right leg, there are white markings that stick out like a sore thumb on a lot of the videos the court observed during the course of this proceeding. You can see him get out, go into the club, and then come out, if you look at the timestamps, about 30 to 40 minutes later. He then gets into the same car he arrived in, the passenger seat, which you can see on the video is that same Chrysler that he was driving earlier, and that was in the passenger seat. And you can follow that Chrysler on Detective Carlisi's video, do a lap around the block, come up Alexandrine, go into that pharmacy parking lot that Sergeant Ford talked about, pause there momentarily, drive off down Woodward, and then ultimately come back into that parking lot and sit there for a while until someone gets out of the passenger seat of a car that matches that description perfectly in that pharmacy parking lot. That person, again, has those white stripes on his leg. You can see it in the pharmacy video, and then you can see it on other videos that are shown or were shown to the court. Specifically, if you look at 1907, you can see those white stripes immediately before the shooting, and then 1959, you can see them again on People's, you can see them at 1907 and 1959 on People's Exhibit 3, and then if you watch People's Exhibit 4, which you can tell from the context clues, you can tell from the timestamps, is from immediately after the shooting. You can see those white stripes again immediately after the shooting. You can see on People's Exhibit 3 that person running away from the scene, running down Alexandrine, and then eventually getting into a Chrysler, getting into the passenger seat, and then that Chrysler fleeing southbound on Cass after the shooting. The people have more than met their verdict that Mr. Starks was that person that gunned Martise Heath down in the middle of Woodward Avenue and accordingly asked for Bindover.
Ms. Mayor?
One more. Judge, I do not believe that the videos that were shown to this court established that Mr. Starks was the person who shot the decedent in the middle of the street. One thing that the people gloss over, and that was glossed over by the witness in this case, is that of course there's a lot of video footage that was not shown to the court. These are cherry-picked videos from brief slices of time from all of these different locations. So the Garden Theater footage, that's one piece of surveillance video that was in the compilation video that people played. What that showed is that this was a packed party. This was a party filled with people, I'm sure many of whom were wearing dark clothing, like the people suspect.
People take those stripes on the pants.
Well, Judge, I'm not sure, because again.
Did you see anybody else? I didn't.
Judge, all we've seen in this courtroom is a very brief moment of time inside of that club. And I don't even think that the people's bottoms are shown from what we saw. So it's a packed club, and all you can see, if you're looking at people's bottom halves, if you're looking for pants, if you're looking for something specific, all you can see is the people in the front's pants. You wouldn't be able to see the people in the backs. You wouldn't be able to see that at all. And,
Saw your clients.
Judge, again, these are cherry-picked videos from a very brief period of time. And the person who's alleged to be my client is the only person who was followed in these videos. So the videos show the person alleged to be my client entering this club and exiting this club. I think that would be an inappropriate reason to make a Bindover, is that there is a reason that he was being followed, Judge.
The reason he was being followed was because of the distinctive clothing that he had on. That's the reason.
And Judge.
I didn't see anyone else with that distinctive clothing.
That's
You say
because-
it's cherry pick, I'll give you an opportunity to cherry pick as well. If you can show me someone else, one other person, just one other person who had those distinctive stripes on their pants. And I'll dismiss the case right now.
Judge, I wouldn't be able to do that because, again, these are videos with very brief moments in time. We can't see from this video everyone who's in that club. There is a section over, I won't say anything that isn't on the record, Judge, but we can see that there is an area that isn't even depicted on the video surveillance footage, and there's people in every corner of this place. What the officers continuously said is that not all of the footage was on here. The officer took preserved video footage from the entire evening. That's not video footage that I have, Judge. As I've made clear to this court, I do not have all of the video footage from all of these different locations, and that's exactly why I objected to a compilation video of small moments in time being admitted in this courtroom without the appropriate context and without the defense even having the ability to search through all of
I was
that.
bored to death watching the videos that he did show me, wondering why he was showing me so many of these videos of people walking around.
I agree, Judge, that Your Honor wouldn't be able to watch that video all throughout the evening. However, we've had no representation from any witness that he was the only person wearing those pants that night. No, none of those witnesses testified to that either. None of the
Probable
witnesses.
cause purposes, because that's what we're dealing with here, not proving beyond reason without probable cause. Probable cause purposes here. Why wouldn't this be a question of fact to be determined by a trial?
Well, for one, Judge, of course, the people's arguments are not evidence. And I do not think that that's what all of those different videos show, is one single person stalking back and forth throughout Woodward. I don't see where that was depicted in this compilation video. No, Judge. And I certainly didn't see.
So are we talking about something beyond identity now, or are you talking about first degree murder premeditated?
The argument I'm currently making is as to identity. And I did not see the person shooting in the middle of the street to be wearing pants with any distinctive characteristics on them. That's not what that footage showed. That footage did not show anything distinctive about the person's clothing.
What do you say to that, Mr. Hicks?
Say I can show the video again and point out the sections where you can see the person with white stripes.
Why don't you do that?
Walking back and forth. And
let's lay that argument to rest right now. Do that.
so this is from the 19-minute, 6-second mark, People's Exhibit 3. I would ask the court to watch the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. You're going to see someone with those distinctive white stripes walk by crossing Alexandrine Street. They're heading southbound, and then they're going to turn up Alexandrine and head eastbound away from the camera. You're going to see the white stripes when they walk by this camera. Playing it from that 1906.
Point of that gentleman who just now walking down the sidewalk. Did you see the white stripes on the right leg?
Yes, and I don't see that person shooting anyone.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Hicks.
Stop to the 19-minute, 28-second mark. If I could narrate, if you follow that person, you can see them in the bottom right-hand corner. You're gonna be able to follow that same person as they continue eastbound on Alexandrian Street. You will eventually see that same person cross Woodward.
Don't tell me, show me.
And I would argue, and if I may, Judge, this timestamp on the bottom right screen. We don't know anything about the accuracy of that timestamp, and it's entirely different from the timestamp in the other splicing of the screen, Judge. So I don't see how there's any proof of how these two correspond.
Because the timestamp that's in the upper right hand gives the date and the time, and Officer Ford, Sergeant Ford indicated that that was accurate. That time was. The timestamp in the bottom left corner is the length of this particular video. What is the 3846 in the right or in the corner?
So Judge, I do think that is the timestamp, but Sergeant Ford did indicate that that was one of the locations where the time is off. The record doesn't explicitly state how far the time is off in that lower left-hand video, but he did talk about calibrating it to the world clock, so we would be able to sync these up. But you're also going to be able to tell from the context clues, because you're going to see in the bigger video, the video that takes up the upper left-hand, upper portion, and bottom left-hand portion of the screen, you're going to see a single person, and there aren't many people in this video that are walking along, and almost everyone's walking in pairs.
Don't tell me, show me.
And so, Judge, there's no evidence of when this video in the lower right corner is from.
I just want to see the person and what this person does. We're tracking.
I can also make this easier, Judge. I can show you the People's Exhibit 4, which shows the white stripes after the shooting, so that makes it very simple, but we can show this portion too.
Go ahead.
I'll just note for the record, I stopped it at 1958, which is the timestamp I mentioned previously. You can again see the white stripes. So I'm going to keep playing. And it's up to the 22 minutes, 16 second mark. I would like to show the people's exhibit board. We'll play this. Now, stopped at the 30 second mark. There are a few frames in there where you can see there's white marking on his pants legs.
I saw it at 29.
And he's about to pass the camera. I would argue that it even looks like this person has glasses on. I would concede that that's pretty blurry, but I'll play it from the 30 second mark.
Go back to 29. That's when I saw the white on the pants.
So this is stopped at 29 seconds.
So maybe this is a estimate. Yeah, there it is.
I stopped just at 32 seconds.
I saw it.
So to a probable cause standard judgment, I don't think there's really any credible argument that this is enough for public cause, but that's my position.
All right, so.
And Judge, I would argue that regardless of whether or not it appears that the person who shot the decedent has white on their pants, that doesn't prove to a probable cause standard, that because Mr. Starks was allegedly in the area with white on his pants, that he was the shooter. As we've seen, there were numerous people in the area that night. This was a crowded party, a decently crowded street, with people continuously leaving that party, walking down the street. And that small detail on pants, which we can't even really accurately make out or see what that design is, does not meet the standard.
Unfortunately, I wholeheartedly disagree. Court had an opportunity to view the video as well as who the people believe is the shooter of Mr. Teeth. And they presented the court with evidence that your client had admitted in one of the exhibits that that was him in the video. So I think it's well established that your client was wearing pants with these white markings on the leg. They were able to track the person who did the shooting as a person who had also these white markings on the leg. Now, I saw at least 30 or 40 people in this video, and I had an opportunity to pay close attention to what they were wearing. There were a number of African American men wearing dark pants. None of them had white markings. Ones that had on black pants, none of them had white markings on the pants. Apparently, your client did, probably cause standpoint. People have met the verdict of probable cause as it relates to the charges obtained. The court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause to believe this defendant committed. The defendant will be bound over to Lane County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for proceedings. The court is also adding one count of felony firearm second, a count 4. There's a random on information, date and time will be October 16, 2023 at 9:00 a.m. Then it will be remanded to the custody of Lane County Sheriff. Thank you.
Yeah, Carmen. Come on back. Come on back.
Judge Hammond says, man.
Yeah.
So guys, what y'all need tomorrow?
That was old. That might be some of the stuff.
Oh, what you guys want to eat tomorrow? Oh, y'all.
We good, Judge, don't worry about it.
No. Whenever I do that, I gotta feed you the next day. What you guys want to eat tomorrow? I'm gonna pizza poppers, though.
Fish balls.
Keep a pizza. Prime and proper here, what are you guys gonna?
No problem, Judge, anytime. I'm just trying to figure out what was this all about? It's a murder for hire? What was this all about? I would have did a phone up on his phone.
We don't have a phone.
I don't get it.
They think the victim killed the brother.
Victim killed, okay. There's revenge to it.
Yeah. Whether I'm gonna be able to show that to a jury isn't the question. Actually, I'll go with this one.
Streets of Detroit.
Can't even have a good time.
All right. I actually just started doing some secondary work because of this. Because of this homicide, the mayor of Midtown created a secondary unit for Midtown.
Oh, really?
So we do undercover work on the weekends and throughout the week. Oh, this is something.
It's usually a safe
So it's
area.
us with Wayne State Police. We just do Midtown undercover work, just looking out for things like this.
Well, I appreciate you. I'm in there.
She got into something
Yeah.
about dismissing something of them.
She started this
charges.
2-3 weeks after this homicide.
He didn't get them dismissed.
I was surprised this one didn't make the news. That's usually a dry
She
area.
said something about
I didn't hear anything about it.
she
You'd be amazed
was
if it was
gonna
on there.
dismiss some of the prison charges or something.
Have a good one, everybody.
Remember?
So that was-
That was an
My niece, I'm
Yeah,
a lawyer,
on Hicks.
but I think I got everything.
Okay, just let me
She
know.
said
Give me a rally.
she
That
could,
job I took doing secondary work,
she spoke
it's because of
about,
this case.
it was for the
Really?
other,
Right, so they started
something
it
she
because
was
of this
saying.
case.
Yeah, that's why. Understood. I didn't even buy. I meant to act and to do 2 counts. So. All right. Okay, the court needs to correct the record on people versus Hicks. I'll just do it tomorrow.
No, Judge, I
No, I'm gonna do it tomorrow because I want to have the attorneys present.
Oh, you were right on it? You were, I didn't hear it, I didn't catch it.
I heard it, but I
Yeah,
wasn't paying
she's
attention.
absolutely right. That's why they pay her the big bucks.
True.
This is true.
So we don't need stuff.
You wanna take this back? You wanna take this over again? Yes. Skinny race this time, I put down that one, 5, skinny race.
Right. That's what that's about. This morning, she said.
This morning, yeah, she took off the. This.
Oh, that date.
But I think it was only an hour and a half. That's what I'm.
Should just get this all.
Interesting, this last one.
Was, okay.
Yeah, it was. This courtroom is better than TV, Judge.
I tell people that all the time.
He was laser focused. He knew what he was gonna do.
Yeah, I can sit and watch this all day long.
Walked around, followed, joint. So that was not his first time.
Nope.
Yeah, clean.